可我没有能给你。 对，就不把话说死嘛。
看着办，看着办。
我们如果已经弄了30几轮了，当然就不要投了。我们有投一次的机会可以用，也可以选择在什么时候用。
这一 round
不，也可以永远都不用，就这一 round。
要第一次，
要就要，不要就不要。
不要啦。
不要啦，不要啦，不要啦，
有志气的笑我们笑成这个样子，不要用，
不要啦。
不可能
4分，我们随便弄5分。
我等下，万一我们讲了35个，结果
对啊，所以啦，
你35，我马上请你吃饭，不要客气。
好了，准备，
不要抽，不要
年度积分赛，不要抽了，不要吵的，不抽，因为我们4分了，我是你们，我也不会，
不要抽，
不抽。
对啊，
接龙无极限，准备 ，Ready Go， 请你听我这样说。咖啡杯，
杯子，只供
贡品，品项，
项目，目的，
地主，主人，
哎呦，
哇，人人为我，我为人人，
人妻，妻小，
小人，人中，
中间，奸杀，
沙滩，摊牌，
排尺，尺度，
度量，梁山伯，
伯父，父亲，
亲吻，吻别，
别离，离子，
子孙，孙中山，山中，
讲过
中央，
道歉。
大将市场战局意外杀人延长赛，
大象
一听就不
没有过他，你讲完就赢了。
天气，气象，
象牙巨塔，
没过。
天才冲冲送好礼喽！只要上脸书纷纷粉丝团参加预测活动，就有机会获得神秘小礼物哦！详情讲天才冲冲冲脸书粉丝团。
但是你不可以
麻吃手
他不可以吃。
啊！你还
你好，你好，
我最喜欢炒饭，
接力，好，起不爆的30秒一换，看最后爆几个球，谁就获胜。好，准备，潘若迪对上林香，准备，
一定想
加油，
老师加油！
谁？不用去，我扛，好不好？哪一个？对，
你要盖瓜承受。
盖瓜，这怎么收尾是元老啊
LB 那时候来多少年了？
应该5年
，5、6年。
我待的应该5年。
好，欢迎 LB 啊！
还有下面一位，2020年积分赛的年度总冠军林奕信。哎呦，
叶县是聪明的，
选到他就稳，
想不到，
真的
没有，他是那个就是
他不急不徐的，
不急不徐，
对，稳稳定，
很稳的，
他 tempo 很厉害，
他不是综艺节奏的人，但他表现很棒。
对，
他就算2个人 PK，他都还是很稳，他超稳，对，完全不会紧张。
所以今天我们待会会选兵选将吗？
不会吧？
没有，
应该不会吧？等一下才知道，
待会才知道
了。好，下面一位。亚音界的效果王啊，他的专长呢就是这个连续 PK 掉5个人呐，
哦呦，
不得了啊！
刷新纪录的，非常的厉害的
在团体里面
记录
啊，张启慧，哎呦，
你不要讲张启慧，你也是因为我们节目获益很多啊。
对，的确。
你看他真的拍个广告，我说这样子也能来当广告梗啊，汽车广告你知道吗？用撇音啊，用撇音来当那个汽车广告的梗，
他是撇成个人的特色。
对啊，他的演唱会嘞。
对啊，我也拍那个
一个演唱会，
自己的歌曲这样子。对啊，
他的演唱会现场。
真的，
因为我知道冲冲冲对我来说很重要。
主持人合体太强大，实力无懈可击。
篮子，
梨子，那个栗子，我是说吃蛋糕的栗子，
莲子、骡子。
好，我跟你说，
广告你知道吗？用撇音啊，撇音来当那个汽车广告的梗，
他是撇成个人的特色。
对啊，
开演唱会嘞，
对啊，我也那个一
开演唱会，
自己的歌曲这样子，对啊，
他的演唱会现场
啊，
片段比演唱
真的。
因为我知道冲冲冲对我来说很重要，也很谢谢你们，所以我就在那个什么
演唱会，
那什么演唱的 monitor。
播你们的那个节目，
开什么演唱会？你出录影带就好了。他有机器看的，
就是在那个让大家歌迷在等待的时候可以看一下那个。
很想啊！
好了，欢迎齐慧啊！
感恩。
最后，
观众最爱的老鹰毛起来飞了，陈随意。哎呦不得了！
鳌拜啊！
我们的鳌拜。
陈哥跟哪个？我今晚去菜市啊吼，透早去菜市啊买菜吼，阿妈带孙吼。那个孙看了我讲，阿妈，那个老鹰毛，
老鹰毛起来飞了，
天哪，在这里，在这里，
哦，真的哦，那老鹰毛，
孔雀，孔雀毛，
这孔雀啦，
孔雀啊，孔雀啦，还有一个很厉害的，2018年积分赛冠军，
哇，苏子成，哎呦。他也是，他本来也是很厉害，这种聪明，
他是一心在
才貌双全。
对，我今天很像那个 Paris Hilton，
哎有哎，
就是等着牵一只那个白色的贵宾狗。
真的。
对，而且我今天身高超高的，好像那个
带狗来的，
而且你刚好有那双粉红色鞋子。
哎，讲真的，你们这样讨论半天，我都不知道他是谁啊。
芭比，长得很像你的媳妇。
我以为什么一个这么演唱团体的芭比，
很像那个媳妇，你的媳妇，徐信阳的老婆。
媳妇。
徐信阳的老婆，对，还有那个爸爸，
赶快生，赶快生哈！不要再玩了哈！该生了啊！
压力来了。
哎呦，我们有来宾，哎呦，我的天哪！
哎呦，
哎，节后竟然做这种，
不好意思。Happy birthday to 天堂 ，Happy birthday to you，
天堂。
他是住这个1000级，埃及宴会回娘家，对，所以带了这个蛋糕来祝大家生日快乐。
哎呦，感动，
好好吃，看起来。
对，这很好吃哎。
那我们就不多说了。
做的吗？
不是，你们没有才华。
埃及艳后时代的蛋糕你吃过吗？是啊，没吃过吧？
不容易啊，对不对？1000年之蛋糕，好不好？
这蛋糕，
千层派，
哎，千层派。
今天1000集回娘家，大家都来了，好，
大家一起来分享，好不好？1000集的喜悦。好，
哎，看这样的站位是不是要来选命选将？
只有我选我，
没有，
他们8个，我们6个，
没有。我们今天1000集就是特别的，特别就是我们跟你们主持群来 PK 一下。
今天你们说就说了，我们也让观众朋友看一下，到底1000集我们6个打8个，打得过打不过？
那我们赢了就真的难看喽。
考虑清楚，
对不对？
不是，因为他们8个人其实只有6个战力嘛。那扣掉潘若迪嘛，哦，对不对？再扣掉陈随意，差不多剩8个，这6个，
所以也是6个对6个，
也是6个对6个。对了，
好，我们看来宾跟主持人到底哪里有差别，
好不好？好了，
第一个单元
来喽，我们是慈善团体。好了，反正进什么单元哈？我们是慈善团体。好，他们讲啊，今天我们1000集啊，那还是要这个奖惩要分明啊。
是
哦，输的人
怎么样？
今天有惩罚，
我们就不会再来了。
最后有总惩罚，
我们就不会。
我们还要来，
我们会，为了举手，
我们还要来。
好，没有关系，我们了解你的心意。对，今天就是你的告别作了，好了。
今天如果输了，以后就看不到潘若迪了，好不好？啊，这单元结束以后呢，赢家好，当然了，我们有一个1000年之旅啊。
哦，小东西啊，
小东西，
细修啊，小礼物，
伴手礼啊。
好吧，你看今天我们来宾
人多势众，来宾队先攻，
你们8个派5个，
我们派5个，
来，我们先就位。
好，
就位，来。
好了，今天我们古今中外的特别来宾，你们先来，
我们先来了
3个人休息。
光者有戴眼镜的吗？请问？
牌
来抽第一张。
包包戴眼镜。
哎，我们可以换牌吗？哈，
可以，
有一次哈，
可以换2次。
第一个
帮你洗牌，
好不好？
全世界救对不对？
第二个，
全世界嘛哈。
哇，好3个做
都可以救，都可以救。
全世界啊。
好，
第一个是，
哎呦，简单，
鸡，哎呦，
很简单嘛。
不是鸡 OK 哈。
鸡啦，
哎呦，好简单啊，西汁啊，
好多哦，哇，
好多，太多了。
鸡啊，
要不要换？不要换嘛，很简单啦。
很简单，真的蛮简单。
好 OK。
很多
OK 啊
，OK，
知道，来准备，我们是实战团体，2分钟计时。
洗澡。
限制，
细致，
这
个人长得很细致。
可以打
细致，
啊对，
小猪，
小猪，
先知，
限制，
对，
再来包大人
有，道理了，你看，
来了，
你还要
先知，
好，
未来
讲过了啊，刚才讲的，
你讲的。
马克，听我说，这个人长得非常怎么样？有一个很粗犷的，另外一个你长得
讲过，我刚刚就讲过，
细致。要输了，
没了，救他。
包大人的，
包大人，
完了，
小只嘛，很小只，
可以，
小指，
啊对，
对，
殉职，
前面也可以看哦，
哦对，
训词看前面就好，看前面就好了。
宣子，
好，
宣纸，
小智一个人，小智，
谁啦？皮卡丘抽到那个，我不认识，皮卡丘那个，皮卡丘的小
皮卡丘那个大，
对，
来，
过，
大人，
包大人，
我跟你不相干。
知道了，你那个去那个整形医院的时候，然后你你的脸可能比较你的身体比较多肥油，
你要打什么？
对，你要打什么针？
有一种
消脂，
对，
不分宣制的宣制，
宣制，
孝制
30，秒，
孝制是不是一个人？
有没有孝制是那个？
我已经想到了，你们先自己做自己。
不要帮他，
孝制，
他说孝制，
教室没有。
你们读书那个地方的那个
孝职人员的孝职，
有
学校的制度孝制不行吗？孝制
什么学校校规了？
学校的那个
校长，
好，孝子，
讲啊，刚讲
有讲到
胸章，
嚣张，
校嘛，刚是讲了，校职，刚是校
讲了，校职。
怎么没有校长？
没有
没有叫校职的，什么叫校职？
下至
学校的地址啊，
校至下至那个下至，
这没有了。
我刚才想到一个下肢，
对啊，
还有一个学校的地址校址，
讲
过了，大胆，
校职有吗？
都有。我们先来看看成绩，再来做定夺。
好
，15分，掌声鼓励。
6个，
我就看看他们敢不敢超过15分。
敢，
怎么样？
拖下去斩了。
好入戏哦。
你今天不要从头到尾都拖菜一斩，好不好？
好，我待会想一个。
换一点新鲜的嘛，好不好？攻守交换，谁休息？来，
我不敢抽，
我来抽，
那我来，
到你就可以。
好来抽牌先，
坐，
好坐好，抽牌先，对，
来，
飞哥好，飞哥来主持啊，飞哥，
第一张，来第二张，
第二张好，
飞哥是的这个，
第一张，
太久没，
简单吧，
第二张，简单吧，
哎，飞哥很久没有主持，功力变差了。对，
可以哦，
来，
可以吗？
可以吧？可以吧？
不要换，
很简单。
时间开场开了1个小时，可以了啊。
OK，好，
好来，好，计时开始。
我们是实战团体，2分。
实战团体，我们是实战团体，计时2分钟，开始。
起义，
歉意，
起义
啊，都被抢掉了，签，我给你，
节目效果都先放一边，他们认真起来狂追分。
我的
歉意，
起义
啊，都被抢掉了，签，我给你，1、2、3、4、5、6、7，然后一个单位，7、1、 7亿啊，7亿。
哎，我要讲7亿的，我已经有7亿的。
白天的相反，
奇异笔的奇异，
奇异讲过了，
我讲。
白天的相反，
大台
一个单位，
迁移，
我讲过了
啊，怎么都讲过了。
你有没有在录影啊，奶哥？
奶哥，你去旅游会去3天2什么
？3天2。
对啊
，2页
，7页。
对，曲艺。这个歌词的曲艺，这个好，那我就用7页书的那个页。
哇，我和他之间的情谊。
乐天女孩有个叫曲艺，
有曲艺有。
刚刚是7，我是1000亿。
可以，
我有1000亿了。
情谊。
那就不要干了。
情谊，
我就不讲。
情谊讲过吗？也讲过。
没有讲过。
情谊有2个啊。
没错。
这个东西
1分钟倒数。
其一。
弹琴的琴音。
哇塞，
情谊有2种情谊呀，
有弹琴的情谊。奶哥，你把那个单位换成你刚刚的数字，白天的相反，然后你换成个十百，然后什么
？1000。
白天的相反
1000页。
就书本的有2个
餐厅啊，这个餐厅中餐厅。
对，
书本要翻是单位，
页，
对，刚奶哥的单页，7页，不是个十百，千亿，
对啊，100啊，
可以啊，
不一样，有2种，
不一样的，我的
7把，
日本的1000页，
对，
日本1000页，
张学友的歌什么农？
秋意，
顺手牵羊的牵羊，
一个伟人，一个艺人，
起义，
哪个一个艺人戴假发那个？3，
秋意，
惬意，
时间到。
惬意还好，可以，还不错，哇，数4节，
好险，
对啊，天哪，单位，还有，
懂吗？
这不多
不多，都靠签来拼。
签一个7，起义有2个，一个是意式的意，武昌起义的意，
对，还有青叶餐厅，我要讲他没听到。
中餐厅，有，刚刚有。
那我们请飞哥来帮我们飞哥分数。
哎，那个
飞哥看到吗？你墨镜要不要拿
？22分啊！
对，
好，我们恭喜主持人队得到22分。
马上就已经7分，你看。来了，我们攻守交换，来，你们3个下，
你们3个下，3
个没下，
来抽，
来第1张，
这要大一点了。
好，
做过这个位置。
对，我刚刚做过这个位置。第2张啊，那我跟你换。好，
来哦，我看哈，第一个是喝，
简单，
湿，
有点
简单，要不要换？
可以换哦，
这很难吧？这玩意儿，
这个蛮难的吧？要换，不难，
换湿，这个很多，
换湿，你换讲，不要先讲的又不能讲，很多
吗？
真的吗？
很多，真的
很多啊！
没有他们要，
你们可以选择，对，你可以换，
换一下好不好？换哪一个？
换哪一个？
换湿好不好？
好，换湿吗？
凉了，因为还有 round 2，
换湿啊！
哇，
更难，
换特。
那不要换好了。
好，不要算了，我不能讲，我可以讲答案。
对啊。
喝湿，来，我们是实战团体，2分钟计时开始。好，讲了，
拍手，飞哥，
换胜，
可以，
换胜，
护什么？护什么？
你是
好，我跟你说，
护树啊，护树这个护啊，
护树，
好吃，
好吃啊，
护食，狗要护食，
好睡，
好睡。
好事，
好傻，
傻不是那个
傻，没有，
是对的，
好帅，
好少哦，好少，
昏睡，
很多啊，
好多，
很多，
想不起来，
救他，
好神，
你
华氏啊，
好华氏哦，
你有没有？
没有。
好，我跟你说，我的老公是谁？到10分钟，比如说什么驾到？
我不知道老公是谁啊？
对不对？那个太监官说什么随机箱？
皇上，对，皇上，
救命啊！
该你啊，再来你啊，
皇
没有。
皇后啊，
皇后，
拿那个电脑，那个电脑，哎，
女生跟你我跟你挑逗，然后你会怎么样？啊？你会怎么样？
受不了！
听我，电脑要把那个不要姐
没有，哇，这手牌打得好顺啊！
对，
很傻，很傻。
他从好变，
榻榻米，
一样的样子，好看，好，好死，很，哎呀，好，
这个东西，这个很帅，很大，很好用的意思。
安静一点，太吵了。来，
很激动。
他讲好使，你讲哪个使？
屎啊，就是使用的那个屎。
对，好不可以？
这个东西好
使啊，
可以。
好使，不想
不是啦，好实用的，好
使用。
一样的，
还有很多，
这个东西好。
刚才你也讲皇上。对不对？那皇室啊，
对啊，皇室啊，
对不对？
对，
还有啊，
还有花式，还好多，对，还有好多哦，还有和双手合十，
还有和氏，
洪水
好多
海狮，
你们刚刚根本都不用换，科诗很多，
一个好，一个很
多了，
17分哦，比刚刚第一半好了，
进两 round，
32比22，
有进步了，
哎呀，不是会
那我
来，
你们需要
我修。
好，来了，攻守交换了啊！
啊，换印度哪一个是一，哪一个是二？
这个是1，这个是2。
好，好担心哦。确定吗？这里是1 ，OK， 他搞错了。
这是1的，
要许我
一边是1，一边是2。
一边拿一个，
那我
你就先摆一个嘛，
好，先摆一个，
先拿一个抽完再拿另外一个嘛。
好，
当助理都不会。我现在看着你才给他抽。
好，快来，抽一个。
要确认他有没有拿对。
这里有。
有了啦，拿对了啦。
哦，简单。
不要自己开干什么？哎呦，这个。
是他正的。
好了，第一个
，Hello。
第二个。
简单，
乐哥
很多，
乐哥很简单，
反正我们可以换嘛。
乐小
这个第二个歌换掉，歌换
第二个
换第二个吗？
我想不到。
第一张，
你手怎么那么笨啊你？
手很灵活。
好，
我看到了。
哇。
没有啦，
乐哥，
那是够歌的啦，
是老歌啦，
乐歌很多啦，
有那个是后手，
乐哥那个，哪一个？
好，那就吃嘛，就吃嘛，
吃很多哦，
吃很多吗？
好吃来，
等一下，能听吗？
我觉得蛮多的啊，
吃吗？
就是很多结尾很多啊，可以的。
好了，来，
我们是慈善团体，计时2分钟，开始。
老早。
是啊，
篮子，
梨子，那个栗子，我是说吃蛋糕的栗子，
莲子，骡子，那个马步的那个骡子，
对，
那个很笨的那个跟马很像的，很笨的
驴子，
李子，那个举例的例子，
还有什么啊？
倒数30秒，
好多，
太快了吧？你要把狗狗关在什么？
栗子可以吗？栗子
没有
对，
要把狗狗关在什么
？15秒。
浪子。
我举个例子，
讲过了，
你讲过吗？
讲过。
来，
吃的例子也讲过，
那个还有一个是那个就是
20秒
科学有关的同一个音的
科学。
我有一个那个，
没关系，你自己
你要过门的，过门的话有一个东西把它那个挡住，所以你要把它拨开。
路上。
不是啦，那个
他讲得很清楚啊。
忆什么幽梦？
帘子。
倒数1分钟，
有2种帘子，
讲过了。
讲过。
有2种帘子。
帘子有2种啊。
对，帘子
他是讲那个帘子啊，吃的啊。对啊，然后我刚刚想通什么力学？不是，我刚刚想到一个，我刚刚想到一个。
一样是吃的，真的讲过没有？吃的。
篮组，可以。我讲那个栗子是不是那个？是那个栗是一个米在一个栗的那个栗子。30
秒。
就那个。
30秒。
等到镜头。
力学亮。
哦，对。
娘子呢？
那是娘。
什么力学？
对，刚才过了。力学。
想女同志会说一个推的相反，女同志会这样推的相反，
推的相反。拉女同志
辣子弟弟的辣子，
女同志一个说法，一个手啦，好，对，结下梁子，
不能外面打怕，要拉子。
几分？
练
17分啊！
我还可以，
有机会哎，
有机会哦，
我也输的，我也输的。好吧，现在我们32分啊，他们39。我们39，他们32。
对，
我们现在赢7分。
可以的，
有，
来 ，Round 2，厮杀版就位。很重要了，39，32差7分。
对，
哦，很快哦。
现在这个呢，两队要互打。
对
我们打你们的，
我打你的，
举下牌。
对，
你们打我们的，
我们打你们，你们打我们的，
对，
好不好？来排位置。
这样张启慧一个人拿5分呢，
赢的就这样，不要排。
你会第一个啦，
第一个。
来，
你们确定吗？
确定，
你们排位置啊，没有2轮啊。
对，非常确定，
非常确定是不是？
我先去啦，张文忠，
张家人。
哇，阿梅，你跟我好了。
那我就轮到最后面。
好，
对啊，是前面的
我现在主持，来，2位就位。
好，来，
加油，张启慧加油
！2张王牌，
前站，
开店
2张，
等我一下，放一下。
等一下，
哇
很重要哦。
对，要
有这么那个，
不是因为我怕那个会影响到我，谢谢芭比。
影响到我，
还是你在那后面帮他拉着？
好，
对，
你们两个好冲突哦。
娘娘可以吗？娘娘
可以，非常好。
你为什么不这样子呢？
东西结合，
好，这样。
对呀，你为什么要这样子呢？
很紧张啊！
来，准备啊！
没事，
预备，
加油，直接下。
放胸前。
束缚，是足部，我跟你讲啊，入猪啊！
我刚才讲那么久了，
不是，因为你发音不是比较入猪啊！
我入是，足部是湿，
这什么？我看一下，
可以吧？
不是熟是湿，
制服法服，
字不气。
你得4分啊，4分3分就好了。
4分，哎呀，完蛋了！好，
依你会讲的舒服啊，没关系。哦，
他开玩笑。
他的那个呢，他的哑音啦，舒服啦。他刚才说舒服，
紧张
我好像没那么，
你有压力。
没有，这个比较难，
那比较给我们来宾一次机会。
没有，
你还会再回来啊？
下礼拜啊，
你还会再回来啊？
不要看
4成了，来，
哎呦，
准备哦，先来准备好，放胸前啊，来预备，
子晨加油！
好，污渍，
快哦！
王子，我还在看题目哎，有没有？好像是
哎呦，好难哦！
是啊，
哎呦，张文琪，
可以，
加油！
抓起来好快，
然后准备哦，
一夫当关，
旁边安静啊，要一响他们，预备。
奶，
小时，1个小时2个小时。
哎呀，可惜啊，
是啊，你是他怒视啊，
你农事就好啦，
农事，
怒视他，
男士，
天下无难事啊，
闹事，
男生，
女士，
什么叫女士？那叫女士，不是女士，女的那个服饰，好吧？下，
这个是，
来哦，
可以，
来准备哦，预备，
对决。哇，很简单，出彩，
出彩，哎呦，这个，哎，他们都好难呢。
资质造纸
资质
自知啊，自知
造纸
知名，
资质，这个人知识很高。
造纸
来，哎呦，李一新来喽，
完蛋，
准备了，
赢了他我们就赢了啦。
预备，
哎，后面好打。木头，
哇，鱼波好难哦。
鱼笨，
元宝，
哦，元宝，
元宝，
鱼摆，
元宝，
圆笔，
是不是？
木头哦，
哎呦，这个简单，木头讲摸特简单，元宝，
元宝，
元宝，
我一看到就看到，有元宝了。
没事，OK 的。
来了，准备哦，
加油，电
这第一反应很快，预备。
丹哥，
哎呦，丹哥，
祷告，
这种是丹哥事情，一个是丹哥，
祷告，
这个简单，哎，这个什么？
大宝，我帮你做单宝，帮你做单宝，我做地宝，
下，哎呦，飞过来，来，准备，先拿好。
完了，
他们的压力好大，
先这样
难以就拿，准备要放胸前，
对，放胸前，来，预备。
看护，
哎呦，吃鱼啊，厨余啊，
对，
我们玩几个人？我们都弄了8个了，你还在讲？什么意思？
我前面搞不懂到底你要是输赢怎么分的啊？
谁先讲？这个看谁先讲出来。
通常他文明的习惯，大胆玩到最后，他才知道游戏是这样玩。
他已经2个单元录完了，
快结束，他就知道哦，是这样子玩。
录完了，我来说，
吃鱼，
飞哥来了，
飞哥送头啦，
来，
送头，
哎呦，包青天来了，预备哦，
大人，
背，
哦，背影啊，
背影，
要说什么东西？背，
他没有讲，来快，
几乎，
背，
几乎，
什么？
几乎，
背影，
他刚讲
背影，
为什么有一家餐厅？
他讲背影啊，对，
背影啊，背影啊。
我怎么觉得你在讲啊？
你刚才
有，他没有，他刚讲，他讲背，
他们都听得出来。
没有
听得出来，
他们没有听出来，是你们旁边在讲背影，对，
我给你2个，对，让我公发好不好？
哎，不好意思，你的月亮怎么不见了？对，哎，月亮，
哎，水
是水蛭已经跑到下体去了，
吸在谁身上啊？饱了，
哎呀，
背，
我刚刚讲背，
我来在旁边讲背影，背影，
可以用哎，等一下可以用看看哎，
那不要帮我，
算了，
陈哥，你让我一个了，
给他们加1分，
让我一个。
不要帮我，馆长来了，可以用，
来了，准备哦，
好。
旁边不要讲话，
对，你们不要，
你发音标准一点。背，
我宋朝那时候就是都讲，看到他的背，抓住他。
他北宋人呐，北宋人。
他是北宋，他不是北宋，他是北宋。
北宋人哦。
来预备。破日3分。谢谢包大。来讲出来。快点，
真的
快点想。
很简单啊，
骗人。
平日
漂亮。
包公最讨厌骗人。
骗人。
我今天讲，拖出去斩了，骗人。
平壤，
平壤。
哎，猫山王来了，猫山王。
哎，宇轩念一遍啊！
你好像猫山王哦。卖榴莲对不对？
猫山王。
哎。
Moving with my flow. 心。 最后 抱着天里走，那热烈的温柔，不放弃整个森林，留下炽烈的哀愁，像触电一眼眸，时间停止倒流，我燃烧了宇宙温度，像充满了电流，38公6，逃不出你的左右，像鱼在沙里游，明知道会尽头，却不怕头破血流，爱你是海是蜃楼，泡沫般游走，虚幻的人所求，每一次我见你，竟然改头。 傻的，你每一个小指头，只是没有你的日子，美得像梦游。你心在月亮了，现在只剩微风。 醉於音教他不讚賞，母親的愛卻永未退讓，決心衝開心中掙扎，親恩終可報答。春風化雨暖透我的心，一生眷顧無言地送贈。是你多麼溫馨的目光，教我堅毅望着前路，叮囑我跌倒不見放棄。沒法解釋怎可報盡親恩，愛與歡快是無限，請將我説聲真的愛你。 曾经想让全世界知道我爱你，最后我们没能在一起。可是我在错的时间遇见对的你，也许一切都是天意。我曾经想让全世界知道我爱你，如今只能把你放心底。可我们抵不过永远无分的结局，只留下爱过的痕迹。 的脾气。你想拥有最美的爱情，听过最美的旋律，触摸过一个人孤独的恐惧，也看到过最美的风景。我跌跌撞撞奔向你，你也不能一个人离去。我们在一起说过，无论如何一起经历了风雨，平平淡淡，安安静静。世界上有很多的东西，生不带来，死不带去。你能带走的只有自己和自己的脾气。你曾拥有最美的爱情，也听过最美的旋律，触摸过一个人孤独的恐惧，也看到过最美的风景。世界上有很多的东西，生不带来，死不带去。你能带走的只有自己和自己的脾气。你曾拥有最美的爱情，听过最美的旋律，触摸过一个人孤独的恐惧，也看到过最美的风景。我跌跌撞撞奔向你，你也不能一个人离去。我们在一起说过，无论如何一起经历了风雨，平平淡淡，安安静静的。
伤重，注定会欠你一世人。心情的起起落落，到底到何时才行会完？爱若是不情愿，难免有分开的一天。不愿相信你我的情分，只有短短3冬5冬。敢讲你心内已经有别人，看阮的感情无够重。凊彩讲3、2个月，就想要换阮的思念。踮在世间走总的人，怎样的爱才算完全？恩恩怨怨，拢是因为爱不着人。伤重，注定会欠你一世人。心情的起起落落，到底到何时才行会完？爱若是不情愿，难免有分开的一天。不愿相信你我的情分，只有短短3冬5冬。敢讲你心内已经有别人，看阮的感情无够重。凊彩讲3、2个月，就想要换阮的思念。踮在世间走总的人，怎样的爱才算完全？恩恩怨怨，拢是因为爱不着人。讲你心内已经有别人，看阮的感情无够重。凊彩讲3、2个月，就想要换阮的思念。踮在世间走总的人，怎样的爱才算完全？恩恩怨怨，拢是因为爱不着人。 我想起过去的滋味，不由自己目屎滴。当初爱你爱到遐尼深，将我一切拢交予你。到底是为什么？为什么你要离开阮的身边？想要将你放袂记，怎样哪会无勇气？因为爱你爱到疼你心，起起落落的变化，情海浮沉的心活，对我拢无卡纸。想要将你放袂记，将你的皮烧起，当作分开纪念日。从今以后，你甲我惨无到水无人。双双对对，让我想起过去的滋味，不由自己目屎滴。当初爱你爱到遐尼深，将我一切拢交予你。到底是为什么？为什么你要离开阮的身边？想要将你放袂记，怎样哪会无勇气？因为爱你爱到疼你心，起起落落的变化，情海浮沉的心活，对我拢无卡纸。想要将你放袂记，将你的皮烧起，当作分开纪念日。从今以后，你甲我惨无到水无人。情海浮沉的心活，对我拢无卡纸。想要将你放袂记，将你的皮烧起，当作分开纪念日。从今以后，你甲我惨无到水无人。
管风雨怎样在吹，温柔软甘亲切，梦中经年的话，虽然只有几句话，予我温暖在心底，真想要来用心交陪。梦中的情话，若是真。不是假，虽然梦境遐尼短，爱你永远袂反悔。梦中 才坦白，予我有重新出发的机会。
错乱的滋味也试过，就予感情来冷静体地。
只要咱相爱过程美丽，
就算缘分难买一切。
感谢天的旋转体会，予咱有一摆相爱的机会。是真不是假，虽然梦境遐尼短，爱你永远袂反悔。梦中点的话，酸的海水一句话，梦已紧记在心底，我会用真心来交陪。 感谢你对我这坦白，予我有重新出发的机会。
错乱的滋味也试过，就予感情来冷静体地。
只要咱相爱过程美丽，
就算缘分难买一切。
感谢天的旋转体会，予咱有一摆相爱的机会。感谢你对我这坦白，予我有重新出发的机会。错乱的滋味也试过，
就予感情来冷静体地。
只要咱相爱过程美丽，
就算缘分难买一切。
感谢天的旋转体会，予咱有一摆相爱的机会。
原来袂食袂困的滋味是这款的模样，原来消散落巴的我是这款的面。为多情的人有主的往往上美丽，为何拄正梦的着幸福着过去？原来会哭会笑的美梦是遐简单朴粹，才知天打断咱的心有两只的心。为心爱的人付出的往往是土济，最后怨天怨地怨自己，袂晓想开。我该用悲伤将美梦听这落巴几落暝，我惊日头白日窗，惊酒后叫醒我的咖啡。我该用未来将有主听这落巴加欢喜，我惊无你的人生，惊 原来靠会笑的美梦是遐简单朴粹，才知天打断咱的心，有人才会死。为什么会人付出的暗暗是偷济？最后怨天怨地怨自己，袂晓受开。我该用悲伤将美梦听这落北几落暝。我惊日头白日窗，抓酒后叫醒我的隔壁。我该用未来将付出听这落北加欢喜。我惊无你的人生，也醒来你甲我已经老去。我该用悲伤将美梦听这落北几落暝。我惊日头白日窗，抓酒后叫醒我的隔壁。我该用未来将付出听这落北加欢喜。我惊无你的人生，也醒来你甲我已经老去。
淡的心情，伴着海涌声，孤单面对失恋的海花，变调的恋歌，挑战的曲盘，情海浮沉，心事谁人听？伤心的苦酒，只嘴啉予干。咱的感情为何会变卦？昨暝的雨声，将爱来拆散。安怎相信爱阮的手纸？有啥人爱你亲像我，爱你愈深心愈痛，甘愿一生为你孤单，也不愿将爱来看破。有啥人爱你亲像我，爱你愈深心愈痛，痴情苦酒一嘴互干，是缘分，是注定，是运命。苦酒，只嘴啉予干。咱的感情为何会变卦？昨暝的雨声，将爱来拆散。安怎相信爱阮的手纸？有啥人爱你亲像我？爱你愈深心愈痛，甘 甘愿一生为你孤单，也不愿将爱来看破。有啥人爱你亲像我，爱你愈深心愈痛，痴情苦酒一嘴互干，是缘分是注定是运命。有啥人爱你亲像我，爱你愈深心愈痛，甘愿一生为你孤单，也不愿将爱来看破。有啥人爱你亲像我，爱你愈深心愈痛，痴情苦酒一嘴互干，是缘分是注定是运命。该讲的对不起，我袂记讲出嘴，请原谅我点点的离开，点唱好的彼一暝。啊，冷冷的月，我请你看卖，看今夜我袂当按耐。目屎，来对我的心肝，予你看我的心痛。一暝的秋雨啥无奈，伴走这寂寞的歌。来对我的心肝，予你看我的心痛。再会啦，我的爱。啊，冷冷的月， 我袂当按捺的目屎，来对我的心肝，予你看我心痛。
一暝的唱无啥无奈，伴奏在寂寞的歌。
来对我的心肝，予你看我的心痛。
一暝的火车声无重，再会啦我的爱。
一暝雨点点地落，
过茫茫暗淡的路。情海想要回头，实在困难。今夜的流淌，犹原咱无人，为何那会对你这痴恋？想要来你陪，已经想完。我在失去你的世界，我还有啥物希望？我爱你，爱你，爱到心肝，阮心内疼痛，敢讲你不知半分，在无情无爱无梦的世间，千万来将阮放。无情人间，有情的人，茫茫情海想要回头，实在困难。今夜的流淌，犹原咱无人，为何那会对你这痴恋？想要来你陪，已经想完。我在失去你的世界，我还有啥物希望？我爱你，爱你，爱到心肝，阮心内疼痛，敢讲你不知半分，在无情无爱无梦的世间，千万不通来将阮放。我爱你，爱你，爱到心肝，阮心内疼痛，敢讲你不知半分，在无情无爱无梦的 我一生最爱的人，夜夜为受死，为伊心头乱。寂寞的人，阮纯情的美梦，为着伊，阮感情无底藏。伊是我幸福最后的一站，望伊来听惜阮纯情的话章。情海茫茫，阮是痴情的孤帆，月亮啊，你敢有看到阮爱的人？一生为爱一人，为痴情心沉重，多情的恋梦，一份命运闯伫人。一生为爱一人，为痴情。多情的恋梦，望伊听惜阮一人。我一生最爱的人，夜夜为受死，为伊心头乱。寂寞的人，阮纯情的美梦，为着伊，阮感情无底藏。伊是我幸福最后的一站。望伊来听惜阮纯情的话章，情海茫茫，阮是痴情的孤帆，月亮啊，你敢有看到阮爱的人？
弄这样在路边卖榴莲，真的会生意不错。你穿上去卖好了，好不好？
我口语就不好啊，玩这个。
你发音要标准啊。
口语就不好，
口语要稍微从容一下。
好，
因为我的口语本来就不是很好。
我会听，然后差都接近就算你对。
好，
接近就好，接近哦。来，预备，
飞。
记忆 Tempo 超热门的风水宝地，劝你要买就趁现在。
会不会飞哥从头到？
口语就不好啊，
差都对。
好厉害，
很标准啊，
厉害耶！
哇，
提啦，
输的更多啊。本来你们输我们7分，现在输到我们11分了。啊，没有9分
，9分，本来是10分。
45比36，恭喜我们主持人队获胜。
来，不是说会得到小东西吗？
小东西，
我不知道是什么。
真的叫小东西耶，
真的
大气一点啊！
小哎
，1000起来那么送小东西哦，总经理都来了还送小东西。
小啊！
看一下什么多小吧，多小？
红包吗？
什么？
移形换
位卡。什么啊？什么意思啊？
什么？会不会被换到那边啊？
这道具卡是什么？
哎，我们要
下个单元再告诉我。
一张而已。
下个单元再告诉我们。
哎，不要换人
哦，可以换位置。
所以我们赢家有这个小东西，移形换位，到底怎么换呢？我们下个单元哈，来记忆 tempo 动作吧。好，继续我们单元记忆 tempo 动作法。我们1胜了
，1胜1比0，
这是一个很自然的、必然的，
对不对？这个叫正常发挥啦，
正常发挥，对，
我们还是要谦虚一点，
对呀，
因为这一关不一定那么顺利。
不需要，你们就赢到底就对了。
哎，贝哥
不在乎，
无所谓，
谢谢贝哥，
应该这样讲了。天才冲！欢迎收看《天才冲1000集特别计划》。你还有先知，未来讲过了啊，刚才讲的，你讲的。
票啊，投票，柯南，投篮啊，投篮。
印度
Michael 啊，印度 Michael， 投篮啊投篮，橄榄球啊橄榄球。
印度 Michael 啊，印度 Michael， 投篮啊投篮，橄榄球啊橄榄球，转圈啊转圈。
印度 Michael 啊，印度 Michael， 投篮啊投篮，橄榄球啊橄榄球，转圈啊转圈，跑旱船啊跑旱船。
印度 Michael 啊，印度 Michael， 投篮啊投篮，橄榄球啊橄榄球，转圈啊转圈，转圈啊转圈。
你是在
好
我们终究是要死一个。
会不会飞哥从头到尾都在场上？我觉得他从头到尾都会在这块。
对啊，那个位置。
你要不要把这块地买下来？
可以吗？我自己做一个。
哎，就这么大一，就这么大一块。
哪个？其实不用，依照这个身形烧下来，只要。
所以我想买一小块就可以了，
不用那么大，
我买一小块，
就小小一块
哦。对，而且将来你还可以叠在我上面，对吧？
那平分，好，
在上面就拍落地，最后我们就叠到那个直升机塔去了。对，你不要这样讲，我们4个都可以叠在一起的啊，
越高越贵。
哎，那这样我们车塔很方便哎。
对，一次就好了，
一次看4个。
对，方便。
哦，那以后录影方便了。好，欢迎潘若迪。陈文敏，
马哥拜拜，超大了，拜拜。
哦，马哥
好笑。
小心那个。
哎呀，拜大人，
哇，
哎呦，
谢谢。
猫山王来了，
来了。哎，这位置不好站哦。
好的，
要记很多。
现在从哪里开始？
从你开始。
曾国成不会过的。
对啊，怎么办？加油，成功！加油！
我跟住，
好吧，
好，我先
来了，准备哦，沉水以前，记忆天幕动作版 ，Ready Go。看，
剥榴莲啊，剥榴莲，
剥榴莲啊，剥榴莲，我全都要，我全都要。
剥榴莲啊，剥榴莲，我全都要啊，全都要。投票，投票。
剥榴莲啊，剥榴莲，全都要啊，全都要。投票啊，投票。柯南啊，柯南。
剥榴莲啊，剥榴莲，全都要，全都要。投票啊，投票。柯南啊，柯南。
慢一点。
甩脚啊，甩脚。
剥榴莲啊，剥榴莲，投票啊，全都要。
拍子，老师一下拍子。
你那个拍子怎么？
老师的拍子太快了，
后面好危险。
拍子太快了。
对，你同队都说你哦。
我哪里？
拍子没有一个对。
各位说个公道话，你是下家，
的确是
会啦，
他是快了一点。
那陈哥现在讲一遍，对的话，
你对的话就给你过。
剥榴莲啊，
要不要讲做动作？好，预备，
来，
记忆天幕动作版，开始。
啊，剥榴莲啊，剥榴莲，全都要啊，全都要。投票呀，投票。这什么？柯南啊，柯南，要甩腿的
啊，
踢腿，
踢腿，抬脚，
哦，抬脚，
甩脚，
做水饺，
甩脚不是水饺不一样啊，
都忘了，
而且还说抬脚了，
那
对不对？
好了，
啊，还是走啊，
反正早晚都要手。你看看，顺序很好，1、2、3，
没人了啦。
对，
我去找第3个。
飞哥还在，飞哥还在。
好厉害，
还在这一块宝地。
来，
我觉得我们要用卡，要不要
要
把潘老师换到第3个，然后让文明哥记，他就过不了。哦，
没有，潘若迪也过不了啊。
没有，把他换到那啊。没有，我觉得他比文明哥过的机会大一点。
潘若迪要记3个还记得到了。
对啊，没有啊，文明哥这边记不到啊，因为我跟以轩会过啊，他就过不了啊。
哦，哎，
对啊，他记不了啊。
你这段对白可不可以用接的？
等一下，
不要当我的面。
文明哥4个过得了吗？
过得了啊，他过得了啊
，4个可以。
你们几个的对话让我怀疑，我到底还活不活在这个世界上？
没有，他们要帮你摆到一个最安全的地方。
这你刚刚不就讲好了？
在这了，你猜你的风水宝地了。
你要到风水宝地有时候会变的。
哦，对，风水轮流转。
对，穴位会跑的。
穴位。
所以我要换穴位。
使用
我们那个
这个卡，
那个卡用掉。
移形换位考的卡，
这样是从
移形换位用掉了啊！
不是，等一下，对，
你要把谁拍到手？
文明哥要记。
啊，这是飞，还有
马里奥跟着走啊，跟着走，哎，
马哥的，
那个潘先生，拜托你，
好
，tempo 节奏，好不好？
潘老师，
啊，
加油吧，抓回来。
奇怪，那么简单的节奏他不会。
从谁开始啊？
来哦，
哇塞，完蛋了！
台西先来，动作 tempo 动作版 ready go。
你看我那个，
嘿，
穿西装啊，穿西装，
穿西装啊，穿西装，青蛙跳啊，青蛙跳啊，
穿西装，青蛙跳啊，青蛙跳，宝地啊，宝地，
穿西装啊，穿西装，青蛙跳啊，青蛙跳，宝地呀，宝地，踢脚啊，踢脚，
青蛙装啊，
什么意思？是什么意思？
不是，为什么这个是那个？
对啊，
青蛙跳啊，青蛙跳，
他的
青蛙也有僵尸，你不懂吗？
青蛙会这样子，
青蛙死掉了，
变僵尸啊！
他原本这样变僵尸会变这样，
青蛙的干尸，
叫做僵直性青蛙，
僵直性青蛙，
僵直性青蛙。
没有，我在记啊，然后我想成青蛙装，穿西装，跳啦，
也是你干扰别人。
对啊，
我觉得要给我们一次机会，因为你们为了干弱你干弱我们2次，青蛙跳啊，青蛙跳。
可以，
对不对？
这样我也可以这样走路啊，
合理。
要符合啊。
对啊。
青蛙跳的这个，
台西先，
还有人这样打棒球啊，打棒球。
用谁开始啊？
远点，台西先，来，记忆 tempo 动作版 ready go。
捉泥鳅啊，捉泥鳅，
捉泥鳅啊，捉泥鳅，梦游啊，梦游，
抓泥鳅啊，抓泥鳅，梦游啊，梦游，调音量啊，调音量，
捉泥鳅啊，捉泥鳅，梦游啊，梦游，调音量啊，调音量 ，Michael 啊 ，Michael，
捉泥鳅啊，捉泥鳅，梦游啊，梦游，调音量啊，调音量 ，Michael 啊 ，Michael， 踢足球啊，踢足球，
那边对吧？
不要找人的，没有，该你了。
我知道，所以我才过来。
你好像在巡棚啊！哎，是这里吗？
我刚刚站在那边就站得很心虚，
真的，
从头到尾根本没玩到，我就没问题。
这个风水犯得不好。
你刚有
宝地没了，
哎，东西没拿走啊？
谁？
东西没拿，
潘老师跟那个马里奥你没拿，
没拿回来了。
来，你们2个各一个啊！
不要这样子，
拿着，
没关系啊，这么小无所谓了。
谁？
开玩笑啊！
派谁？
那我去玩。
好，来，苏子成哦，苏子成接。
强棒，
各位，潘若迪准备要挂了啊！来，准备哦，苏子成接。
简单。
你 tempo 动作版 ready go。嘿，
喝醉啊，喝醉，
喝醉啊，喝醉，带便当啊，带便当，
喝醉啊，喝醉，带便当啊，带便当，割韭菜啊，割韭菜，
喝醉啊，喝醉，带便当啊，带便当，割韭菜呀，割韭菜，割韭菜呀，割韭菜，
喝醉，
不能讲台语，不能讲台语，
哦，这不能讲台语的，
割韭菜是国语，
割韭菜是国语，割韭菜，
台湾国语，他说国
韭菜，
国韭菜，
割韭菜，你割韭菜，
他说错了，他是狗脚赛，割韭菜。
因为我没听清楚，我以为他讲台语，我想说哦，顺势接下去这样子。
割韭菜，
他这割韭菜，
割韭菜呀，割
辛苦一点，
韭菜。
你看耳朵好。
好，拍谁？
记忆 tempo 动作版 ready go
music。
嘿，
开锅盖啊，开锅盖，
开锅盖啊，开锅盖，戴假发，戴假发，
开锅盖啊，开锅盖，戴假发，戴假发，蹲马桶啊，蹲马桶，
开锅盖啊，开锅盖，戴假发，戴假发，
蹲马桶啊，蹲马桶啊，包大人呐，包大人。
开锅盖啊，开锅盖，戴假发呀，戴假发。
慢一点。
蹲马桶呀，蹲马桶，开什么？包大人。
急着爸爸讲，一不提醒你就挂。
你带的是谁？
真的怪
自己。
哪个
奇怪
大？
哪个
？Tempo 为什么不行啊？啊 ，Tempo 为什么都要抢？我不懂。
我要记嘛。
所以他跳舞越来越快。
那谁？
我。
加油！
哎呦，武则天来喽！
机会啊！
武则天，
我们还有两个，
他们还有2个人，不怕，
加油！
我们是3个人强的啦。张齐慧杰，记忆 Tempo 动作版
，Ready Go Music。
剥香蕉呀，剥香蕉。
前面有灯的人，灯。
这个抢的比我还快嘞，
很抢，
可以，没问题。
张齐慧准备，记忆 Tempo 动作版，Ready
Go， 前奏。
嘿，
剥榴莲啊，剥榴莲，
剥榴莲啊，剥榴莲，剖西瓜啊，剖西瓜，
剥榴莲啊，剥榴莲，剖西瓜啊，剖西瓜，潘若迪呀，潘若迪。
剥榴莲啊，剥榴莲，剖西瓜啊，剖西瓜，潘若迪呀，潘若迪。官方网站啊，官方网站。
剥榴莲啊，剥榴莲，剖西瓜啊，剖西瓜，潘若迪啊，潘若迪，官方网站啊，官方网站，太放上。
你又要棒赛了，
开始棒赛。
你又要棒赛了。
我觉得都不是他记不住，是他国语转不过来。剥榴莲啊，剥榴莲，官方网站，官方网站。
不是啊，那凯西故意弄一个官方网站，更难好不好？
他的官方网站讲的比别的剥榴莲好。
剥榴莲，
官方网站讲一遍。
官方网站，
你看好，他就光呀，他剥榴莲，
剥榴莲，剖西瓜，剖西瓜，
所以下去了，我的2个剩2个，
对，
马上打成平手了，哇，马上打成3比3了，
漂亮，
还剩1个嘛，对吧？
没有把握，
来哦，
我要记6个哎，马
好不好？来喽，记忆 Tempo 动作版
，Ready Go Music。
嘿，
法老王啊，法老王，
法老王啊，法老王，保生大帝啊，保生大帝。
法老王啊，法老王，保生大帝啊，保生大帝，饮水人呀，饮水人。
法老王啊，法老王，保生大帝啊，保生大帝，饮水人啊，饮水人，观世音啊，观世音。
法老王啊，法老王，保生大帝呀，保生大帝，饮水人啊，饮水人。啊，你是什么？我刚想说，为什么以轩要出关落音这个东西？我被我自己想太多，
吓到了。
关落音哈！
我跟你讲，这个单元你稍微一点点晃神，真的
就走了。
一点点晃神是光落一样观世音，
对，
你一想就完了，来不及了。
为什么关落音这样
？OK，
你现在全上了。
好，完了，我可能要走了。
其实各位观众，因为是节目时间不够，要不然其实就这6个人上就好了。
前面在忙，
这边根本多余的，暖场。哎呦，
好隆重哦，暖了8个，
谢谢你们。
对啊，
来哦，林奕迅接，
好，
林奕加油，3比3，记忆 Tempo 动作版
，Ready Go Music。
代父从军，代父从军，
代父从军啊，代父从军，骑马，骑马，代父从军啊，代父从军，骑马呀，骑马，打老王啊，打老王，
代父从军呐，代父从军，骑马，骑马，打老王啊，打老王，养小三呐，养小三。
代父从军呀，代父从军，骑马呀，骑马，打老王啊，打老王，养小三呀，养小三，叫爸爸，叫爸爸，
代父从军啊，代父从军。
来往前，
哎呦，
哎呦，
顺位往下，
海西接，
徐凯熙准备，记忆 Tempo 动作版 ，Ready Go Music。
嘿，
白月光啊，白月光，
白月光啊，白月光，骑马呀，骑马，
白月光呀，白月光，
骑马呀骑马，找老王啊找老王。
白月光啊白月光，骑马啊骑马，找老王啊找老王，打老王啊打老王。
白月光呀白月光，骑马呀骑马，找老王啊找老王，打老王啊打老王，打爸爸打爸爸。
白月光啊白月光，骑马啊骑马，找老王啊找老王，打老王啊打老王，打爸爸啊打爸爸，光芒万丈啊光芒万丈。白月光啊白月光，骑马呀骑马，找老王啊找老王，打老王啊打老王，打爸爸呀打爸爸，光芒万丈啊光芒万丈。骑马找公，
讲不出来，你那个光芒万丈就不行了，光芒万丈。
他的光芒万丈已经讲不清楚了，还有这个南口展览馆的，
慌了，因为你是不是自己讲到光芒万丈的时候，你就想笑了？
你吹到我的口水了吗？
他自己，他讲到光芒万丈的时候，
自己
又吓到了。南开展览馆他们，
那个就跟我刚才那个什么
官方网站，
官方网站，我就一直想那个，就下面都忘记了。
好不容易勉强的东西两个字简单就好，刷牙。
展览馆太好笑了，
哪个展览馆？
他讲不出来，
他吓到，
没有想到你会讲撇音，对不对？
光芒万丈啊，光芒万丈！
展览馆，
来哦，现在是 L 比接，来，
记忆天赋动作版 ，Ready
Go，2比2啊。嘿，
木乃伊呀木乃伊，
木乃伊
呀木乃伊，吊单杠啊吊单杠，
木乃伊呀木乃伊，吊单杠呀吊单杠，青蛙呱青蛙叫，
哇，什么呱？青蛙
听了什么？
青蛙本来会呱没有错啊，也会叫啊。
呱了以后才听才
讲。
对，我在青蛙跳的时候，我突然冒出一个呱的声音，所以我就
谁呱？
青蛙呱呱，
对啊，青蛙也是呱，会冷啊，会冷啊，
一点点语助词，但是主要是青蛙呱。
青蛙呱，青蛙呱。
我们要讲哪个？你要重复。
你要青蛙呱就青蛙呱2次。
对，青蛙呱，青蛙呱。
我觉得我们胜面应该是比较大，要不要给他多个机会？
可以，
因为你还蛮好笑。
哇塞，正面的，
他马上也会光芒万丈，
不，
光芒万丈，
光芒万丈。
来哦，
蛙跳了啊。
张齐慧先
OK。
记忆天赋动作版 ，Ready Go Music。
哒哒哒哒。
嘿，
芭蕾舞啊芭蕾舞，
芭蕾舞啊芭蕾舞，吊单杠啊吊单杠，
芭蕾舞啊芭蕾舞，吊单杠啊吊单杠，拜拜啊拜拜，
芭蕾舞啊芭蕾舞，吊单杠啊吊单杠，拜拜啊拜拜，钢蛋啊钢蛋。
芭蕾舞啊芭蕾舞，吊单杠呀吊单杠，拜拜啊拜拜，饮水人呀饮水人。
不是，他以为
结束了，
他要自己讲。
哦，对，
他出饮水人啊，
对，大跳步哎。
对啊，
没关系啦。
钢弹啊，
钢弹杠啊！
哎，我有说啊，
知道啊。
钢弹是那个没有吊单杠的后面还有个钢弹，
我真没听过钢弹。
一个钢，
合金啊，
我也是那好玩那种
超合金的机器人。
你要比哪里好玩的钢弹？
钢弹，
吊单杠
哦，钢弹，
杠啊，
你都叫钢弹，
钢弹，
对，钢弹，
吊单杠，
吊单杠，对，后面有个钢弹哦，
对，
钢弹那么多杠，
连起来就是，
你连起来练，你连起来练，
没有吊单杠，
没有吊单杠，
有
吊单杠，
里面有钢弹吊单杠，
可以，钢弹吊钢杠，钢弹吊钢杠，钢杠吊钢杠，钢弹单杠什么啊？
钢弹吊单杠，
钢弹吊杆杠，
到底在讲不容易，
钢弹吊单杠
不容易，
钢弹吊单杠，
耶！哎，以轩念一次，以轩
不好念，
钢弹吊单杠，
太慢了，太慢了，讲快一点，
不好念，
钢弹吊单杠，
大概吊单杠。
那我可以下去了，谢谢。
哇，
你过来，
哎呀，我们应该
这样还要玩吗？
顺位往下，徐凯熙准备，记忆填包动作版 ，Ready Go Music。
南港展览馆，南港变这样子，你试试。看，
哎，南港展览馆，南港展览馆，官方网站啊，官方网站，官方网站啊，官方网站，南港展览馆，南港展览馆，官方网站啊，官方网站，官方网站，官方网站，
吊单杠啊，吊单杠，是不是很难？快要疯了，快中风了，
红鲤鱼，
哎呦，
太难了
PK 哦。
拜托，拜托，
我吗？
加油，加油，
来赢得可以，
极致美味一拿锅啊！
加油！
来 ，LV 准备，
重要了啊！
太难。
记忆填包动作版 ，Ready Go Music。
护法啊！气炸锅啊，气炸锅！护法，气炸锅啊，气炸锅！护肤啊，护肤！护法，气炸锅啊，气炸锅！护肤啊，护肤！泡澡啊，泡澡！护法，气炸锅啊，气炸锅！护肤啊，护肤！泡澡啊，泡澡！光芒万丈啊，光芒万丈！护法，气炸锅啊，气炸锅！护肤啊，护肤！泡澡啊，泡澡！光芒万丈啊，光芒万丈！官方网站啊，官方网站！护法，气炸锅啊，气炸锅！护肤啊，护肤！泡澡啊，泡澡！光芒万丈啊，光芒万丈！官方网站啊，官方网站！南港展览馆啊，南港展览馆！护法！气炸锅啊，气炸锅！护肤啊，护肤！泡澡啊，泡澡！官芒万丈，官芒万丈！官方网站啊，官方网站！南港展览馆啊，南港展览馆！阿健老师啊，阿健老师！护法！气炸锅啊，气炸锅！护肤啊，护肤！泡澡啊，泡澡！光芒万丈啊，光芒万丈！官方网站啊，官方网站！阿健老师啊，阿健老师！
打开另一个小东西。
你真的很厉害。
我跟你讲，今天我们都死在
南港展览馆呐，
南港展览馆，
官方网站，
官方网站。
哎呀，
另外一个小东西，
刚刚差一点点，快
来，注意，另一个小东西打开来了，它是
任我摆布卡。
任我摆，
听起来很厉害。
好，这赢家可以获得任我摆布卡，这有什么功能呢？好，卖个关子。 下个单元再告诉大家。来，下个单元
自说自话。
好，进行我们单元
自说自话2字版。
我们是，
哎呦，
其实
方便
我们是稳赢的了。
对呀，
你已经2.0了吧？
我们已经2-0了，我们这样子怎么玩都不会生气了吧？
对啊，不会。
对，
不会啊。
哎，这个单元我很少生气啊，你应该问陈哥吧。
我说你没有气，你也有气过。
我没有比你气，不要笑，不要笑。
那次你一定会急的，那次他在笑什么？你不知道啊？你不觉得？你也觉得很奇妙？
鲨鱼夹，
是鲨鱼夹。
我那个鲨鱼夹，你不是把我骂得跟鲨鱼一样？
把你骂成鲨鱼烟呢？
我就是像个鲨鱼。
还有樱桃鸭，你骂到人家不敢吃樱桃鸭哎。
你看看
那个谁，陈志强，不敢吃啊。
不是，你看这个单元真，我们没有哪里小队友了，那
还是谁？
这5个人。
题目来了，
没有
A B，
先想，我现在
可以了，可以了，现场分2个字哦，2个字
哦。
很重要，好，都准备好了啊。好，自说自话，第15分钟开始。
几个字
？3，你要讲2个字，3
个字
，3字，电话，答复，古早，
大哥大。
艾迪，我还没讲啊。
哦，那个
，BB 艾迪，
那个 BB 艾迪。
扣生，
你是要讲2个字？
你要讲2个字？
要讲2个字。
扣传，
不要生气。
生发，
讲到生了，
讲到了。
哎，我是讲另外一个，我是艾迪，
艾迪生
发，明的东西。
那个电灯泡，
跟电话有关。
电器啊，电话。
爱迪生发明。
放在桌上。
桌上。
哦耶，卡关，
一个字。
哪一个字给我？
一个字，哪个字？
你选
啊。
第一个字。
什么留声机啊？
哦，应该要第2个
声机。
第3个。
来，4个。
字形。
这个。
成为
4个字。成为名。
你要是2个字。
2个字。成为名都。
常
会。心不在焉。
我讲2个字。
心不在焉。
来讲2个字。
说的维明哥常说的话，鬼话连篇。哇，怎么太强了？2字，你2个字，3个字，讲话。
哪个
面的
名字
叫做那个路输不起。
这么简单。
2字，鸟的。会讲话的，
八哥。
太简单了，
实力展现。
简单
3字。
工作。
突然。
对。
被拿。
走了。
工作突然被
形容。
没得
机会。
工作没有机会了。
冲！
被人
怎样？
拿走。讲过了。
工作被人拿走。抢饭吃。抢饭碗。
好棒。
4字。
叠字。
讲话。
这个是成语。
讲话。
2分钟。还有2分钟。
卡。
说不
清楚。
卡说不清楚。吞吐。
张文琪。
做事。一直出包。
慢郎中。
形容。哇，
一个字。
犯错。
犯错。
要用牌。
一个字。
用牌吗？用牌。
又要1个字。 给一个字，同意。
第一个字桶，
好，
用桶啊，桶骡子。
三个字，
四个
字，是的。
我们也给一个字。
周润
发眼
的，
好，倒数1分钟。
电
影，
周润发的电影，完蛋了，我不知道哎。
前2
个字，
是，
再一个字
是，形容，
怎么
这3个字
是形
容很
勇敢，
卧虎藏龙吗？
的
勇敢
2个字，讲2个字，
勇敢的
pass 有点难呐有点难。
英雄本色，
英雄本色啊。
有点
不知道，
他没看过，
可以
3
字，
人体
红血球，白血球，血小板，凝固，
血小板，
对，2字
，8、7、6、5、4、
2个
3、2、1，连到高高。
有压线，
对啊，
有压线，真的有。
对啊，
对，他马上就
超强，
很厉害耶！
哇，
很厉害，
弟巴黎。
哎，不过今天题目
蛮简单的啦，还是我们题目比较简单。
我们的牌用的很好啊。
那个8哥多简单啊！
没有，我觉得我们牌用的很好2个字刚好都有中。
是不是有
那个拌面太简单？
对啊，我们题目其实蛮简单的，而且客制化。
没有，我们还要谢谢那个飞哥，要给我们，
对了，都给我
第一个字，
不然你也给
然后我们也给他第一个字啊。
红楼子给，
其实你给的第一个字太好猜了。
我们刚刚解释完，然后文就说：“哦，是这样子吗？”
他还不懂，
不就给一个字吗？对啊，
你都给第一个字很好猜。
应该要给，对不对？好猜掉，不然呢，对不对？
对的，
没有，我们会以德报怨。
对，我等下也给你最精准面嘛。
好，
哦，我们
你给我们3个字，我们都猜不出来。
好高，
我没有破纪录，
好棒哎，
很高哎。
来，你们自求多福啦啊！
能超过6分都很难啊，真的很难。
来，共手交换，
加油！
来准备哦，自说自话5分钟。
2字，
晚上
掉在
蚊帐，
不错哎，
海里
农历
死掉，
会出
吓人，
他们怎么
水鬼？
不错哎，
他们没有厉害，
关键字
形容
一种
毫无
接话了，
毫无胜败，
这个好难哦。
你要不要一个字啊？
没输赢，
要不要一个字？
一个字啊，
是说
树枝
无所谓，
2个字，有一点字，
胜负，
你要不要用一个字？
说说话真的，
来，
给他最好的，
给你最好字，第一个字羞
，3个字，
害羞的羞，
羞，
你还跟他
羞羞脸，
完了，卡随一个，
第二，
羞耻心，
可以，得了，不错不错，
哇，
加油！
哇
5字，
形容
不好，
坏了，
一锅，
周
一颗老鼠屎，
周礼，
周礼，
后面
后面呢？
3字，
你有，
我有，
你有怎么？
有，
他讲说你有说到，
天哪，
对，我也听得懂，我听得懂
5个字是不是？
对啦，后面什么？
你有说到，
我有说到，
换你，
我说到老鼠了，
你不，
好难懂，
不知道，用牌啦，
不要了，不要管人家了
你。要用吗？
用一下。
他们要用啊，他们要用啊，给他最好的字，
最后一字是屎。
不要啦，给他
好不好？第一个字谁？
谁？
对
谁是老鼠屎？
对，
对呀，
这个是太难了
超出神，很简单，
用白个猜不到。
这简单。
两字，
馒头，杂粮，
荣民，
金门，老头，
农民，
老兵，
对，
不错不错哦。
蛮多的耶。
3字，
我最
喜欢，
讲的，谁知道？谁知道？最喜欢讲
他跟你很熟哎。
打哈
欠，
不正
的，
胡乱说讲话，那个
有点，
那个叫什么啊？
2分钟。
练消化。
谁先？
你刚刚讲什么？
一点。
好，你刚刚讲什么？
我刚忘记了。
那怎么讲啊？
哈哈，
开玩笑。
念棒啊！完蛋了。
两字
OK，
两字要讲
现拉，
现拉，
人偶，
先拉人偶，木偶、玩偶，布袋戏，
两个字，
带戏，
布袋戏，操控，
什么？
超偶，
那个皮影戏，
两个字，影戏，
有线，
为什么要讲啊？
我刚讲啦，
木偶也不对，木偶
继续啊，
表演，
先拉木偶，
被控，
操控、操纵、操弄、
名词，
名字啊，这个名词
什么名？啥？
文明哥
有 pass。
不要，很简单，
可以形容，
完蛋了，
某人，
形容某人，对不起，我对不起你。
欢迎，
不站在，你讲
代表
某人
后面
站在某人后面
操纵，
站在某人后面操控他，
对，
所以是什么意思呢？
什么意思呢？
就是第二，
溥仪是谁啊？
清朝最后一个皇帝，
傀
傀儡，
好，傀儡，
对不起，
飞哥
没玩到啊，飞哥。
你说会不会生气？
他们后面都没玩到。
他是没玩到。
那现在是分明让我下次不要再来就对了。
没有
，Michael
，sorry，
很简单的，
我还真的没有。
溥仪啊，
对，但我都有讲过皮影戏，
都有讲操控啊什么。你刚刚
布袋戏2个字，带戏，
影戏，哇，答对4题啊！本来想要前面哇，
还是有
6题哦，有6题啊，好啦，
还不错，
我们意料之外的，不错的啦，
对啊，
好不好？6比6，来共手交换。
好嘞，
交给你们了。
5分钟，自说自话，计时开始。
3字，宜兰特产，
牛舌饼，
放在
樱桃鸭，
放在那个桶子，用火一直
烤它，旺仔鸡，不是旺仔鸡，
第1个字是金木水火，下一个是什么？
土什么啊？3个字嘛，对不对？
第3个
土鸡城
是
鸭，这效果做的真好。
土鸡不是土鸡城啊？
哇，好好看，
土鸡城。
第3个字是鸭的朋友，
哦，是狗嘛？
第3个字是鸭的朋友，这是土什么鸡喽？土窑鸡。
对呀，
什么意思？
哇
，4字，形容一个，
人在，
形容一个人在，
人在阴间，
有这么难？
失败，开心，
形容一个人在开心。
失败开心。
失败开心。
行为
难过。
行为。
成语。
人在失败开心。
再讲一个字要不要？
用一个字。
用一个字。
给你一个字啊，第3个字乐
啊，
第3个字快乐的乐，
快乐的
什么乐？
第一
个字
什么乐？
是现
什么乐？什么乐？什么乐？
现
随便签。
我们
过的
生活
很苦。
什么？
很服。
再给一个字。
太软了。
什么乐？
他屁股都摇起来。
那用一个人再一次讲，
第一
个字
是形容，是形
容人
过的
幸吗？
还2分钟，
很顺。
幸福吗？幸什么乐？
幸什么乐？
幸什么乐？我知道，我没有幸什么乐。再猜。
是不
幸福。再猜。
最后
2字。
什么？
最后一字
是出了。
2个字还一个车。
祸。
2个字哦。
幸什么祸？幸灾乐祸。
你这个放的太软了。
幸灾乐祸什么是开心？
对啊，他失败了，我们开心啊。
继续。
倒数2分钟。
最喜欢讲的题目？字。再讲一个字。是。气象。喜。
慧根
它跟什么一起？
慧根
鲍鱼
一起
鲍鱼鱼翅
软
黑软黑黑的墨鱼鲍鱼
黏
条状
海胆海参
对啊，
黑黑的还有
三字来，
讲不出来，只能用笔
手
倒数1分钟。
3个字，
最后
比手
一个字，来讲个字，唱什么？
手语歌。
手语歌
那么厉害，
这样也可以。
4个字。
成语
又是成语。就是成语。加95。
加95啊。
加油吗？加油天数。
98。
95天加95天数。加油天数。
倒数30秒。
油腔滑调。
很厉害。3字，夜市会玩的游戏。
捞金鱼。
默契。
4字。
4个字。
身上
身上会长
5、4、
3、
一粒
成语。
你们2个好，真的
我讲鸡皮啊！你看，师傅，你出去！
你不能管的。
你管我讲什么？谁让我讲鸡皮疙瘩？
是鸡皮疙瘩吗？不是，继续。你知道他不是
会长。
会长。
一颗。
表面。
一颗。
4个字嘛，对不对？
形容
不是这个。
德国麻疹啊。会长的东西啊。
刚才不都在聊鸡皮了，你还在那边？
鸡皮。鸡毛蒜皮。
对啦。这形容无关紧要的事。
我猜不到了，鸡毛蒜皮，好好笑。他是讲鸡皮啊，身上很。
我会先讲鸡皮。
鸡皮疙瘩啦。
制作人。
是不是8题？哎呀，
幸灾乐祸最
幸灾乐祸好难呢。
对。
你们太多瑕疵了，都在沟通哦。对。
我们已经2次。
对
那是不经意的了。
2次啊。
我们也2次了吗？
谁比的？谁比？
没有看到。
哪有？我
后面 位看不到了，看不到了。
你很自然，那样海参。
不然等一下扣一分，
不用分，
扣2分，扣2分，
扣2分，然后等一下他们也可以比。
扣2分，
不能比，不能比，
不行不行，
好不好？扣2分没关系，让他们有点机会嘛。
对啊，
对不对？
你们啦。
所以呢，我们刚刚本来是7分嘛，
对，
好，那有瑕疵嘛，然后我们要扣2分，好不好？
好
14题了，你要打8分，不难哦。
我们加油，
我们要打9题了，好不好？你可不可以认真一点啊？认真一点，好不好？
我很认真，我连玩都没有玩到，就挤在分数上。我连认真的机会都没有。
对，
我也没玩到。
还先没有。
好不好？加油！8分平手，9分赢。
9分赢的，
对啊，好不好？
有机会，
拼一下了。
你还觉得有机会？一人得1分就8分了。
有啦。
哎呀，不然我们人这么多，好看的哦。
当然了，
我觉得
我们5颜6色。
你今天待会录完了，拍张照片，放到你那个手机的那个叫什么？
桌面
大头贴。
好喜欢，
真的，我觉得蛮好的。
Good idea。我个想要真的你
Good idea。
坐高铁回去鹿港呢。你一定会被抓的，你放心好，一定会被抓的。
你要坐
你
高铁，
会被抓到开封府，狗头铡，
吓到人了。
你坐高铁，人家问你说，哎，
我们两位
啊，你的马嘞？
我们一起嘛，马哥，我们一起啊。
啊，对不起，我都坐轿子。我习惯坐轿子。不要太快。
你还说正经玩，这里每一个是正经的。
其实我告诉你哦，早一集啊，我们 cosplay 坐高铁到高雄，也不要讲什么，拍路人表情就好了，
不要讲话，
真蛮好笑的。哎，空手交换，那个第一道，你刚刚没玩，好不好？你要讲，
我好几个单元都没有玩到。
哎，可是哎哥没猜到哎。
我第4棒。
好，就这样，
好不好？
好，可以。
你们过了后面就顺了。
OK。
前面过后面
前面打法，
就位。
前面好可怕，
前面可以用字啊，用牌啊。
你在这里，
我在这里啊。
你要讲2个字哦，2个字，2个字
，2个字就给我2个字，
好不好？好。来，准备，准备啊！自说自话5分钟计时开始。
3次。
吃的，
夏天，
冷的，
凉快，第二边，
好吃，
冰淇淋，
好吃，
限制，
很多，
红豆冰，
形容它，
绿豆冰，
形容，
想猜第用讲第一次，
猜字，
第一
个字，
数字
3、8，爸爸冰，
讲话
5、6，
4果冰，
会讲字啊，
对不对？
你又会讲
2字
5、6，
好厉害，
5、6我猜到4。
密码，
用手
打击，
传输，
国外，
电报，
可以哦，2个哦，有
3次，
形容，
哪个是题目？
大小眼，
嘴巴，
讲3个字哎，
换心眼，
里面
手不要比，
坏掉，
嘴巴里面，
讲到了，
换心眼，
没关系，
换心眼，
好，
换心肠，
好，因为讲到里面是来下一题呗，
老掉牙了
6次，
可以啊，
一首
民歌，
极致，
一首民歌，
极致，
妈的，给我往上看。
潘老师，
还有谁？
地上，
张晋，
唱的，
什么瓜牛与黄鹂鸟，
哇，好厉害哦
！3次，
冬天，
上山，
合欢山，
北海，
到你
耀华，
下坡，
滚雪球，
对，
哎呦，欢迎
4叠字，
好厉害哦，
国外，饶舌，黑人，
饶舌黑人叠字，哈，以为是人名，搞错，星星，
第1个字，
黑眼，哎不对，叠字，黑眼豆豆，
叠字，
对啊，黑眼豆豆，
第一个字啊，
黑眼豆豆，黑眼
用牌啦。
好。
哦，给我一个字。
最后一个字哈。
嘻嘻哈哈。
对啊。
嘻嘻哈哈。随便讲。
三字。
会的人体。
人体。
太油。
需要。
太胖。
运动。
抽脂。脂肪肝。
那个张席会来了。
四字。
川菜。
宫保鸡丁。
嘴。
皮蛋
豆腐。口味。
2分钟。
清淡。
还有2分钟。
不清淡。
猪的。
红烧卤肉。
蘸料。
葱姜
蒜泥白肉。
要一个。
台中。
一个。
地名。台中跟地名2个字。
里面。
泡茶。
可以。
里面泡茶那就是茶名。
属牛。
品茶清明。名茶。台中名茶。
属牛。
虎兔。
龙蛇。
马羊。
你讲。
眼看就要猜出来了。
答好顺哦，真的在接龙哎。
3个字。
没有。
3个字没有。
5分钟到。
范围。
颜色。
没有抛锚车。颜色。绿色。
不是。
开绿灯。彩色。
你红绿灯要转过来一点。
只有
2色。
对。
只有2色。
不是彩色，只有2色。对。
不是彩色，只有2色。红绿灯。
游戏。
有剪刀。
石头。布。
男生。
女生。
怎么样
？2个字啊，怎么样？
什么？
男生女生。
男生女生。
接下
来。
生小孩。谈恋爱。开房间。角色扮演。
3个字。
3个字。男生女生3个字。游戏。
游戏。
猜完，不要安静。
第3
猜对。
个字。
第3个字。
男生。
第3个字是男生。第3个字到底是男生女生？
接下。
男生你就接下来。拖。
接下。
男生女生接下。
来会。
男生女生
多的
话。
男生女生接下来会多很多话。
一个
游戏啦。
一种游戏。
我讲2个字啊，张启慧。
男生女生玩的游戏会很多话。男生女生的游戏很多话。
从头。
你觉得我们这样讲对吗？
没有。啊，
我们刚才讲过了，再讲一次。
没有彩色，来，没有彩色，
没彩色就黑白。
哎，
对，所以呢，游戏，黑白的游戏，
对，
黑白的游戏，
男生女生猜，
男生女生猜黑白游戏，那个叫什么拳？那个叫什么？划酒拳。
你就黑白啦，
黑白配。
黑白。
叫黑白配嘛？ 黑白配，男生女生怎么样？配。
哎。
所以呢，答案
黑白配。
对。
所以是黑白配。
黑白配。
这是范玮琪的歌啦。
没有彩色，只有2个颜色，看红绿灯。
哎，我真的累了。
好可爱。
龙起，
你那个说的太顺，
属牛
看就出来。
虎兔，属牛、虎兔、龙车、马羊，你要把全部12个都要讲完啊！
忘记。
台中的地名可以泡茶的龙井就出来了。哦，龙井。
好好笑哦。
真的，不是你不知道龙井？我不知道台中有龙。
哎，那瓜鸟与黄鹂鸟很快。
张帝的歌。
张帝，
马哥很厉害，
跟年纪真蛮符。
对。
包青天最喜欢听这个歌啊。还有没有8题啊？
没有。
哎呦，
差一点。黑白配啊，黑白配。
没有。
没有龙车马羊。龙井过了。
没有。强龙乌鸦。地头蛇。
哎呦，
我们是地头蛇。
那你是强龙吗？
没有。小的倒退。
哎，会做校准。
滚雪球。
好吧，来14比13，恭喜我们男的都获胜啦！10落3，来，我们进行总惩罚。 1000级不容易
看起来很好
真的
吃
所以现在我们惩罚也要应景，叫千层派。哦 ，L P 今天特别，你看早上推出来了，
奇怪，怎么
真的
口味怪怪的？
Hello， 大家好，我是阿神。今天我们加了麦块，我们今天要来互相玩对方的 body。Hello， 大家好，我是阿神。今天我们要打麦块，我们今天要来玩全新一季的版。
坏了！为什么打我？为什么打？
高自己的分数的话，几乎是不会死啊。尤其是如果你是点那种移动速度高的啊，像是之前玩的那种三角形的喷射，更加是不会死。你是撞人型，根本打不死你啊，你就直接咻的飞走，然后直接直达家门口就安全了。所以现在导致这模式啊，除非是像这种奇怪的敌人太过膨胀跑出来。不然的话，几乎是不太会杀到死人啊，就是彼此一直在那边吃经验啊，累积就在自己家门的附近。我是觉得变得没有那么的好玩，技术成分也下降了一点点。然后它可能因为最近新改版的关系吧，所以在这种 team 的模式底下，特别的会lag啊，它的lag比较像是那种子弹的延迟。那不知道大家可不可以感觉到，目前这场还好，如果是那个 domination 的话，是更加会lag的。稍后我们也可以去看看。对，以上就是这次新改版的，个人呢是觉得不是很好，国外的玩家也都一直在疯狂的吐槽啊。我相信再过不久应该会再做一些小的修正。对，那这次呢，我事先来玩啊，因为想说前面真的很无聊。对，因为就是在家门口附近，然后吃一些经验，你也不能去太远，去到中间又是双方激战的区域，但是你只要在家门口安心的农，完全一点事情都没有，然后就农出了这个也是新的这个坦克 Predator， 这个也是猎人的进化的一个选择。但是相比之下，我其实比较喜欢那个 X Hunter 啊 ，X Hunter 的3发，我觉得给予的攻击是比较难让人招架的。那这个呢，翻译的话就是捕食者，它的特色比较像是它的这个2发子弹。我们慢一点，重来一下，有没有？这2发子弹是靠得非常的近，等于是2合1啊，有没有？子弹2合1，哎，别弄我，哎，这个威力非常的厉害。那更特别的有没有看到？如果你按右键的话，它是可以看到，可以做一个眺望模式，看向远方，然后你就可以知道哪里有问题了。不要！等一下，我现在发现怪怪的哦，难得我们家的方向居然有敌人呢！哇，有一个8角坦克在那里，那没关系，我们先靠到家里。对，虽然这个感觉很像很棘手，但是你只要抓好一个距离，有没有？慢慢往家的方向走，你就安全了。那我们现在呢，就可以利用我们捕食者的眺望模式来做一个远方的狙击。好像还没看到他哦，看到了，狙击，狙不太到。我的子弹可以看到，我的子弹在途中就挂了，途中就被消灭了。啊，这个我就觉得这捕食者啊，玩这种团队模式，应该说玩 FFA 应该会还不错。团队模式可能要看一下，因为像这种的模式，子弹太多了，我的子弹根本打不进去啊。虽然眺望模式非常的厉害，可以看到远方哦，有没有机会？往他身上砸上去就对了，会。各种的眺望，看不到对手，太远了。他们这种8角坦克啊，把那个子弹点满，在这种团队的底下，真的是会很优势，因为就是做子弹的干扰啊。你看有没有？当2只在一起的时候，整个世界大乱，更何况他们是3、4只在一起，完全就是可以把这个场给封锁住。但是那要如何？如果是以前，他们真的是可以大杀4方，但是现在他们也不敢太过来，对不对？我们 在这里还是非常的安全。就算他们侵略到了这里，我们只要走到红色的阵营里面，就也是完完全全安全的啊。这边也会有一些小小的小经验可以吃，所以你也是可以非常缓慢的，如果还没45等，还是可以非常缓慢到45等啊。所以这个模式现在其实没有到那么的优秀啊，就比较像是持久战，看哪一方玩腻了先，对吧？因为毕竟你占到优势的话，其实还是很难被逆转。你看，像这个蓝方，如果整个都已经挤在这里了，那我们也是很难打过去，基本上是不太可能打死他们啊，因为他们那么多只合作起来，只要损血了稍微往后就可以了，那就会变成双方就是整个僵持住啊，强的还是会不断的变强，那弱的呢也是没有办法有机会攀上去，这是比较可惜的一点。那我们现在还是蛮希望可以利用这个眺望来看可不可以做到一点什么样的事情啊？可以吗？可以吗？眺望走了，眺望住这个画面，太好笑了，太好笑了。好啦，那个他们来我们家里乱，我们就去他们家里逛逛啊，对不对？你来我往一下嘛，可以的，可以的。哎呦，Hunter 的类型最大的缺点就是移动速度，我们现在移动非常的缓慢，不过没有关系，来，对方也是一个 sniper 的类型哦。哎呦，很会躲，很会躲。我发现我还不太习惯用这种眺望，射不太准了。哇，哎呦，打中一发，你在跑啊，你跑去哪？我看得一清二楚啊。他一定想说，哇，我的子弹怎么那么准？哼，那还用说，我是眺望者想去哪？我逃好远哦！来，双枪也行。哇，解决了！他们的大都在我们家，那我们就打去他们家啦。然后可以看到有些人就会挂网在这里，以为在自己家是安全的，那事实上呢，确实是安全的。有没有看到？这也是为人诟病的一点，就是因为自己家嘛，他要保障自己家里的安全，所以子弹打到家里是打不进去的。那等于是你可以玩腻了就回家挂网。如果你是排名前10名，有没有？你就挂网吃个饭回来，说不定你还是前10名啊，超莫名其妙啊！你看，不晓得大家觉得这一次这样的更新是如何？我都不知道它的这个有没有一些讨论的串，可以给官方一些特别的建议啊？不知道为什么他们会做了这样的一个更新。其实他们有时候的更新都还蛮神秘的，对啊。不过相信这个只要一更新出来，大家的反弹啊、回馈啊，他们也都是会听得到的。所以再过不久，应该就会做一些精进，把这个给改一下。这个太神秘啦，完完全全就是一个很难杀死对方的，变成都是在抢经验的，所以导致场上会有很多的那种6角坦克啊、8角坦克啊，然后只要彼此同队的合作一下，2只8角坦克在场上，完全就是一个叱咤风云，对吧？哦呦，我杀到人，但我现在有点危险，因为我们直接冲到对方家里来了。我们想要打一个侵略式的，在家里前面那边晃太无聊了，所以就来到对方家了。不过现在好像遇到一些危险，我们看可不可以利用眺望者来找出一个安全之路呢？这边有一个死灵法师哪里逃？还不打爆你！追击！应该多多少少可以射中一点吧？有射中一发！追击！他一定想说：我天哪，这个人的子弹怎么这么准啊？拜托，我眺望者有没有？哎呦！身为一个眺望者。还被人家不小心打到，太霸气了。好啦，我觉得这个听 DM 的模式就展示到这里啊。其实之前这个模式我就没有到特别的喜欢，应该说 FFA 啊，或者是听的 DM 这种模式，我就觉得还好，因为就是比分数。我比较喜欢就是厮杀， 因为比分数你其实可以用那种八角坦克啊这边中间附近一直刷经验，不一定要用杀人的方式，而且也没有一个 ending， 所以这种模式我一直都觉得还好。对，今天也只特别来展示给大家看一下。好，那我们现在就去 Domination 看看啦。好的，那我们现在就来玩 Domination，Go Go！开局不好，我们从那种就全新的局开始好不好？这个已经有站点了，我们更新一下。哦，崭新的场，而且这个场非常的可爱。可以看到 Domination 呢，它也是做一个新的改版。那改版的方式呢，就是它的重生点会随机在左上，就是蓝方的话就是左上跟左下2点随机，那红方就是反过来，在右上或者是右下随机，所以有机会会遇到像我们这个场，就是双方的点都在下方。这个感觉就特别的可爱啊！我觉得这个 Domination 的更新就算是还不错的，比起那个团队的竞赛，我觉得这里还蛮有趣的，还蛮好玩。好，那我们这一次呢，一样来挑战那个 Hunter 的捕食版。那来看看这个在这个 Domination 呢，我们可以发挥到多少吧。那我们就多点一点子弹的射速，然后再点子弹的移动速度，我们就努力的先练到45等。好，加油啦！好啦，我们要来到45等了。不过可以发现对方蓝军默默的获得了蛮多的点位啊！我莫名其妙杀2个人 ，what？ 我怎么那么猛啊？好，捕食者来了，看我的这个捕食眺望者，我们红军好弱哦，一个点都没占到那其实在这个 Domination 呢，如果你玩 Hunter 啊，其实没有那么的推荐，毕竟是站点模式。站点模式最重要的当然就是要去站点啦。这个杀人，应该说杀人是其次，应该要选那种既能站点又能杀人的类型。那 Hunter 呢，很明显 ，Sniper 系列的都是属于杀人为重的。如果你要用这支去站点，当然也不是不行啊，只是那个效益就很低。我们可以稍微给大家看一下，我们虽然是可以去打，可是伤害其实就不高。对，比起那种多子弹类型的就还好。所以我们能做的呢，就是偷偷摸摸去攻击敌人，打到一点。会看我的眺望，把子弹打不太进去，然后点又被他们夺走了。我们这个眺望者要输了吗？不，这一场的红军，我们的红军太少了吧？这下面有一个蓝的，哇，子弹四面八方来袭，而且我们的子弹几乎都打不太进去。有办法吗？往下射。你看，子弹要打到他的时候，就刚好就消掉了，好难过哦。怎么都难杀到啊？我开始觉得这一台坦克没有那么的厉害了。你看，连续中了4发吧，伤害都没有多高，完全是对这个多子弹类型的无责对啊。它能够好处就是像这样子背后偷袭啊，因为我们的视野比较远，那如果透过背后去打到它的话，它是很无奈的。但是呢，这伤害真的是很微薄啊。对方如果把血量稍微点高，那你要能够有效的击倒是很困难的。因为像这种背后突袭，最重要的是什么？你有一个先手优势，可以先打到对方2、3下、3、4下。但是重点是，当他有感觉的时候，回头来打你，回头来防御，你就再也打不到他了，完全再也打不到他了。看来这场我们快要不行了，看能杀多少算多少啊！又被逃走了，好惨啊！我们这 Hunter 什么都做不到看来果然在这种站点模式底下呢，不太适合用Hunter 啊，这个捕食者，眺望捕食者在这里真的是有待加强。再加上我们红军大的比较少， 真的是没有办法靠我来 carry， 应该要选这种多子弹的，有没有？你看他一个人躺在这里，整个场子都被他给牵制住了，这就叫做 carry 啊，有没有？这就是 carry 职位。我们连续打到他好几下，他也稍微微微的畏惧了。哦，解决了，总算是解决了。哦，打了他510年了，总算是 KO 了。好，那我们现在有没有机会再来解决一些呢？一手，他会一直绕圈圈，有没有？所以我们就打他要绕的路。他也发现了，没关系，继续，你再绕啊，看他可以绕多久，哇，他毕竟移动速度是快的，所以不是他被解决了。为什么那粉红色从中间追到这里也太夸张了吧？好，红军，我们合力来打，看是被他们夺走了， GG 了。好啦，以上就是我们今天哇，有没有看到这个伺服器清除者？他现在已经变得超级巨大了，这个想要逃已经变得更困难。以前如果你是选那种三角坦克，还可以拼，看可以逃多久。他现在呢，伺服器清除者变得又大又快，更难逃了，一下子就会清除光了。好啦。不晓得大家觉得这一次的改版更新如何呢？以及这个新的这个坦克如何？大家都可以不妨在留言区彼此讨论一下喽，说说你们的想法，让我也都可以知道一下。喜欢这部影片，别忘了在右下角点个喜欢，或者是订阅我。咱们下一回再会啦，拜拜。嗨，大家好，我是巧克力，嗨，chocolate。今天又到了我们的.io 时间啦。今天呢，想要再来玩团队的竞赛，这个 FFA 按下 Tab 换成 Team， 再按一次 Tab 换成我们的 Domination。上次有人跟我说我念法不标准 ，Domination， 哇，这个是巧式的专有发音，非常的漂亮，有没有？这次我们发的更漂亮了。没问题，好 ，Batman Go Go， Restart， 我们来刷一个比较刚开始或者比较平均的场，这样子玩起来比较刺激，好不好？这个场感觉还不错哦，蓝方占有2个，红方也占有2个。虽然这样子代表这不是一个刚开始的场，那就代表已经有很多很厉害的人在了。可是至少红蓝方是算是平均的，对，现在双方是势均力敌。那我们要做的事情还是老样子，先让自己赶快变强一点，能够帮助队友，这是最重要的。所以我们要赶快先练等，我狙死你，狙完你！啊，跑太远了，狙歪他，不知道有没有办法中到，好像没中，有中，狙击手巧克力，哇吼，这里再一个。One more again. Yes, I got it. 好，那现在要选择的呢是，我是记错了，我记得是，先选没错吧？大炮啊，我选错了啊，我选到狙击了原本要选到第3个才对，哇，那不然我们今天换玩另一个好了，我们改变策略，来玩 Hunter 好了。Hunter 也是不错的啦，就是这个子弹小小的多发一点的。那我的点法原本我要玩我们看等一下晚点有没有时间再换好了。我们现在改变一下点法，一宿。原本是要玩那个新出来的大炮，结果点的太开心了，变成这个了。而且这是什么？天下大乱了，天下大乱了，红军全部压过来了，全世界的红军都来了。这时候我们要做的事情，我觉得不是继续防守，而是想办法偷偷的攻击，去右边。我们先去右边，因为基本上你防守是 没有办法把整个防住了，他们子弹难免都还是会持续的打到我们的那个大炮。防守只是暂时，所以最重要的是想办法先去偷袭。我觉得先偷点比较重要。这边有一个家伙，我们看有没有办法解决他。中一下，可惜只有一下，没关系。哇，我们的那个点已经没了。现在重点就是想办法偷点。我们这边也有蛮多的同志，也是有一样的想法，那就看有没有办法了。我这边应该是有瞄到，我的距离是够远的。喂，不要！可恶，他们居然也来防，他们懂哇！4个点都被占据了 ，GG，思密达。好，那我们就看可以活多久吧。现在已经 GG 思密达了，现在伺服器清除者等一下就会出来扫荡这个世界，那大家就只能准备等死。我们在那之前看有没有办法练到45等，还可以再来玩一下。跟我斗。Hunter 呢？我其实比较还是哇，没注意到在背后。好吧，那我们 next round。OK， 我们现在进来另一个场，这个场呢也是红蓝各半呐。这种场其实我都会比较担心一点，像刚刚那种状况，我们其实还没有发展起来，结果红军已经处于优势的状况，然后直接就大举进攻。所以真的能够比较玩得开心一点，就是从零开始啊，但是那也不太好刷嘛，我们就将就一下这个好坏参半的场，没问题，慢慢来，老样子，先练到足够的等级。那这次要记得要点对，好不好？我们到15等其实就可以点一个好的不错的。好，15等我们要选择的是第3个啊，第3个进化才会是跟那个大炮有关的第3个，而且选择第3个，还记得我们之前有选过吧？它呢子弹速度非常的多，非常的优秀，这个非常的好啊，我很喜欢这个。哇，我们现在等级默默的好高哦，多点一点，子弹射速，来。那我想要玩的呢，其实不太需要什么呢？需要那个子弹的 reload， 装弹的速度其实还好。可以把它分享一点到那个移动速度上面，这是我们等一下要玩的一个比较崭新，对于我来说啊比较崭新的点法，那就继续稍等一下练个功。对决，完蛋了啊！走太深，刚好要30等了，可恶 ！One more game, no way! You kill me, I will kill you. In the next time 。好了，现在继续努力了。可惜啊，刚刚。好，我直接来到中间超级练功区，这边默默的被我们蓝军给占领了。我刚刚在这里狂升好多的等级啊。那我们稍后是要选择大炮的类型，不过还记得我们之前玩大炮那场有说过。比较推荐呢是先继续用这个来扫荡一下，因为这个很好练经验，所以我们先在这里赶快练一下等级。我们右上角的点位已经有点失手，我现在是有点担心啊，必须要赶快练的。我现在想法是顺便也慢慢的往左下角走，这个练到40等差不多，我们就过去，然后看有没有办法抢一下左下角的点位。毕竟右上角被他们攻陷，代表他们人应该从右上往我们的左上走，下方应该是有机会偷袭的吧？一手，有点危险哦，这边来的人好像不太多，那个超级大炮必须要小心，那就是守卫塔的大炮。我们看看他这个血量多少了，一半，还行。右上角已经被攻陷了，我们一定要马上把他干掉。好，我们有伙伴在，我们一起解决。射啊 ！reload 不是最高，比较可惜一点，但是没有关系，我们还是给他10足的伤害，有了，至少先打掉了。好，那我们先撤，因为我觉得左下角基本上已经是我们的囊中之物。那对于我们来说 ，yes， 干掉他了 ，nice man， 之物。那对于我们来说 ，yes， 45等了，很好。我们把要对的这种想要的点好 ，OK， 大炮有没有？这大炮类型之前有玩过的，再加上这一个 一样是大炮，但是多了2个小守卫在，好不好？这个小守卫没错，我记得没错的话，他们是没办法自动操控的、啊，它就是在附近，然后会自动侦测敌人，自动去打，算是非常不错、非常优秀的一个类型。然后呢，大炮老样子，我们的一发坦克的威力还是没有问题的。如果对手一发没办法解决怎么办？那么就再赏他第2发就对了，好不好？来，神兽一族是吧？我的一发坦克守卫版，痛！我们的血量，我们的技能点可以给大家参考一下。Reload 呢跟那个移动速度各半，因为这种我觉得移动速度还是蛮重要的。那至于剩下的一半呢，点在血量上面。当然有一些小客问我说：“巧克力，你血量只点一半，回血都不点，你怎么存活的啊？”我都一定要点满才有办法。我只能说这就是弹幕游戏啊，你必须要想办法多躲避对方的子弹，或者是用你的子弹去相消。毕竟对我来说，我觉得休息个30秒又是一条好汉，还蛮 OK 了。对于我玩的类型啊，都我觉得还蛮 OK 的。当然，如果你是玩一些比较激烈冲撞的，血量啊跟那个回血点高也是不错，这个续战力十足也是很好的。那我们现在努力的想要打进去啊，来用后坐力前进，虽然会有点危险。果然有点危险。后坐力前进就是很怕瞬间被很多打掉。好，我们选一发坦克，其实最主要就是要来打人啊，打人。虽然打守卫，我们来看一下伤害啊，我比较少用一发坦克去打，我们要小心，守卫也是有一发坦克的威力啊，不对，他的一发坦克更猛啊。好，还行啊，我们就在这里。一起轮流，旁边有一只跟我一样选择这个守卫版的坦克，守卫版的一发坦克哦，这个点位要被我们征服了。他那个没中啊，大，你的一发没中啊。他现在在追击我，是因为我输出比较高吗？我们要小心一点，躲避一下，那个坦克那个子弹不得了，打到会出人命啊！他干嘛都射我？哇！我是不是错了？因为他在瞄我，然后我还往队友的方向走。I'm sorry， 不小心害走一个队友了。啊！我没有想到我的躲避这么溜啊，你没有那么溜。不行，我们要站在一个这个小心，先退。我才想要说，我们要站在一个很这个高阶管理员的干部的身份，有没有？面对低端，我们要有关怀的心、体谅的心，能够感受到民间疾苦，这才是一个好的长官、好的干部，对不对？好，对不起，我这个之后会好好的帮助你们的哦。这边左边，他们居然想要进攻我们家，我们要想办法去输出。造成他们的伤害，这一发有没有中 ？Nice， 一发坦克，一发就能解决你我们用个自动射击好了。其实一发坦克比较不建议用自动射击啊，我还是关掉好了，因为我们有时候走啊，有没有这样子反过来走会比较好，或者有时候慢慢的潜行，抓好机会。毕竟一发坦克的子弹射速比较低。所以每一发都是很关键、很重要的，瞄准再射击，这个子弹的数目不多没有关系，我们重质不重量的一发坦克，现在前往左下角，看有没有机会攻击。当然，我们的守卫呢，可以帮我们做附近的骚扰，虽然现在都很安全啦，还是要给大家来秀一下，让大家更喜欢玩这个一发坦克。我这人是非常的喜欢这种巨炮坦克守卫版，整个就是很猛。现在那个又在瞄我了，我想要上来一点，顺便躲避一下。哎呦，刚刚应该用射击来躲避的。哇，那个红色坦克完全就在瞄我。等他秒别人的时候，我们再过去打他。不然的话，我们一直走位，我也怕害到队友。又来射我干嘛？那真的是你的错，队友。是你自己过来的，我真的很想要帮助你啊！我已经 在诱惑他了。哎呦，队友傻傻瓜瓜的啊，没关系，我们在这个位置，我觉得应该是可以射得到啦，要瞄准一点，直直的下去，好像有点歪啊，直直的下去应该有机会，当然还是能够看到那个守卫坦克在打会比较来得准啊。哦，这个家伙是我们之前介绍的类型，现在他被瞄准，那当然换我们努力的攻击啊，伙伴上啊！我的守卫会不会过去打那个啊？守卫哦，小心小心小心 ，watch out watch out man watch out man， 小心小心 watch out， 他在追我，我带开，哎，反作用力带开法，反作用力带开法，会左扭右扭，永远抓不到我，永远抓不到我，队友你们加油！趁现在，基本上，哎呦啊，我的子弹也打不到他啊，因为我是一发坦克。这个子弹过去都基本上会跟他做一个相消的动作，有没有？都会跟他相撞，所以我能够做的事情就是诱惑。这个我的魅惑可是很厉害的，有没有？哇 ，nice！ 可是虽然 nice， 我们的右上角点位又没了，没关系，我们就绕过去。现在来，哇，一发坦克跟一发坦克对决，拜托，我可是守卫版的，我可是比你更厉害，看我的。巨炮 ，sniper 是吧？哦，怎么这边也有一只？它是哇 KO，You have killed W。现在它这边会有提示，让你知道什么时候是你杀人了，好不好？这之前哇 ，You kill， 一发坦克一发就杀人。这边需要队友，我来了，哎，他速度太快了，比较难瞄。我还正想说，我们之前才抱怨有没有杀人都没有显示 ，so sad， 结果马上就出来了。这个我相信冥冥之中自有安排。这个，哎，先小心，哇，打掉。哦，这个制作者大大一定可以跟我心有离心，一点通。真的还蛮巧的啊，每次说完就有一些东西。哎，好痛哦，他打我的好痛哦，一发就已经把我打残了。我现在想要去右下角，但其实有点去不了，所以我想要绕一圈去打右上角。确实，其实右下角会比较难进攻啊。离他们的出生点位是比较近的，这个想也知道是比较不容易的。一手，我们现在血量是需要回复的，所以不要被那个粉红色打到。我们绕大圈一点走，需要30秒的回血。一手躲地，上面有点危险，没关系。喂，有躲掉了，可能不能用最快速度前进啊，要有一些大炮在前面，这样子多少可以消掉前面的子弹。如果前面有子弹过来的话，这样走的也会安心一点。对决，喂，没关系，你的子弹不痛，我的子弹只要一发就能解决你。这就是巨炮坦克拥有的优势，善用这个优势打过去。右上角也有人在跟我们打，要小心一点，躲避子弹。哎，不行，刚刚一个走位失误，这个血量非常的微弱，撤退。这个巨炮坦克先休息，我们喝了再上。好 ，Fateman 再度席卷而来，血量拥有的满满的哦。对方是那个。哎，不行，这边哇，完蛋！不行，粉红色虽然要怕，但是其实它的伤害不高，所以真正还是要小心的是对方的子弹。当你不小心走到靠近中间的时候，粉红色追你跟红色子弹来追你，你必须要选择的是先打红色子弹，这是比较重要的。那我们左下角点位，没想到居然又失手了。我选巨炮坦克，是否带成我们的队友没办法太大的贡献呢？这个杀人虽然是很好杀啊，可是毕竟如果对手子弹过多，我们还是比较拥有难进攻的缺点在。我们现在慢慢往这里走，一手，哇，这子弹好快哦！而且这边有召唤系的，前后被夹攻了，哇！你看他们防守的很溜，他们就直接多炮管的躲在大炮的旁边，然后这样去打。不行，我们要率领我们的蓝军 再度努力，对不对？巨炮坦克阿基纳梅奈，哦，这边有人在偷袭我们的点位啊！虽然很想要帮助，可是我的子弹好像比较难跟他相消。那个是我们的之前介绍过的哇！弹幕游戏超级弹幕游戏超级弹幕游戏 GG 啊！太弹幕了，前后左右都被包夹，哇，有点难办呢。不行，我们绝对不放弃，再次努力啊！飞者们，干巴得！偷点！我们现在左上角也失手了，我们别无选择。虽然还没有练到很高端，但是一定要先来偷点了。再不偷，比赛就要结束了。现在再不做事，就没有明天了。干巴得，队友 ，Fatman no！ 我还没有试过，如果现在我们再把这个点打掉，有办法吗？好像没了，对不对？他已经提示了，哇！server 庆祝者来了 ，server 庆祝者，我打到2下。哎呦，好啦，今天给大家评判到这里，可以发现巨炮坦克有它的优势在。它的火炮非常的强烈，我们今天也杀到非常多的人，可是，在团队竞争模式当中，真的还是子弹数的多寡在于比较来的重要性。因为当你子弹很多，你如果没有很多的子弹可以去回击的话，真的会很难前进。这是个弹幕游戏，你没有足够的火力跟人家尬，那真的是会比较困难。但是巨炮坦克拥有的十足的火力还是非常的溜，如果可以配合的队友。我觉得这是要配合队友，就是如果在玩团队，你要用巨炮坦克，你就要配合的队友，看队友用多发子弹挡住对方的攻势，那你呢瞄得够准，一发就能解决掉敌人，有没有？但是这一场很明显的蓝军其实比较微弱，我们已经做了很多事情，干掉了很多人，但是蓝军还是比较难起来，这就比较没有办法。如果是玩 FFA 单人的话，我觉得巨炮坦克还是非常推荐给大家使用，而团队呢，则是多多少少要依靠一下队友，没办法完全单人 carry， 好吗？这个给大家评判几类最新的守卫版的巨炮坦克，大家不晓得觉得如何呢？下一次再来介绍一些别的酷酷的坦克给各位看看吧。喜欢这部影片，别忘了在右下角点个喜欢，或者是订阅我。咱们下一回 deep.io 再会啦，拜拜。嗨，大家好，我是巧克力，嗨，chocolate，今天又来到我们的 deep.io 啦。今天要来挑战的是久违的 FFA， 好久没有单人竞赛啦。今天就让我们单人 Fatman Go Go。好的，那我们老样子，先来做一些努力的赚分数升级，这是很重要的。下面有一个干嘛啦？我才刚出生，不要啊！巨炮守护者，吓死谁啊？才刚出生，你杀我也没什么经验嘛，对不对？那我们今天要来玩，其实今天要玩的，现在变得没有到这么的推荐啦，是我要来玩隐形坦克。之所以说没有那么推荐呢，原因是因为 Sniper 的进化类别，它刚好在6月13号进行了小幅度的修正。那修正呢，其实就降低了他们的伤害。现在的伤害跟以前比起来，就是略有不同。以前呢，打上去就觉得爽，现在可能你要打中个4发左右吧。如果是 Sniper 的进化，就是大概4发左右才有可能打死敌人，而且那敌人可能血还不是那种点很高的类型，所以现在比较可惜一点。不过没关系，我们还是来玩一玩，来挑战看看。那我们就先继续努力练等啦。你要跟我打你，确定吗你？我不怕你 ，Sega， 呜呼！太猛了！阿贝，最基本的坦克 给解决了。哇，我们等级大幅度提升了。先来点一下更多的技能。哇，好猛哦！那现在已经32等了，现在其实可以考虑要不要升等啦，但是不是升等就是升那个坦克的类别。不过我觉得这见仁见智，因为升上 sniper， 还记得我们以前也有升过 sniper， 升上 sniper 其实主要就是要来杀人，他在赚取，我默默杀一个人啊，不好意思啊。Sniper 在赚取经验上面其实没有这么的优秀，因为你看我们的子弹的射速是很快的，连一些2、3的 level 的都未必可以赢我。我现在要去追那个召唤师，他在上面，不晓得有没有机会追到呢？看他的那个小家伙，就大概知道他的移动方向啊。算了，这个得饶人处且饶人啊，被我们这个最基本的坦克给打掉了，他应该会很羞愧。那刚刚说到一半，就是 Sniper 呢，其实伤害也降低了，那射速都没有到1级坦克这么的快，所以在普通练等的时候，其实用1级坦克练的会更加的快。你看我们收那个五角形都很快，我现在就升 Sniper 给大家看看，然后我们要再选第一个，这是 Sniper 的进阶版。那可以看到我们的视野变得非常的辽阔，可是攻击力呢？有没有那个五角坦克？不是五角坦克，五角形的经验1发都还没有办法解决，你必须要打到2发。如果没有正中红心，甚至要3发才有办法解决。这是我觉得这已经很吃亏啦，很吃亏啊！这跟我以前玩的不一样啊，以前是比较优秀啊，不过没有关系，至少在视野上面是非常的辽阔，是很不错的。我又干掉一个人了，现在这个也有机会哦，我们要瞄准一点，被他躲过了，好可惜啊！刚刚他被粉红色追，其实是一个侵略他的好时机，但没关系，我现在目前还是以农为主。那技能的点法，我虽然是点这种超攻击型啊，但是其实如果你要把一些技能点拿去点那个移动速度，其实也是蛮推荐的。因为哇，又干掉一个小只的，这边哇被抢走了吗？好，这个点移动速度也是蛮推荐的，因为我们这个 sniper 进化类型啊，其实移动速度都是很欠缺的。可是我会觉得啊，玩这个就是要来杀人啊。如果你把技能点弄到又杀一个。如果你把技能点弄到移动速度，那就代表你的这个4大攻击会有一些必须要减少，那我觉得就很心痛，对吧？如果要减少的话，我建议是减少 reload 啦，因为伤害已经降低了。如果你再不点伤害，那就不太行。然后如果你不点穿透，穿透是任何坦克都必备的，都一定是要点满的。那子弹移动速度呢？这是 sniper 的一个很大的优势啊。对，我们视野这么远，子弹如果速度不够快，那就很可惜了。所以我觉得 reload， 如果你硬要去把它分割的话 ，reload 是可以少点一点。好，那现在呢，已经来到我们最终类型啦。我们要点选的是这个第2个隐形坦克。等一下，当你不移动的时候，这世界上没有人看得到你。但是刚刚已经很显然了，你还是会被打到。但是人家看不到你，你只要慢慢的移动，有没有这种微隐形？曾经有一次我就是被隐形坦克给弄死，不知道大家还有没有印象？那次还想说莫名其妙，怎么前面有个坦克我没有注意到？那就是因为是隐形坦克啦。现在我要来看有没有办法解决上面那一只，好像有点难，没关系，隐形一下。不行，我在他面前隐形，他也知道我在哪，我在87手，A 手。先小心一点，我们血量来到一半了，我要射死他，有中 ，nice。好，那我们这边隐形一下，回个血。啊，他那么靠近了，不行，我要杀了他 ，surprise！ 怎么感觉反而是我要死啊？我是要给你 surprise， 不是你给我啊！哎呦，好了，我们去远一点的地方，这个30秒回血很痛苦啊！躲在这个这么多的经验球球里面，这个有子弹过来，他们也会替我挡一下，对不对？应该可以吧？那个不要再来了，干嘛啊？走开！ 有没有？这都是隐形坦克最佳的示范。虽然对手是还很小只，对，但是不开玩笑啊，这个战场上无分老弱妇孺，所有的都是敌人。哎咻哎咻，你跟我斗是吧？你跟我斗是吧？死吧你！上面好像有一只比较大的，这边5.2K， 哎，这边204，不放过你。好了，放过他。我们先打那个9.1K 的。干嘛？不要靠过来！隐形一下，走位。好，你以为安全吗？不安全哦！这里有隐形坦克、隐形巧克力，不要偷打我！你偷打我就去死啊！偷打我就去死！ OK， 右边的，我觉得右边那个他没有意识到我们就慢慢的前行过去。哎。Hi chocolate， Hi chocolate， 有，我们越来越靠近他哦。往左一点。可恶，他会离我们更远呢。我觉得他会再回来。有，瞄准好，哎，中一发的伤害比较低，可惜。一宿，需要调一个角度靠近他。哇，这里怎么了？他在打谁啊？哦，干掉了！他在打新出来的会有几秒的无敌啊，真太坏了！你看，我就惩治了他。现在这一个想要跟我斗是吧？你以为你打得赢我吗？我可是谁 ？Fatman，Thank you，Fatman 现在来到了第5名。不过隐形坦克其实名次不是重点，因为它本来就不是一个刷经验用的，它呢当然是拿来杀人啊。对不对？隐形坦克不杀人，怎么对得起自己？应该说 ，sniper 类别的都是要来杀人的。当然，隐形坦克我觉得也有另一种玩法，就是玩撞人的类型。因为你看人家看不到你嘛，如果你点满那个身体碰撞啊、移动速度啊，然后忽然间冲过去撞人，那其实非常的 surprise。不过我觉得它的本身移动速度其实没有到特别高啊，所以我还是喜欢玩这种子弹的杀人，感觉会比较爽，对不对？感觉这样射到人就很爽。好，现在右上角几乎没有什么坦克，左边好像有一个，我们慢慢等它。哦，附近很多坦克来咯，先打这个快死的先打。哎咻，不行，要往别边走了。哎咻，怎样？对决吗？我是不怕你啊，虽然你移动很快，但是我的狙击实力还是有的。哎，他的回血点很多，有点烦，他想要用一直绕来绕去抗衡，只能猜测他的走位了。一发一发打，会有没有？我们换成一发一发打，准的不得了啊！哎咻，猜测走位怎么样？怕了吧？虽然你的回血很快啊，我有点打不死你，但是没有关系。哎，他怎么不动了？他放弃了吗？现在放弃，比赛就结束了。怎么样？怕了是不是？有没有？这个狙击实力我还是非常的强，一发一发打，没话说。他还在旁边想要挣扎是吧？我们上去跟他去打，不过的确是有点打不死他啊。他这个回血应该点了5点以上，觉得莫名其妙杀了人，但不是那个家伙。这个点了5点以上，对于我们这种 sniper 现在伤害下降了，打得不死啊，好难过。来一发一发打，他又在那边上下左右摇摆了，摇摆。哎咻，他是想要撞人吗？他是点撞人类型的。哦哟，可是我觉得他玩的其实怪怪的，他其实可以更早来撞我。对啊，他这种玩的是血量啊，血量回复速度、身体碰撞跟移动速度类别。对，这确实是这种速度型坦克很好的玩法。这对 sniper 来说就是打不过，但是如果是这种多子弹类型的，或者是大炮，其实就可以打得赢他。我们呢单发子弹伤害偏低，比较可惜一点。我们再挑战一次好不好？再来，撞死你！呜呼！他好像在发呆，就被我撞死了。我现在呢来玩撞人类型的这个隐形坦克，虽然还41等。那 这个以前是很强啦，现在我不知道。对，现在想说来试试看。那技能点就像我点的这样子，生命、回复生命、移动速度跟body碰撞，这是最重要的。剩下的呢，其实你要点 reload 或者是穿透都可以。点 reload 呢是增加反作用的离开场。对，那点穿透的话，则是如果被追击的时候，你还是有机会可以把它子弹多消一点，然后来做逃跑。那我们当然是以 reload 为主啦。那接着再继续点第一个，对，可以看到我们的反作用的移动还行，还可以利用反作用力努力的靠近敌人，移动速度点高了，这应该是相对来说算是快的吧？撞死你！哇，大 TP 进攻！好，不错，现在已经可以来到最终进化了，隐形坦克。哎，这些不行，在中间会一直被粉红色打，虽然我们不怕，但是会被打出身影，对不对？来，隐形一下。现在呢，就是更厉害的时刻啊，谁来我们就撞谁，好不好？像那边有一个家伙，哎，他好像注意到我了，来不及了，撞死你，撞不到他，移动速度不够快啊，追不到他，太糗了。哎，这不是我所认识的隐形坦克啊，这样不行，我们来瞧一下，慢慢靠近他。奇怪，我这已经是最高速了哎，完全的最高速。好，再看一下哦，从这里切进场，他在怕了啊！因为被他子弹打到，也会有那个后坐力，所以你看我疯狂被他射到，可是靠近他一下，靠近他2下，不行，他的好像也有点一些身体碰撞，血量损失过多，我没有自信第3下可以撞赢他，我们必须要再回个血，说不定我们的回血能力比他优秀。不对，他也是点大量的生命回复，那个技能点法还真特别啊。好，那我们现在想办法躲避一些子弹，上面还有得杀，我们尽量让自己的血有1半以上是比较优秀的啊。现在被打其实不用害怕，因为我们那个回血速度是点满的，所以回血是很快。其实我不知道这样子有没有这样抖一下，在别人的眼中会是如何，是否会看到就是这种残影，这样感觉也蛮好笑的。来，往右，有没有？就是现在 ，surprise！ 哇！我敢打赌10块钱，他已经在荧幕前面骂3字经，他一定痛骂我。他说：“What the hell？ 这是什么烂游戏？我走路走到一半还会碰到鬼啊！”这就是隐形坦克，撞人型的隐形坦克好玩的地方。对，杀人型的子弹的话也是不错啦，只是就不同的氛围。哎，被他看到我了，你干嘛啦？我又没有打你，怕什么？那边偷打，我就是隐形在那里，看看附近有什么大大。目前只看到那个 J 小 JJ， 他才 1.3K，1.3K 的小 JJ 不是我的目标之一。我们要目标就是要大。哎，那个 ARHS 有机会，如果他可以往上走，小 JJ 你过来撞我干嘛？你是小 JJ 有够霸气！来，我们要持续慢慢的往下，他应该还没有特别注意到吧？还要再靠近一点。不，他远离了，没关系，我们就这样子慢慢往下。哎，这边有一个，哇，你自己撞我的哦，你自己要撞我的哦，这不干我的事啊，这不干我的事，你要撞我的。上面的粉红色有没有慢慢在追我们？这很像那个马里奥里面的鬼魂有没有？有没有？你动一下，哇！你看动一下，全部人在追，好好笑，好可爱哦。OK， 被打到一下，没关系。上面的粉红色太霸气了啦，不要啊！你们去追别人哦，他去追别人了，很好。哦，左边的家伙又来咯，我们看有没有机会可以撞到他。我们现在完全在忍受他的炮火，他感觉好像有感受到我这边怪怪的吗？子弹消在这里，但是他看不到我，因为我完全连动都不敢动。你说他 啊，他远离了。surprise， 杀死你！杀不到，他故意用那个一直转，让子弹四处飞奔。我没办法啊，我们在这里好了，在这里再等一下。感觉这里这么的中心的位置，经验区你们不来经验区要干嘛对不对？我们Fateman现在是第3名，隐形坦克第3名，就在中间。这个姜太公钓鱼，我是隐形巧钓鱼，愿者上钩。这个人会不会玩游戏啊？你看我左边满满的经验，你们不来打在干嘛？这边绕来绕去，这是经验区快过来啊！我都要忍受你们的炮火，快来快来，好不好？乖。ARHS， 还有没有看到？他应该没感受到啊！来了，就是这时刻，我这擦一下，再撞他一下就赢了，再撞一下，没有办法2连撞，好可惜啊！看，我觉得玩撞人型隐形坦克虽然有一个很好玩的，就是可以给人家大大的惊喜。但要能够真正杀到人不容易啊，要看对方的技能点法。如果对方血量太多，就不一定能够撞死他，毕竟我们速度有限。可是这个精神伤害绝对是满点的，好不好？绝对是满点的精神伤害，比你玩任何的撞人型坦克啊，或是杀人型隐形坦克都还要来得惊悚。因为你杀人型的话，你还要2、3发他才会觉得痛。撞人型只要撞到1下，他要么就是他不死就半残，有没有？非常的惊悚。那你玩3角坦克的撞人型啊，他就是因为对方看得到你会有警觉，这跟这个隐形坦克的惊悚度完全不一样。我现在就是一个超级 surprise man。我们再过去靠他，要来了！哇！这一次总算抓到你了吧？钓到一条大鱼！右边那个韩国的没警觉，我刚刚在他面前隐形呢，他真的没警觉，你没警觉就撞死你，撞死你，撞不到！可以，反作用力靠近他，他还是没有在想要打我的感觉。一手，有没有办法？好像比较难哦，追不到。这个速度虽然比较快一点，不过他子弹太多了啊！虽然他打我痒的，可恶！哎呦，我们飞特没拿到第1名呢，第1名居然是隐形撞人型的坦克，也太好笑了吧 ！Surprise！ 上面那只毫无机会啊，我们就在这附近逛逛好了。而且我现在忽然想到一件事情呢，我是第1名，那第1名不是会看到坐标的位置吗？这样大家不会就大概知道我在哪里？还是在同一个画面应该就看不到，可是在别的画面就知道，第1名在这个方向走过来，怎么不见了？这样子应该很智障吧？谁快来把我的第1名抢走啊？不然太蠢了。我们再过去往上面移动好了，好想要撞人啊，都没有人特别靠近我，好可惜哦。上面这只有机会 ，nice yes， 就是这样，这就是 surprise man， surprise 不到，哎呦，虽然他也是小坦克而已，哎呦，在这边好烦躁哦。从第1名变到第3名了，是没差啦。重点是要中人，可是他们真的有问题耶！中间是经验宝地，不来中间，然后在外围，你看这个中间满满的五角形，我都快受不了啦！他们到底在干嘛很好笑啊！不知道大家觉得这种隐形坦克撞人型如何？我来埋在中间看看，埋在中间，感觉很好笑。还被人多撞几下，这边慢慢的回血，希望大家会喜欢啊！这种越来越多下，好疼哦！打撞球，通常其实在外围会比较好啦。我们在中间其实有点智障，我已经是有点放弃的状态了，玩累了，这边等太久了， 等好久，而且我很喜欢看那个粉红色这样移过来，感觉就很可爱。一宿一宿，哎，我们刚刚原本的位置好像反而有人来了耶，我们慢慢上去。有，好，那个家伙就是我们今天最后的目标了。今天玩得够久了，够愉快了。哎，他在打右边的那个大三角形，而且还打算绕一圈打的样子。哎，你不是打算绕一圈，你干嘛要离开了？别离开啊！别离开啊！哎，你子弹打到我，你要打那个大三角形才对啊！你过去，有机会吗？有机会吗？撞死你！哇 ！Happy ending！啊，不知道大家觉得如何呢？隐形坦克撞人版，好不好？还有隐形坦克杀人法，2种都交给你们了。让这个世界更多隐形坦克，让这个世界更多惊喜吧！喜欢这部影片，别忘了在右下角点个喜欢，或者是订阅我。咱们下一回 deep.io 再会啦，拜拜 ！Surprise！ 啊，实在是太可爱了。好啦，休息了，去自杀。呜呼，自杀喽！拜拜。
什么声音？哎，右边什么？看！起来！今天是我们的深海迷航 Day 2。那在 Day 1里面，我们做了一个帮大家复习一下上集发生什么事情。好了，我们做了一个超级巨大的基地，然后这个基地只要到晚上就会没有供电，变成一个自习舱。然后嘞，在上集的时候，我们到处晃到处跑。我们从这一集开始，我们的影片就会变成直播记录档的方式，那可以让大家不会错过任何1分1秒。我们刚刚在前面。游戏开场不到3分钟，我们的香菜已经破盖啊！完啦，它已经是香菜2.0了。那今天这集呢，我们的目标是要想办法找到利维坦，可以吗，各位？
啊，没问题，
还可以，
这么远的吗？
可以，
没问题。
今天一大早我们就废话不多说，我们看一下我们的球球要跟我们说什么。那个球球好像有话要说，这个球球他汪了一声，汪。有一个那个太空人叫旺德，
旺德，
对，
我看到了，
对。然后我们现在目前好像是要去找旺德的黑夹子，不过在找旺德的黑夹子之前，我们呢先带一些食物在身上好了，避免出现我们刚刚前面的问题。
同样的，
我饿死啦！
对。在我们的那个逃生舱里面，这里有香菜的房间，我们先去拿一点食物好了，好不好？一点水啊，一些食物啊，带在身上这个样子。
我觉得我可能要再去抓一点，不然
好啊，没问题。然后因为我们的船舰里面啊，还有很多东西是没有盖好的，所以我们等一下在路上如果有看到一些资源的话，我们都可以给它收集带在身上。对，没错，
没问题。
好，然后身上的一些补包一些。有人在给我到处乱放东西哦，但没关系。谁？但没关系，我会给他乱放。好啦，那东西吃饱喝足，差不多该出发了，各位。那我们今天一大早啊，好不好？我们先去海底下抓那些什么泡泡鱼啊，抓那些什么水瓜牛啊，抓那些食物啊，先确保自己身上有些东西吃，好不好？
好 ，OK，
好，这个是我们在上集的时候大家没有看到的内容，生存的部分。这边有3条鱼混在一起，半月鱼，他们都是半月鱼吗？蓝月鱼，
还有满月鱼，
满月鱼，3只在一起，好可爱啊！满月鱼好像它的那个它的热量比较多，就是吃起来会比较容易胖。
我觉得我们今天有一个目标是要想办法可以采到银啦。我们下一个要的那个素材应该就是银。
对，可是银好像是需要特殊的工具才能把它敲开。我们好像是需要那个好像是需要推我们的主线。反正我们就先带一些食物在身上，然后要记得那个。记得帮我们身上插一点那个生物模组，其中有个生物模组叫做加速猛冲，还蛮猛的在水里面的时候可以冲刺，我试试看。
有可以冲刺，
给他踹看，冲
舒服，
哇超爽！ 然后好像贴近水底的话，移动速度也会变快，哇，超舒服，超级爽，超级爽。对，它有被动的样子，所以如果你们想要在水里面移动速度快一点的话，可以使用这个能力。OK， 好，煮点东西。我们如果东西都煮完的话，干嘛？
球球，我要怎么让我的这个扫描仪装电池？
扫描仪装电池，你把电池，你身上有电池，对，拿出来，然后它一下就可以了。
哦，它，
对，它，
有了，到了，
没有错。好啦，我已经吃饱喝足啊，你们呢？
我也是吃饱喝足了，
差不多多了。好，那我们就基地外见。
不会，
雷公
看到一个东西一定要踩，那个东西叫石英。
好，石英，记得踩石英。还有那个泡泡鱼，记得可以带。
这个要不要拿？这个金属残
金属残骸。对，你身上有包包空间的话，我觉得都可以带一些。然后啊，我上次在玩完第1集之后，我又想到一个还蛮不错的一种做法，就像我们现在早期前期，我们是不是可以多做一点这个有点像是可以帮我们往上冲的那个鬼洞洞？它等于就是有一个在身上，等于是吸一口气，所以如果做很多在身上，是不是可以吸超多口气？对不对？
哦，确实啦，
爱吸猛吸，对吧？
猛吸，
那是没错。
对啊，
你想这么大，
想吸一直吸，好了，我要去找旺旺了，各位，我先朝他那个地方前进了。
旺德，
对，
没问题。
还有个洋流，跟着洋流冲。
好
很快。蜘蛛球，对，
蜘蛛球，
这什么东西啊？
真的好漂亮哦！
我靠，我们好像没有扫过这个东西，对不对？
扫一下。哎呦，
我需要 oxygen，
好多石英在这边。
哦，不是，这个家伙的 oxygen， 快给我 oxygen！ 有了，吸到一口气了。对，你们找到旺旺了吗？
旺先辈，
旺在哪里啊？我怎么没有看到旺旺？
我不知道，我在
旺旺在楼下。我们先吸一口气之后来去找旺旺吧，好不好？可以吧？
没问题。看起来是美的。
起飞！这个星球好像除了我们之外，应该大家都没有。
留下黑匣子的应该就是人没了啦。
对啦。
我包包塞满了，全部都
太快了吧？
我卡住了。这里
进去吗？
进不去
好像不行这样呢。
错误的病毒怎么旺德讲话？
我们好像是下不去，是不是？还是能够钻下去？不行，需要未知工具。
还没玩到这边。
讲话了。
是啥？
治好寄生虫。攻啥啦？
他把寄生虫治好了。
来个帅哥，来把这边的石英捡一捡。
来，
我来。
没帮你骑上来。
我飞好高哦！
我来了。
你去哪了？
我飞到天上了。
飞到天上是什么意思啊？
你
在天上100公尺啊
！Hello，
去哪
了？什么啊？
高的啦，什么啦？
好了，帅哥来了。
帅哥嘞！
来，帅哥来了。
那颗球里面。
对啊，为什么？
对，进来拿。
来了，我不小心按到那个冲刺。OK， 好，等一下哦。好，分一下石英。
拿满哦。
我们家石英好像很缺的样子对不对？
对，这一整片我感觉可以来3趟。
来了。
我也是帅哥。
哪里有这么多石？
你也是帅哥。
我也是。
那赶快来，那你要赶快来。
没有，我正在捡。
那你把石英丢在哪里啊？我没有看到啊。
就在这个球里面。
这个球
自己去拿。
自己拿。你还没踩哦。OK，
我已经踩满了。
自己动就对了啦。
对，进来自己。我是说进来球里自己踩。
真的好多
超多，
好满了。我觉得够，我觉得够了。
这个内容全部都是。
不是我被白白的东西填满身体啦。
不可以的，
可以，很危险。
好了，我们差不多该去找旺旺了吧，对不对？我们去找一下怎么找到旺旺，好吗？
好。
是要那个未知工具吗？
可是我们到现在还不能做未知工具，还是这附近有什么东西是可以扫描的？然后也许我们能够把未知工具做出来，或者是有别的入口吗？这里有旺旺的那个蜘蛛球报告
你们有看到地图上有个天使节的标记吗？我先确定一下。
有啊，那天使节就是那个啦，我们上一集的那个，
是吗？
对
，OK， 确定不是会提升的地方？
不是，哎，我找到了，
有一个东西结了，
你找到什么？
对，我找到
多共振器。
哦，
哎，会不会是要做这个啊？那我们先回去吧。
感觉是要做这个，把它震开吧。我们把死因采满，然后我们先回去做。
OK， 没问题。
OK，
好主意。等一下。哎，我也想飞很高。
我也想飞很高。
你怎么做到的？
飞的其实。
开外挂。
玩这游戏要开外挂。
哇！
我要飞很高。
哎呀。
可是也是每次都
太棒了，
这不是超多，这什么？满石英。所以这个星球是被病毒感染，是不是啊？
对，
看起来应该是这样的故事。
看起来是有一个很强力的病毒。
Yep， 走吧，我们回家做一下那个工具。
来喽！
我多久可以冲刺一次啊？哎，平均3秒可以冲刺一次，哎，各位可以。常用你们的那个，对，
快！
我们来回去做我们刚刚找到的什么声波震荡器，然后把我们身上多到一个爆炸的石英给放在家里。那等等，阿谦可以帮我做那个声波震荡器，我来继续把家里盖一盖哦。
OK， 我先来把那个石英丢到包包里，不是包包里，箱子里。
对，虽然这个家里感觉好像再过个不到30分钟，好像就不会用到它了。但我们还是把它给盖完吧，好不好？
没关系，我先丢。
OK， 到家喽，舒服。OK， 我们来
看一下啊，
家里做一做。这个大玻璃，哎，家里也没有玻璃了。
要做啊。
哦，石英可以做哦，对，那帮我多做一点玻璃好了，不要一直坐下，我要那个建造
玻璃，有
玻璃了吗？多做一点。
正在跑，在我身上，等我一下，正在跑。
钛是不是也没有啊？
对，钛没了，钛已经被我们全部用光了。上一集最后我们做了4个房间，
太惨了吧！
你们身上有石英还没烧的吗？需要帮你们烧吗？
我的房间做完了，哎，我的房间很美哎，
房间，
哎呦，不错吧？
很美哎，
超漂亮。好，那我们来去找那个吧，我们来去找营地。可是任务通常不是跟着任务走就可以做到我们要做的事情了吗？水下推进器也是需要银。好，我们就是需要银，需要大量的银，没了，就这样。
好，确认完了吗？
总结，需要银。OK，
没问题，
出发吧。那我们要去哪里找银，各位？
好问题，
我们现在
有一个地方。
好，我知道了，各位，我们朝一个方向走，好吗
？OK，
那我们朝天使节吧，我们在天使节集合，可以吧？有没有感觉够远？
天使节在天使，好，出发。
天使节在天使节，
天使节在天使节，
没错。记得如果你们有那个天赋的话，贴近地表，那个速度会变超快，它会自动加速，很强，
舒服的。
对，
加速，
尽量贴近地表走。OK， 哎，点，然后没事的话可以吸个氧气，哇，好毒，好爽。
哈
？OK 吗？他好奇怪，
差不多到天使节了。
我快到了。
哎，跟着洋流走是不是？
好像是跟着洋流走。如果洋流，
要下去吗？
哎，
要下去哎，
要下去吗？
要下去吗？
你们在跟洋流吗？我到天使节了。
我在天使节，
在你后面，我在你们后面。
加速！
哎，这个天使节是全新的天使节，
新的啊，
新的天使节。
他们是我之前找到的那一个哎。
对啊。
我一直以为是之前找到的那一个。
看吧，我就说。
有，不一样。
水滑核心。
但是感觉好像有点。
他现在还不能够，要把它弄开才可以。
哎，旺在跟我们讲话啦。
我们要治愈他。
在治愈之前，我先呼一口气，再不呼气要出事了。对。
水滑溃疡，它是胃溃疡了啦！
啊！哎，下面有大鱼啦！
消除胃溃疡哪里？
这里啦！
大鱼，
靠背啊，被咬啦！
你在扫它吗？
那我先走了，不好意思。
什么叫做孩子们都是病毒？那是什么意思？
治好孩子们。
所以我们要
天使节应该受伤了，我们去他的那个根部看一下，有什么东西是可以治愈，帮他治愈的。
OK， 治愈它的根部，没问题。
对，
你为什么要偷笑？你在笑什么？
不是，
啊，
有什么好笑的啊？
哎，没有。
啊，我们要怎么治愈它？帮它呼呼哦。
对啊，帮他呼，
八根不呼呼。
哎哦，需要声波共振器。
哎啊，我没有赢
啊，靠，没有需要赢啊，
那就没有赢啊，
还是要找赢啊，白痴啊！
去哪里都碰壁耶。Oxygen 是什么意思？是我要被戏啊，意思。
你没养了是不是？
对。啊，那我们在附近找找看好了。这附近要是真的没有赢的话，我就真的原地吐血。
哎，各位，我们慢慢的往1号营地前进，你们觉得怎么样？
1号
都标出来了。
1号
那边还有个黑匣子、宝石。
哎，对耶，
对耶，觉得看起来就很像是有赢的地方吗？
好啊。那我们来前往黑匣子宝石的那个地方去吧。啊，我们刚刚那个啦，球有给我们2个任务，我们可能是跳了一个任务了。
对啦，跳到后面那个了。
对啦，
哎，还是得靠我啊！
哇，太猛了！
好厉害哟！
好棒哦！
太厉害了！等一下被大鱼追的任务就交给你喽！
厉害啦，有没有你们说的？
没有你，我都不知道该怎么玩游戏了。
大鱼咬他。
什么意思？
啊，靠你了！我不想被咬。
哎呦！呼口气。OK， 行。
哎，我要呼口气。
哇，好辛苦哦。
右边那个应该是我们摸过的。
哎，他都做了那个多人模式了，什么时候可以增加那个水下交换气体的那个人跟人之？对
啊，都已经快要死了，可以借我呼2口。
对啊，借我吸个2口这样子。
对啊，
建议是那个啊，就是你还可以强制吸别人这样。
可以啦，
然后直接抢别人。
找到赢哎！
你在找到了？
所以啊，
营定解锁，你在哪里啊？
对啊，我要没气了，我在哪里啊？
大家记得中间可以标记，啊，看到了，来，我来了。那我们先去羽毛标记的这个地方，找银吧。
OK，
这里我也帮。
这已经拿到1整颗的银了吗？
我拿到是中的，就是打一下会有3颗。
哦，那可以了，可以做。
哇，这里好亮哦！哎，往里面潜会到一个 bling 亮亮的地方，哎，
怎么下去的？
对，往下潜。
进来中毒。
有一种
进来有点臭，
有一种我要死在里面的感觉嘞。
不行啦！
我觉得我们要先用银，然后加大家的氧气量，然后再去做那个。
我找到一个铜柱，好粗！
我找到银！
为什么你们都找得到？
这看起来好好吃哦！
它是
菜，我都是找到菜。
哎，在墙壁上，
太棒了吧！
太棒了！
过分了。
这个是香菜的朋友，好大一颗。
香菜的朋友。
对，这里面有很多卷心菜，是吗？
对，很多卷心菜。
不好意思，跟那个卷心菜不太熟了。
哦，真的吗？
没有了。哦，哎，好大一根哦。
哎，所以香菜是外星人吗？
什么意思？
这种生物不是应该滚出地球吗？太可怕了！
我现在这边4个银，给你们参考一下。
谢谢。
不是啦，
没有。
大家等一下都要顺便升级一下那个氧气量。
我们是不是把附近的银都捡光了？所以我们至少得知一件事情，在稍微中远距离的地方是有免费的银的。免费的银是什么意思？就是有小小的块的银的。
这个地方有办法标记吗？
好不会说话，对，形容的他好奇怪啊！
我不知道为什么最近讲话那么怪。标记是按中间就可以标记了。
可是这个会掉吧？不会掉吗？
对，我做一个标记台。
哦，你说我们先记住是不是？
对。
哎，它资源超多银的，会重生吗？
哎，标记一下啦！
这里。
看到了，来了！
完了，我要死在里面。
叫什么？
阿谦，你等我，你再憋一口气。我知道，你嘴巴张开。
啊！我找不到出去。
哎，我跟你分享一个小小的知识，你知道人的大肠里面通常会保留着一些气体吗？
这里，
它会补吗？
不是，我的意思是说你其实可以。等一下，来，
对不起，我眼睛要黑掉了，我不要。
不是你升上去啊，你还有900公尺，阿谦。 啊，你复活了
摸。到气了，你看我的标点，往我这个标点走，很深，非常
OK，
非常。
来了。没有，我想跟你
赢吗？
对，阿谦说他那边有赢，我去看看了。啊，你那个路口怎么进去的啊？哎呦，这边有
你从上面来我这里比较安全。
这边有长得很奇怪的水母啦，扫过了。
有人在旁边偷笑啊？
没有啊，怎么会呢？
这里吗？这是入口是不是？
对，入口边边全部都是影。
Oh my god！
脚下，
哎，这是桶啊！
这里啦，你们2个。
哦，他赢耶！
啊，有哎，3个赢耶，4个赢耶！
哇，我拼死拼活找到了一堆影。
我好像有在做事哎 ，Oxygen。OK， 太好了。
哦，我终于摸到一个了。
太好了！
来，我这个口刚好可以直接下去。
哎，难怪你会缺氧，而且看到兴奋会缺氧，忘记要呼吸。
啥？我们是不是要再标个记啊？赢这种东西真的是
可以标在这里吗？那个羽毛有东西可以标这吗？
好，我试试看。
鬼之难找。
你不要在我现在我们在的这个入口，我现在站在这个位置。
哦，这个地方。
好，你这个入口哈。
哎，这深处还有更多，各位，
深处很多东西，所以我刚刚不小心走进去里面，而且我不是从这个口，
哇靠，超多啦！
对，标一下，给他爽。来，那个香菜来，你包包没买，
财富自由啊！
赢
2，
好，
有了。
我要没气了。
哎，过来。
OK。
快点，嘴巴张开。
我知道。在深处，如果没有你嘴巴含着东西，没有办法交换气体的话，可以用直肠。
什么啦？
好奇怪啊！
好看，你们继续。
OK， 舒服。
哎，我要先回去放了。
哎，我要回去了，各位，我们先回家一趟吧。我觉得赢够嘞，我们可以去做很多酷东西嘞。
完了，要死啦！
哎，不可以
死啊！
可以死。
到家啦！
我回去做东西啦。
舒服。哎 ，finally， 终于，我们首先来做一个标准的氧气瓶吧，各位，好吗？
对，大家都要。哦，
非常需要哦。
我要氧气瓶了。
变多少？320。
屁啦，太爽了吧？
没有啦
，320真的假的
？75，
只有你会信他啦。
我看看可以做什么，
回来就可以做了。
哎，我觉得我们下一个要做的东西应该是声波共振器，对不对？看起来是，水下推进器感觉很猛哎。那个润滑油要去哪里买啊？便利商店哦，
很多地方都有。
我知道啊，还要买哪个牌子？润滑油，我看一下，润滑油要怎么做啊？润滑处理器、配置器。我这里可以做墙啊，润滑油半月鱼就可以做润滑。各位，不需要再靠我们的脚蹼游泳了，我们要进入到铁器时代了，各位来了，该是升级一波装备的时候了。我先，不要，我们回家之前，大家请先通通帮我抓2只半月鱼，可以吗？一人抓
可以吗？
可以吗？我已经到家了，你在说什么？
熟的你等下可能游一游会烂掉。半月鱼，家里附近半月鱼应该蛮多的。
哎，你们有试过那个推进器吗？好帅哦！
等一下，我还没做出来啊。
我还没做出来。我想说，
有啊，推进器做，水下推进器制作。有的，
洛克人哎！
什么叫洛克人啊？我要怎么用啊？
你到水里，然后把它拿出来。
来，它可以开灯，哇 ！Holy moly！
洛克人哦，
它可以开灯，
它右键可以开灯。
妈哎，做什么手电筒啊？
哎，羽毛香菜需要帮忙吗？我来帮你们，这边还有什么东西没
？Holy shit！ 水力涡轮机，它要在自然水流的地方，不缺东西，但我们要去找到自然水流，我找一下。
这里这个是吗？
你帮我标记一下。
这个
我看一下。
也很近
是好，那我盖一个东西在这里，然后把它拉到我们家里试试看。它是要在水流里面吗？
应该是可以拆，你接的在不行的。
我做好了，然后呢？
接线呢？
有点像在海底乱丢垃圾的人呢。
有了！
你们怎么可以让我做这么缺德的事？
好，可以了，够了，够了，现在够了，
多一点，
现在够了。 什么东西？
什么意思啦？
插在上面，现在56，这样子。
要回来了
，80，有了，
哇，好多，
接到了，
超多电，接到了。
他接到的条件是什么？
没事，这个东西交给我，反正
我刚才讲。
你们完全没有在改。
我刚一直以为那个80跟21，我一直以为是水温呢。我想说，
不是，那是电力。
完了，
好烫啊！
不用接线，它就这样插几根过来就可以了。
对。羽毛，东西捡起来了吗？
在哪里？
在刚刚的地上，在这里。好，我捡起来了。所以走吧，各位，差不多该出发了。开始推游戏进度的时候了，够多了吧？生存的部分，我们
要吃饱。
哦，对，各位拿点东西啊，去错地方了。各位拿点食物，拿点东西吃。
这感觉完全不一样嘞。
对，
前面真是好怕没气哦。
对，现在
很够，
想去哪里哦。
先让他们知道谁是老大。
没错，
象棋老大，
你老大。
食物也拿一点点，我放在香菜的那个柜子里面哦。
对，我好了。
在我的房间里，大家。
然后食物可以再多带一份在身上，这样至少不会让自己肚子饿。好啦，
我去拿。
各位东西都拿好之后，我们先来去找。我看是旺德比较近哎，那我们先去旺德，还是先去天使节，还是先去宝石啊？你们有什么？
如果你们要去天使节的话，看要不要先去我刚刚那个只要100公尺的，我刚刚找到的可以增加包包容量的地方。
哦，真的吗？好啊，那跟你走，出发。
我带路，
没问题。
好，
去把它签。
就是我们刚刚找到那个赢的那个地方。
出发。
出
发！
拿出我们的那个洛克人推进器 ，Go！ 然后等一下，如果有看到蝌蚪号的话，我们可以扫一下。我们现在扫到了1/3个那个
蝌蚪号。
对。
刚在那个签的那个地方。
我可以攻击鱼吗？我试试看。哦，他没反应，烂死了。我们是不是要多带一个电池在身上？这样子，我们的那个冲刺的东西没电的话，我们可以至少。
我刚好多做一颗电池插在那边充电，你们回去可以直接换。
我觉得我们之后每个人身上多带一点电池，然后阿谦
要多带一点，
标记一下东西。
在我这里。
好，
在这里下去。
30 seconds， 我先上去吧。
好，
哇，好舒服哦。
好了之后，我们就可以往下了。
OK， 没问题。
下来喽！
来了，
没事。70几秒真的舒服很多。
对啊，
是这里吗？
进来之后我要绕一下，因为我刚刚在这边找到的。
我记得这里有一个可以呼吸的小气口。
对，有一个小平台，但是我要找的不是那个，我先继续找。
这里有气口。各位，
你们先去，我来找一下，在这边绕一下，等一下就看到了。
这里可以走上来，有水耶。
对，那边有东西，然后我也找到那个口了，
有别人的东西耶。
哎呦，黑盒子，日志，
哎呦，
是死大妈。
对啊，死大妈，
鸡大妈啦。
对啦。
糟糕，有点跟丢了。
没事，香菜，我们在这里。我们去找你。团宠
找到信标，
我们在这，转头。
后面。
转头。
来，跟我来。
好。
我觉得可以用标记，因为其实如果我们太近的话，不会显示名字，所以善用中间。
我标了，
看到了。看到了。
有哎，
所以啦，
到了。哎呀，谁抓出来的？
哎，抱歉。
哎，
抱歉，我刚刚先来的时候，
你不要因为我们4个人都在同一个房间，你没有办法，然后一个人躲到这种地方，
疯啦！
不好敏捷提升，太好了，我要转职成刺客了。
敏捷，
有
快速采取以加强，
应该是我们
居然多一个
应该是我们
生物床加强，
强化再打赢是怎样？
那个快捷栏是不是多一个啊？
对耶！
真的耶！
对耶！
是有。
哇！
敏捷在这边敏捷的，
有一种变强的感觉。
你在慢慢成长啊。
OK， 不错。
这个要扫。
这个是什么？这个已经有了。它有些 有些扫不出来。好，那我们前往，我们刚刚是说要去哪里？宝石吗？还是天使节？
要不要去天使节在旁边而已？我们先去天使节吧。
好，我们先去天使节。
好，
但我们要先想办法出去，这边有点复杂。
好，我踩点银，踩点铜。
好，
这种
跟我来，跟我来。
跟你好。
哎，
哦，这里是换气的地方，我走错了，抱歉抱歉。
没事没事没事。信标我们已经有了，这里好多他们的那个水在水里哦。
生态耶？
为什么啦？
水在水里？
不是啦，就是他们喝过的水
啊。
对，
头上都是银哎，阿神头上都是银哎。啊，我捡完了。
色字头上一把刀。
我找到出路了，你们要看标啊。
我也找到出路了。哎，这不是出路。
刚才嘞？
我找到死路了。
你回头来找我，你有看到我吗？
这个地形真的是很酷哎，真的有那种
超容易迷路的。
对，真的有那种深海迷航的感觉。
或者是我刚看着阿神在我面前，然后
消失吗？
哦，对，就不见了。
没关系，没关系，你过来我们这边，过来我这边，来往上，往上。
我出来了，我去找你们。
回头。
哎，那个推进器没电的速度真的很快。
哦，
快，
好很多。
对，之后
我们3个走另外一边哦。
好，没问题。
你们3个走另外一边，好。
没有，你们3个是包含你。
好啦！
救命啊！
出来了！我们去那个救那个天使。
救命啊！天使节是在，走吧，我们天使节集合喽。
好，刚好一路过去。
好，然后一样可以贴近地表，让我们的移动速度稍微快一点点。
这里也有一个那个
病毒，等一下。病毒水滑，
这干嘛嘞？这不能靠近，
有邪恶的东东啦，靠背啊！
他感觉是要戴那个防毒面具，在水里防毒面具有用吗？
我不知道哎。
你们要绕开那个有病毒的，
那边有一区是病毒区。
对
，OK，
要小心，
要小心，
会有东西咬人，小小一只的。什么声音？
哇！哎，他去找你喽。
OK。
哦。
怎么啦？
哎，走开啦！天使节呢？
哦，
在下面。
我看到了，
正下面。
吸个气就可以下去了。
可以修？
怎么说？
可以啊，不错。出发！会，冲刺！
冲刺会减少，会增加氧气消耗量。
好，
我拉着这只，你们赶快吧。
治不好妈妈。好，我们该拿我们的那个声波枪了。
快，它咬我，你们动快点。
要怎么弄？
我不知道，是它的根吗？
正看，
他叫我蠢货哎。
上面这个膜啦，上面这个膜啊。
哪个膜啊？
上面不是有个膜吗？
哎，可以打鱼。
哦，谢喽。
打鱼。
好。
什么膜？
我看一下是不是这个。
水滑核心。
是耶，不是耶。对啊，他要我怎么救他？
你要我怎么救你们？
我要先救我自己。
我先换个气。
哦，他会不会要等它开花才行啊？好，我们先出去吧，我们们要先治愈孩子啦。他刚刚一直说治愈孩子，蠢货。
啊，抱歉。
对，蠢货，这是他的根，一路绵到里面。我标记了，这里
有看到了，
我在后面。
你不停的标记。OK， 好像是要在超深哎。
这个来得及吗？
可以，
我到了啊，好疼！对不起，弄疼你了。
旺德。
哎有哎，
把它震掉，
哎，附近都是亮亮的那些。
啊，
亮亮的那些，
把亮亮的震掉就好了。
然后那个奇怪的虫会攻击我们。
对，可以直接用那个枪把它震开。
还有亮亮的吗？
没有，看到。
30 seconds， 各位。啊，头顶亮亮的。
我头顶。
有，这边可以出来。
亮亮的。
各位。
有了，
治疗有效。
啊，这里就是我们刚刚看到的那个地方。
啊，从这边
旺德的那个地方。出来了。
连在一起的。
啊 ，OK。这里是我们的那个叫做什么水晶区？
水晶区是什么？
对，石英区。 那这里好像都
有了，
都好
可以回去
了
找了呢，应该可以回去找旺德。
好啊好啊，走，咱们来去找旺德。哎，不是。旺德在这个地方，然后我标记我拿到他的那个黑匣子，
黑匣子
有了，拿到了。哦，气口，
在呼吸，
是三小鱼，是水阔鱼在里面，是三小。
是水阔鱼，哎，制造氧气是不是？
超可爱哎，可以一直吸哎，这个很猛哎，
对，这个很强
哦，
这个很厉害哎。好，那我们回去天使节吗？
对，我们去天使节。
哎，这个可以扫水滑节点，有了。好，我们来回到刚刚的天使节吧，各位。
好，
顺手采个资源哦，好可爱。
刚刚的天使节，跟着哦，来，我标点给你们。
对，为什么采不起来？有了，我在标点。
有。
下 go， 然后记得这边有那个看到好像都可以破坏，这些好像都是气口。对啦，这里可以呼吸，各位。
来了，
好，这边
标记了，这里可以呼吸。
它之后就可以呼吸了啦。
哦。其实这里有很多地方都可以呼吸，这里也可以。
对，因为我们现在把它破坏掉之后就可以了。
对。这里好多东西需要破坏。
它会亮亮的。
会，这个家伙躲在里面干嘛？水下推进器已经有，它的根系是不是不止一个啊？我们再回去，然后走另外一个根系看看好不好？
好啊。
哦，你说每个根系连的地方不一样？
对，感觉起来应该是这个样子。这里是我们刚往那里走，它好像好一点点了。
要走另外一条，
还有一个，总共2个根系。那另外
走开了，你多厉害，走开了啊！
30 seconds， 我们找一下，然后找到根系的话，我们标个点好吗？
这边可以呼吸
了。
好。
OK。
妈妈，有人在跟鱼吵架，我好害怕。
它咬我啊！
记得没事喝个水。你们有找到根系的话，帮我标点上。什么声音啊？超恐怖的！是你在学吗？
是有人在学吗
？Hello， 香菜。
就换一条根啊！
分为组啊，分为组。
另外一条根系是哪里啊？这一条吗？
这一条吗？
好像是你们那一条哦。
那个
羽毛那一条。
羽毛走了。对，
羽毛那一条。
羽毛这条走了，走走看吧。
好，出发。有看到呼吸的标个点。对，应该是这条。没错。再标个点。
他就是那个在讲话的那个，我直接猜咯。
好。
好。
揍完他。
点他。
有虫在咬我，
寄生虫。
剩30秒，走！我先上去哦。还有。
好。
行。嘿，冲刺。是。应该是还有哦。哇，张开嘴巴了。
他头上还有一颗亮亮。
我来，交给我。
应该是一颗。
我上。
在这边。
你吃东西是会回血啊？
有。我破
有了。
打开了。
开了。
可以摸了吗？
可以摸吗？
兄弟们上！摸进去，我摸了。
插入手掌。
插入手掌。
耐高温，血全满啦！
是啦，
太猛啦！
我们直接前往黑匣子吧，好不好？
好。
可以哦。
黑匣子。
哪一个？
妈妈可以扫吗？不行，好，我们今天前往黑匣子这边，往这里走，我标记了。
宝石吗？
宝石 ，OK。
对，宝石。先上去一波。
我走上面。
我身上的东西都满了吗？
没有啊，
我还好。
好，没关系，那我们直接去。
我们是不是离救生上比较近啊？那先回家回补一波，先把电池也处理，怎么样？
满。
对。
包包变大了。
真的吗？
快乐哦。应该有变大。
没有啊，没有，它本来就这么大。我最喜欢这种玩家了。
一场，哎呀，
是错觉，
这是一个会自我满足的玩家，会自己拍
玩着，突然觉得地变。
哎呀，包包好大哦。
对啊，看着钱包里面仅存200块，太好了，捡到200块。我们 家里晚上的时候蛮暗的，可是现在有电了，已经很舒服，至少可以在家里呼吸了啦。我觉得。对啊，我觉得这已经是
最大的那个了，
这已经是不幸中的大幸了，好吗？
快乐。
对，这已经是
OK 的，
不幸中的超级大幸。OK， 好，然后记得可以充个电。来，
对，我要去充电。
对，大家这边有那个电池禁用是什么意思啊？为什么家里没有在充电呢？
能用吗？
没在充电？
为什么家里没有在充电？
有个坏消息，我把1号一定看成家了，我现在马上回去。
哦，没事，
没关系啊。
对，没关
为
系。
什么不能充电？
对啊，为什么不能充电？
为什么是禁用？啊，因为要直接按啦，白痴哦！
什么叫直接按？
按上面那个禁用。
哦，超白痴啊！
它才会启用，
谁给我关起来的？最后一个用的是谁啊？
要启用按一下才会启用，是不是？
这什么功能啊？什么莫名其妙的功能啊？
现在闲闲没事，我要来盖家了。我
要来盖家了，我来看看哦。
我来看一下，还可以做什么吗？
我来做一些灯吧，好不好？让家里稍微亮一点点，可以吧？好主意
那我搓一些医疗包哦。
好，
可以啊，
没问题。
直接搓那个全满的医疗包。
要搓全满的。
对，我也需要医疗包。
可是全满一次是100。
可以啦，够啦，
可以啦，你很有钱。
好啦，加一下吧。
不用啦。
各位，这样家里是不是比较亮一点了？
盖不出去，为什么？
有喜欢吗？
内部设计。
我们家里的那个电灯快把我们的那个电用光了。
不要啦！还是我再去盖一个那个啊。
那个医疗包我放在我的房间，就是那个食物柜里面，然后
没问题。
我们是没食物了。
对，食物可能比较少一点点。我快把电抽光了，太好了！再一个啊！再一个！
我等下。极限了
，bro！ 别再用电啦！
哇，家里好亮啊！可以啦，
极限了，
真的是极限。
我觉得点灯没关系。
那我要点最后一个灯哦，刚刚好嘛，对不对？嘟嘟啊好，38，谁在给我家里乱盖东西啊？电要没啦！
不是我，
你啦，就是你啦！
好像是我在充电池吗？
少一个钛，
这个不行吗？
不行，
我没有盖灯呢，我没有盖灯呢。
电池原本就在充，
没有盖灯呢。
哦，
我盖垃圾桶也会吃电啊。
搞不好是电能垃圾桶啊。
电能垃圾桶
没电了啊！
有啦，要有电了。
OK。啊，舒服。
啊，
啊，那我继续盖，太好了，继续用，
这样的意思哎。
羽毛别回来，你在这边待着。
不是这个意思哎。
OK， 好啦，我把家里都点亮了，可以了。
对啊，这样一点啊。
你们家里房间我也帮你们盖个灯啦，好不好？至少你们家里不会这么的暗，好吗？看你们很可怜。
我觉得是看我们可怜，
真的是看你们太可怜，家里连灯都没有。有了，
多可怜
啊，舒服。家里是不是又要没电了？
有机会。
怎么会这样啊？
怎么电用的速度有一点太快啦？
这个好可爱。OK， 放那么多鱼呀？
什么东西放那么多鱼？谁家啊？
这房间要放满鱼了，你要来
羽毛哦，我要来看一下。
没有放满啊。
要放满了，还是
这才小。Hello，
太努力了，
好可爱啊！
他们会发抖
对啊，
你是睡觉抱着鱼睡觉是不是？
不是啦，香菜你过来看一下啦。
冲啊！等一下
你去羽毛房间。好可
爱，8根多汁，
莫名其妙。
我刚刚就是跑错房间，我想说奇怪，我房间怎么那么多条鱼？
莫名其妙，
真的会笑死。
你真的很怕渴死呢？
什么？我们要杀他们啦！
那是他的宠物，
要杀他们了。
那是他的宠物啦，那是羽毛的宠物。
我本来想说，如果缺水，我就去那边抓一只。
这也可以啊，抓一只我也不会发现。
我现在也会缺纤维了。
对，
真的
纤维
纤维一大堆，你纤维随便抠就一大堆纤维了。哎，电池记得拿出来，然后每个人身上多带1颗电池，1到2颗，可以吗？
好，我现在可以煮鱼吗？还是
可以啊，可以啊，当然可以啊。
电够用吗？
啊，一定够，一定够，一定够。
屁我！
什么声音啊？我大只
哦，
吃饭。
咬我啦！哎呦，
大只哎，扫过它了吗？扫过了，
扫过了。
它叫那个吧？
折骨鲨。
对，会把你的骨头折成一半的那一种。哎，你们刚刚扫过这个吗？
好大只哦！
哪个？
蝌蚪号吗？
哎，它哎没有扫，蝌蚪号，
对，
蝌蚪号。
你考，
对，
扫描。
对哦。
哎呦，
我把它赶走，
有了，
快点，
传送解锁。
那个啦，停船的。
OK， 好。
还有一个哎，
对，我们还差一个。
哦，
呼吸。
呼吸。
找一下。
蝌蚪号供氧来源，那我们还缺一个哎，附近会不会还有蝌蚪号？找一下。
旁边有个大船要去看一下吗？
大神
哦，大船看到了。
我看到，这里，不要点。
我们可以做这海吗？我想做这海。
所以已经成的了吗？
对。哎，他要来了。
找你们喽。
哦，我没。
哇，很凶哎！
火箭，
我一直咬我，真的很。我把它赶走。好吃，
好。
被咬的是我。
哇！
所以我才在旁边喊的。
这好大哦！它上面还没有什么蝌蚪号的残骸之类的地方。找，这感觉就有入口。
要找一下。
对，你没有找到标个点，我也还在找。
好，30秒了，我先赶快。
我也30秒，我也上去一趟。突然觉得75好不够用哦，
因为我们开始越走越深啦。
等一下，好像没有看到入口哎，我看一下下方，
我也没看到啊。
从下面的洞窟我走进去看看。
哇，这什么啊？哦，签，超级大签，
大签，
哎，棒！
打死他！
是怎样？要克我是不是？
有。
没有，这个资源啊，不可以浪费。
哎，我找到入口了。
不要下，
这里。但是看到，这里面没啥东西，有一些可以扫的东西吗？处理器这个我们已经有了。OK，
从哪里下去的？
这什么？
我拿到一个数据卡。
哦。
我不知道解锁了什么东西。
哇，真。
还有蝌蚪号。
有吗？
有吗？扫他！
在哪？这边。
30秒了。我先上去。
等下我也30秒。我来了，标个点。
旁边。
不行了。
打死啦！
哎，30秒其实很久啊，也没有那么恐怖。来了
，30秒。
看一下蝌蚪号的残骸，谁还没有扫过啊？香菜吧，对不对？
我扫过了，哎，他好像一个人扫过就可以。
那没差。
他在后面。我想说给大家一点游戏体验。他在正底部。
哦，这里下去。
冲啊！
哎，羽毛说的蝌蚪号是在里面吗？
里面，你刚刚看了另外一边。
看到了，有哎。
哦，这里我看到了。
底部吗？
我来扫。
好，
扫一下。
各位，
找到了。
别用脚游啦！
蝌蚪号
已解锁。
对。
需要未知工具。
还有个修理工具，
我们可以修这个东西哎。
还要把这修好是不是？
对，好像是这样子。那我们等一下再过来吧，各位。
好啊
，30秒了，各位。
好，我们等一下再过来。你等一下回去做修理工具跟蝌蚪号如何？
好，
没问题。
那我先把这个点标一下，等一下我们记得要过来。OK， 回家。哇，大进展呢！
哎，哦 ，OK， 刚刚想到你的那个氧气。
过来。
可以啦。
300公尺。
哦呦，
哎呦，
我们游戏进度大进展哎，好哎，
有哎，
太好，
有蝌蚪号就很方便了。
回家。
对，身上有缺什么东西，记得可以拿一拿。
好，
照我们这个进度，大概今天就要完结了。
没错，
太快了吧？
那5分钟就要破完了。
真的。
好，
等一下8只利维坦间出现了。
Oh my god！ 好，那以前还可以打死利维坦。
哇，现在新的版本就什么都哇，我没有很喜欢。
哦，你们以前是可以打鱼的。
对啊，以前可以扁鱼。
哦，
哎，扫一下这个。
我以前不止鱼可以扁，我以前还可以扁人。
哈， 好想玩哦。
啊，
好想被扁哦，
好想被扁是吗？
哎，不是，
好想被扁哦。
对，好像这边只有我只有被扁的份。
哎呦，
等一下，怪怪的。
回来喽！好，我来看一下修理工具可以直接做，我做一把喽。
好，
修理工具感觉只要一个人做就好了，我做吧，好不好？
好啊，
不用带太多，我做一把在身上。然后我把栖息地的这个放在家里，焊接器啦，这是以前修那个极光号的东西。
对，按住左键还右键啊。
对。哇，怀念的老东西。
哇，这么后面才做出来？
对啊，之前极光号好像是马上就可以做出来。
对，你要修那个发信器哦。
发信器的，一开始的时候3分钟。对，只要3分钟就做出来了。
留这个东西我们只有1颗哎。
对，我刚刚用过1颗，所以我才说做1个就好。
很珍贵。
哦，
那我来看一下我们的那个啦，海鹅号怎么做啊？等一下，
海鹅是什么？
直接用那个机器
做船的那个啊。
对。
等一下，
蝌蚪号，
这一代没有海鹅号。
我们要先做船景吧？
对，那我来看一下扫描，我怎么有2台扫描器啊？哎，
捡到谁的扫描器？
对啊，谁的扫描器啊？
扫描器
哪里？
谁身上没有扫描器？
扫描器，
我有。
我有。
啊，我身上怎么2个扫描器？
哎，
你的吗？
我有啊，我身上有啊，还是我上一集不小心多做一个
啊？
我上次好像多做一个啦，是我啦。
OK，
忘记了，那我身上有啦，我身上有。
没事，
安全。
OK， 好，那我们这艘船要坐在哪里？就坐附近好不好？好吧。
你要弄一个船舱哎。
对啊，有个船景呢。
我看一下哦，他做这个东西需要外部设施吗？不是外部设施，标准是船景。
对啊，它就叫船景啊。
这个船景是要连接什么？我怎么有看没有懂？
它好像放地上。
放地上？
在客厅按按看。
好像不是是在家里吗？在家里放吗？
对啊，对，在家里。
外部没有得放啊。
在家里放啦！
对，在家里放。
靠边啊！超酷啦！等一下，干！我他妈这样过去，我要这样侧着走啊！
放好啦。
它还可以大小
不行啦！
不行吗？
它可以自己控制大小。
So by。
哦不
，So by， 我觉得我们的这里感觉不错。
我现在有个问题是，他那个船是1个人的吗？如果是每个人都有的话，自己的房间可以盖一个船景，然后就可以直接出去。很帅
哦，好，我来我来该帮大家稍微加点料的时候了，是不是？让我思考一下哦。好，我知道了。你们先去帮我搜点素材，然后附近晃晃，我去外面帮你们合成个东西，好不好？
OK，
包大家回来的时候满意，好吗？
没问题。
该是建筑工阿神出场的时候了。动力电池，我们有动力电池，强酸跟盐都有。我们缺盐呢，可以帮我去搞一点盐出来吗？对，盐巴的盐。
盐要去哪弄啊？
好像有路上有找到过。
不知道在哪里。
对，有点忘记在哪里。
好像不多的样子，对不对？
对，不多。
对，盐好像没有弄出来。
找找看。
我们要不要弄一个扫描站啊？
你说可以扫描物资吗？
之类的，感觉这应该是扫描物资呢。
我们有扫描站这种东西吗？
有啊，
有吗？哪里有？
我有看到啊，在内部设施最下面。
内部设施扫描站。
我看到了，什么站？坐，它也要系的。
这扫描站是扫描我们的吗？是
定位资源，
是系统晶片。好，我看一下系统晶片。系统晶片的话，接线盒。好，我来做一个系统晶片吧，我把这个东西做出来。
好多铜。
好啊。
我们现在蛮缺铜的哦，所以铜可以尽量带回家。OK， 系统晶片 got。那我来做一个扫描站出来咯。
好。
扫描一下盐。
扫描站，然后把这个东西，
哇，怎么热成这样啊？
我想说香菜的房间好像没盖什么东西， 我们是不是应该可以把东西塞在香菜的房间？反正他房间也就一张床，哎，可以哎，可以吗？
不行啦，真假啦？你帮我看。
那你去看一下羽毛的房间，我刚刚经过的时候我非常惊恐。
真的可以盖，要盖吗？
我看一下啥？
盖，
真的可以盖。
哎，我进不去，哦，进来，靠背。
怎么了？房间是什么东西啦？哎呦，
可爱，
矩阵了，真的。
等一下，为什么我卡住了？有了。
门口还2只看
插接线盒。
对，插接线盒，
我去做个接线盒，等我一下哦。
还是大家这边也开个口啊，刚刚扫描完可以直接出去丢出去。
你开始把他的那个
可以啦，
征收了，
他会的。
没事，而且我等等回去看哦。
你们去找盐巴，快！
好，出发！
去找盐巴，我继续在家里。
东的方向嘛，对不对？
他能够标记吗？不行，他只能用记的。
啊，真的，因为
靠背，我们家怎么有鱼游进来啊？
其实
可以标记，
蛮好看的耶。
可以标记，
好赞哦！
怎么标记的？
对，它可以标记耶。
直接点画面上的那个蓝点，然后它就会出现。你先不要点，你真的点。
Fuck！
你回头看。
哇，有哎，
太方便了吧？
是哦。
去吧，羽毛，我在这边指挥你。
他是中控是不是？
对。
那我就去搞家里的东西。
Commander，感觉应该要。
Commander。哎，我要怎么看啊？哎，
你要来这边是正面。
好，正面在这里啊。然后死人不会用这种机器哦。
没事。
然后你选择你要不要那个，譬如说我们要找盐，然后我们就回到这个台子上。哎，你怎么关掉了？
哦，哎，我找到了。我刚想要找笨蛋在这里。
对，然后把啦，然后你可以看到羽毛在那边，有看到吗？
太定。
哎呦，看到了。
对，从我这个方向看过去刚刚好。
对不起，
摸懂。
然后你就点这个球，它就会标给羽毛就会去捡这样。
跟各位说一下，家里的太快用光了，请帮我处理一下，看要不要那个帮我把那些钢铁分解掉，好吗？
请问一下盐需要几个？
越多越好，家里0。
不要再改啦，不见啦！
好吧，我要被你检查。
哎，这边烫的耶，
烫。
我跟啊，
我们不是把我们的那个身体净化过了吗？
烫热了吗？
啊 ，OK。
对啊，
应该不会受伤才对。
很烫吗？
哎，羽毛那边很多啦，你自己翻一下，我去帮忙找钛。
可以了。
好。还是你需要我帮你，我也可以继续帮你。
玻璃也够了，钛也够了。缺动力电池，我看一下动力电池需要什么东西。哎，
为什么还会一直喷？
我疯狂的帮大家准备物资，哎，天哪！一台课的话，不知道可以坐几个人，我们就直接做出来吧。嘿，制作。哎，各位，精彩的部分别错过啊！他现在正在制作中哦。来喽！
哦，哇，有了，
在哪里？哦，正下方。
哦，在下面。
哇哦，
好可爱哦！
我进去了哦。
好。
哦，你们进得来吗？
进不去，一次只能1个人。
啊，进不来吗？
哎，但是我可以抓在旁边。
抓在旁边什么意思？
好帅！
就是
抓在旁边，
在旁边当引擎。
什么啦？
我没有看过。
在旁
边帮我加速。
我出来，你们进去看看。
车它可以抓在旁边。
我也可以抓。
3个人。
对，我们可以2台。
4个人吗？
那我再多做1台，好不好？
多做1台，2。
哎，好酷！哎，这一代的那个好酷哦。
那个垃圾车那个模式啊，你就抓在那个栏杆上啊。
真的是垃圾车模式哎。好，再多做1台，有了。
开船
，1人1台。动力电池要不要备2颗啊？要吗？好像
看你们啊，我都可以。哎，
不知道哎。
做好了。
OK， 又做好1台了。那我再多做2颗动力电池，然后我们1人就1颗，好不好？
好。
那盐巴还需要2个，羽毛可以帮我们做个盐巴吗？
一大堆了。
OK，
来了。
强酸我也需要。强酸的话，这个咚2个，可以哦。那
不会，
我们直接那个动力电池，1人1颗。碎。有啦！哎，我们今天进度大超前呢。
有啊，
很猛很猛。
我怎么记得我们一直在玩到很后面才有这个蝌蚪号啊？
没有啦，没有到那么的，没有到这么的后面。
后面，
但是就是要玩一段时间。
我们其实也玩一段时间，你知道吗？加起来应该也快6个小时。
我们都一口气玩很用力这样。
对，其实我们中间隔太久了。
第一集只有一口气呢，只能45的。
真的呢。OK， 好，东西弄完了。
哎，快没水了，有关系吗？
有关系。你说快没水是你，
我快把仓库的水喝光，
用光了，没关系啦，可以。
我是水牛。
水牛，
它的右上角标记可以标记很多东西耶。OK， 好，然后把这个也做出来，有了，用一台，碎。好，那动力电池交给羽毛跟阿谦拿好了，好不好？来
啊，真的吗？
对。那这样子我载阿谦，然后看香菜要载羽毛，不行，香菜载羽毛会迷路，羽毛载香菜。
我觉得羽毛在。
对。合理。收回刚那句话，不好意思，羽毛载香菜好了，
没问题。
OK，太好了。
其实我觉得羽毛那个香菜也可以开看了，感觉很好笑。
什么意思啦？
感觉会有点恐怖。
因为我发现一件事情，它那个垃圾车模式，它好像不会扣氧气，可以下去试试看。
垃圾车模式是什么？
挂在旁边不会扣氧气？
挂在旁边，
对，因为你在里面，
对，
你不是吗？
还补哎，
它挂在旁边，它不会扣氧气的样子。
好，所以我们现在是没有目标，
我们去大船那边修那个门啊。
啊，对耶，
然后也可以。
好啊。那我开我的蝌蚪号了。哎，我们是不是还没有解锁那个？对，我好像没有解锁那个命名工具命名的那些东西。我记得以前可以改颜色，对不对？
对，
你的命名。
OK， 好，我上传了。
上来。
我们的那个标记在哪里啊？有人记得吗？我们的信号。完蛋了，
有个信号。
来，香菜先上传哈。
我们的那个坐标可以编辑颜色，我编辑了。
OK，
好。
就是按你的那个信号可以编辑颜色。那个好像是在天使节附近吗？还是在哪里啊？好像不是天使节，那个是在宝石，在宝石那里对吧？
宝石。好，对。
那抓上来了吗？我看一下。
有。
我们可以互撞，然后看看谁船先坏掉啊。
来啊！
不要！出发 ！Go！ 哇！
他这个垃圾车模式做的超好哎！
可以撞鱼吗？
会坏吧？
不行，不会坏。我可以上。哇！
可以飞耶！
海豚跳哎，
可以。
我看不到血量，是正常的
对，但是现在是100，不用担心，我可以跟你讲。
好，99，为什么？
哇！
因为刚刚香菜试开过了。
什么意思？
哇！真的很不一样哇，好舒服啊，好舒服啊，
好爽哦！
完完全全是不一样的体验了。
我双手放开了，完全不用动了。
鱼要游泳嘞。
我在闪你大灯的啦！
他大灯了，他一直靠近。
真的呢？
闪大灯？
在哪？完了！
羽毛，我有跟你说过，其实我是载具杀手这件事情吗？
他这里啊，
我开在右边。
就是这个挂在你的这个船上呢，基本上可能每秒就会扣1这样。
不会，
到了！我们继续收东西。对。我们
现在家里欠很多，
对，家里现在物资其实蛮充裕的，而且我们现在有扫描站，
有点大。
我们到了。
哎呦，对不起，抱歉。OK， 出来了。这个
不要说理工具，就去挂钩子，知道吗
？OK， 好。那很方便，等于就是移动的那个氧气罩
没错，
太方便了嘛！修理。
哇，这样
很
期待之后的载具。
开了！等一下，旁边也可以开。你们等一下！你们的船要不要也修一修？要不要？
怎么修什么？
你们的船呢？不是撞到一点点？
好啊，修一下，修一下。
可以，小指头而已啦。
可以。要确保他们的那个状态是100%的，确认一下。对，100%。
补氧气。
可以。进来摸一下，补个氧气。哪里是哪里？好，我们走左边这扇门吗？
好，这扇。
你觉得蝌蚪号进得去吗？ 应该是不行。
要吧，进不去，进不去，进不去。
就开灯就好了，我们有那个开灯模式啊。
对，
好暗哦，为什么开灯还这么暗呢？
我刚刚那。
哎呦呀！
拿这进来是干嘛？
出什么东西？
这个
异常配方数据卡，循环呼吸器，这是要扫描？
这是什么？
要几个啊？拜托一个就好，拜托一个，一个
接受了，接受了。
我在猜，可能可以呼更多气，有没有可能？这可以开吗？这不行。哎，你们知道有一个东西，有一个在我们家里附近有一个很小的基地。好像是30 seconds， 我们进来了，有一个很小的基地，好像是里面可以那个我怎么了？哦，你在修我的船啊！我的画面刚刚变超恶
我刚刚扫描磕头哈。
阿谦换你了，我们先回家做看那个东西吧，我要抓看，我抓了，回家吧，回家。
好。
哎呦！哦，这就是挂在上面的感觉吗？
好像在开你的跑车哦！
哎呦喂啊！快点哦！
我现在
回去做换。
有。
我们的那个黑匣子拿了吗？
都开头了才问了这个问题。
我们确定拿过了吗？
我突然想到，
黑匣拿过，它在那个蝌蚪号旁边啊。没有，我们再去看一次。
那为什么它的点位没有消失啊？不是正常来说用完它都不会消失
我刚刚是有把它再点开一次。
我是把它再点开了。
来，对啊
，OK，
下去看一次，
确认一下啊。对，我们拿过了。OK，
来吧，
回家。我还是在里面好了，我在里面比较安心，不知道为什么外面有鲨鱼。
什么意思？
好了吗？
刚羽毛超过分，羽毛不是开走吗？你有上车吗？
上车吗？上车了哈！
上车！
出发！我们先做循环呼吸器吧，如何？
好，
纤维布的话需要纤维，它需要大量纤维。
好，
还有强酸，我去做强酸。
我去挖纤维。
OK， 强酸的话，
纤维是可以挖的吗？没电了，
完啦！
水母也缺一个。
水母，
不要水母给我。
好，我不要给你，家里没电怎么标水母？
等我一下。完啦！
大危机！
救命啊！
等一下，
快点！
怎么那么缺电啊？
救命！可能是你的船在充电嘛，对不对？
有可能啊。
你怕我要窒息啦？这是一种羽毛在跟我玩窒息 play 吗？
有了啦！
好，这个是水母标，水母标了
吗？我看到。
对，水母标了。
那个水流口是被我们放满那个机器啊？
对，我想去看一下，那里到底发生什么事。
有充电
有在充电哦，对不对？那你可以帮我把我的海我自己停。啊，靠北，是水流口，超好笑。你帮我把你的那个蝌蚪号开走，
然后开走了。
我们这集硬生生多了快60-70那个电力耶，你知道吗？
真的啊，直接进到大缺电时代。
真的。
OK， 停靠完毕。
这个水母还没长出来啦。
它停靠很酷不行水母一定要长出来，不然会有人没有那个面罩。你想办法给它长出来。
水母，
我想办法再飘另外一个水母啊！
你想办法。
撒骨粉，想办法快点！
有没有骨粉啊？谁的骨头借我用一下？
动你的小脑袋啦！等一下，我们的循环面罩纤维布。那个好，你帮我多做一点那个纤维布出来。
可是强酸好像还需要。强酸是需要什么东西的？
强酸我正在做。
好。
强酸就是那个，你的纤维布做出来了吗？你帮我放在那个箱子里好不好？
好，随便箱子都可以。
它有2个纤维布，很贵耶，需要大量水母。对，随便那箱子就可以了。
大量水母。
再踩了。
model，
还需要什么吗？
找到骨粉了，
是。
我们的确这附近只有一个点嘛。
好像就是那边呢。
对，
不是，它那个范围超出去了。我们盖的位置，
对，不在它的那个位置。
我要自己找。
有吗？还有吗？
有。
踩到了可以带回来吗？
不是，就T 斜线 TP。
哦，它会让我们那个在深海里面的时候，我们的呼吸的那个扣的氧气的速度变慢，循环这个样子。哦 ，OK， 有了嘞！香菜，来，东西做完了，过来我这个地方。
好喂，
这里。
水啊！
来了，
这样子我们每个人身上的东西都应该拿的差不多了。这个水是我的。我们吃饱喝足就出发。我刚发现一件事情你们等我一下。
嘿。
我刚发现我们的船后面有接口它是可以等我一下。
接口。
救命啊！我的船！
等一下，
到底怎么了？我来帮忙。
我的船会0到100，0
到啊？什么意思？
我去帮忙。
什么意思？我也想问什么意思？有人要上来吗？有人上来我的船吗？
什么0到100？
我找不到你在哪。
等一下，好，这是我的船吧？不对，这才是我的船。对，
我开了。
没事。
为什么玻璃已经破了？
我靠！我怎么跟你一样？
等一下，
为什么？
你再一次，
停不下来！
你再一次！
好长
！What the fuck！
我停不下来！
你超 bug！
等一下！我要过去！等我一下！各位，船后面可以放箱子啦！等一下！
船后面也放箱子。
对，你们快来！
好回去。
好赞哦！
我回了，我发现很快。回来！
你怎么用的？
那你
我不
顺到哪去？
往前开就这样啦。
我抓住了，羽毛可以动喽。
好。
冲啊！
我靠！
在哪里？
它要爆了吧
？98还可以。
OK， 我可以玩看吗？
好，等一下，
我可以玩看了。
我下船了。
好了，我上来了。
天哪！
我是正常的啊。
为什么？
我很正常啊。那你再上来了？
你得超失望的。
你再上来了？
我试试看。
我抓在旁边了。
为什么会这样啊？
他在旁边要咬我们了。快点！
我想上去。
你的是。我靠！
只有你可以耶！
三下
到家了！
到家了！不行了，这个不能开啊，这个会抖音。
我不能开，香菜换你开啊！
我帮你修理一下你的船。等一下，
我不能开啊！
你为什么不是啊？可是会不会只要你挂在船上就会有这个问题啊？
要试试。
好，不然我开，
那我开，然后羽毛你挂船上。
对，然后我开这台。
挂了吗？
好，挂了。
好，
没有啊，很正常。
这个香菜的，
这已经不是无视水的主力了，这已经是 Made in Heaven 嘞。
那为什么阿谦也会闪呢？
真的吗？你先抓着，
我抓着，不会，
不是很快啊，靠！
为什么？
香菜呢？
为什么？
香菜开！
我们这里在闪现呐。
只有我没有吗？你香菜回来呀！
我看到哪里在闪？
我停不下来。
回来！
等下，阿谦，我们换个位置吗？等一下啦！
你们大家开都有问题吧？
你们刚是升级了什么东西啊？
没有，香菜你开，
香菜你开看哦。
好。
忘记了。
他也会。
往上开，空啊！
等一下，羽毛，帮我一个忙，你开，然后我想要垂直飞到天上去，可以吗？
啊，
来了！
香菜要回来，
可以了吗？
你不能我没跳，
冲啊，羽毛！
他追到了，100公尺了，冲啊！哇！快去！
这是哪？
哇，快回去！
羽毛，
这是哪里？
羽毛！我回来了！这什么地方？
香菜你可以转啊！
停！羽毛刹车！
它坏掉嘞！
坏掉了！
为什么呢？
修一下。
香菜嘞？
它坏掉了。
你说船坏了吗？
对。
你往上开，你在水下900公尺。你往上开！
香菜！
这会变成红色，会亮灯哎！
快点！
它爆炸！
香菜！
它爆炸了！
刚刚 我在水压下，那个血直接掉一半呢。
我有看到，弄得上来吗？
哪句破坏者？
我需要一把枪。
我枪在我这里，可是800公尺我下不去。
我们下不去啊！
哦，还是我们开过去。
为什么我人在200多公尺？
啊，在200多哦，那还好，那还好。
那往上开就好。
对，你往上开，然后我哎
不是，他没办法往上开，他刚爆炸，他就轰。
好，那我开着船，然后羽毛跟阿谦在我身上，好吗？
好 ，OK。
可是他爆炸的话，我们怎么回来？
对啊，
我可以修好，我有修理枪。
你先修好再说，我们慢慢开回来。
好，都上来了吗？
我先上去呼个气。
有，
好，没问题，都来了哈，那我出发了。
我看他
再快一点吗？
这样就够了。
我看他是900，
我看到了，他那个应该是距离。
bug 吗？
没有，那是距离，那不是深度。
像是你刚刚上船是 W 按住是不是？
对啊。
你妈冷静一下。
对啊，你妈冷静一下。我刚刚是根本就是摸一下我就不敢动了，原来是按住直接消失。
我想说还蛮滑顺的哦。
对啊，很快哎
，200多公尺嘛，对了，还好。哦，这电用的有点快。
我看700。
就是深度是200多啦，但是距离那是距离。OK， 什么深海迷航、深海竞速吧？极速迷航。
Oh my god！
靠！
你有办法呼得到气吗？
不是，你这里是什么地方啦？
哎呀，
那你这里是哪里啦？
靠，它在外面啦，我们可以出去吗？
不是啦，
可以出去吗？
这个是边界呢。
他刚才跟我说
不行，
确定？
不行哎，警告哎，
不行，警告！
我按确定了，我还是要把船拿回来啊。什么声音？什么声音？
哎，有没有
什么？干！是啦！我靠，利维坦！
啊！
我靠，利维坦！
利维坦什么东
西 ？Shit！
香菜鱼船海的包围是不是？
那我要这边看着船，还是我要过去看你们被利维坦咬？
香菜回来。
你最好自己回来了。这个蝌蚪号我们就算了，你先回来。
这个蝌蚪号算了，
他大概没救了。哎，有一种做法，听，有一种做法。
好，
羽毛你开船，你到那里，我用最快的速度把那个船修好，然后阿谦你开着另外一艘船，香菜握着那艘船，羽毛你开我的船，我握着你的船，一起飞奔回来。这是我的计划，
好，
可以吗？
好，紧急任务。
Oh shit！ 利维坦呢？可以吧？
我们真的看到利维坦了，真的看到。
真的嘞！好，那我抓好，然后羽毛开。
我准备好了。
等一下，我还没抓，我抓好了。好，出发。
可以标个利维坦的点吗？因为我等下
利维坦到处有，没得标。
好，
对，
去吧，
出发啦！
羽毛，出发！
走啊
！OK， 放！
停！慢点！太多！
回来！在哪？哪里？不见了！
我停不下，我需要状态停得下来。
OK， 好，我们现在在哪？Oh shit！
这是哪里
？OK， 我不知道这是哪。
往回一点。
又在500多公尺。
我是什么？
你瞬间出来的话，好像停得下来，对不对？
对。
OK， 好，
你不要再多，
来喽，准备喽，3、2、1，放手！
放！好，
我在修了，
好，
我在修了。阿谦，你快点进去！
我知道。
你们走！快走！
我的利维坦，我的蝌蚪好正常了。
我的东西全没了，你们回得来吗？
坏的，
我在努力。
回得来吗？
小羽毛来接我，我在哪里？
你可以开另外一台吗？
不行，他坏的，他没修好。
你不是修好了吗？
没有，他是坏的，他也需要修理工具。
fuck！
我这一台快坏了，而且我现在的速度正常，我现在慢慢开回去。
你开回来，
你看回去。
我们在想 C 计划，还有 C 计划啊！我修到99%啦。
对，还没修好。
哎，那你在下面，你还能活吗？
我能活啊，我完全没扣氧气啊。
OK， 好。
为什么？
那你们撑着。
在蝌蚪号里面就好了。
哎，我现在有看到你的黑匣子，我去拿你的黑匣子里面的修理工具有用。
我修理工具在我身上。 好不 ？OK， 我可以修，只差一点点，只是你们需要回来救我。300多公尺的这个是谁？
他为什么会回啊？
快到了
！300公尺的这个
回来了！
哦，那是你吗，羽毛？我先把你的船修好，好不好？
好。
然后这样我们要怎么进去啊？
我待在船旁边就有氧气嘞，好神奇哦！
对，但是我们要怎么
拯救？
我们要怎么拯救香菜跟阿谦啊？到了，别动，
只是再试试看有没有 bug。
我修好了。
好。
我移动的速度慢，换你了。
好好玩，好刺激哦！
好抓好。
好，我试试看哦。
来吧，羽毛。哇，瞄准啊！那边上面一点点。
发射，
冲刺！
好慢啊！
看，也只能这样走啦，快点啦！
我们只能这样冲过去了吗？
冲啊！
那你要不要开？
我不要啊！
我看起来还要下船修东西耶，他刚才没有在我面前被摇走哎。
等一下，我思考一下。
好，边开你边思考。
好，等一下。好。先回去一下好了，先回去。好，我不知道列维坦是不是只追我。如果他只追我的话，有个好消息，我把修理工具给你。
那如果追我怎么办？
那我们再那你再回来，好不好？好吗？
好，反正我就一直往那边开。
对，你等我一下，来，修理工具你们拿
啊！好，来，
对，我在边界等你，我丢了。
好，
我在边界等你。
香菜，你还没看过利维坦吗？
先上去。
好，那我现在
我还没看过。
现在要干嘛？
你现在直接游过去看看，这样子
的，
用游的吗？
啊，不是，开船过去。
好，我直接过去了。
对，如果有利维坦出现的话，你就大叫回头，好吗？
好。
我在猜是不是只会看房主？好像只看房主。再看一下，
羽毛都没叫，应该是。
他很可怕，什么都没有。
很可怕，他一次超多只哎，
好安静哦。
他刚刚一次6只哎。
对啊，瞬间出现。
你不会肚子饿吗？
我刚刚有带。
什么声音？我只看我。
哎，为什么他飘走了？
哎，飘走了，没有飘走。
哎，我可以扫他们吗？
扫一下。
哦，不能扫，好大只哦，
好黑哦这边。
哎，对。
哎，你们快点修理啦！
不是，还没到。往下一点，羽毛。
他在我这。
那我知道，我在抓大概距离，我那边一个安全距离。
我在吸引他们。
OK。
为什么我的？
对，现在这边很黑，
好黑。
哎呦，
天黑了。
哎呦，
可以去闭眼。
有看到吗？我们在照灯，有看到吗？
哦，
这水压我调一下。
哇，好帅哦！嗨，等我一下。我来了，我在里面吧，我来开。
好。
OK。
现在好像只剩……
等一下啦！
好。
有。现在好像只剩我是坏的。
好，
你是坏的，你真坏。
那香菜来开好了。
喂，真的，香菜我怕他等下打不到。
他慢慢开不会有事啦。
然后再救一次。
不会啦，
羽毛跟你都是好的，一胎你开。
对了，对。
下去我就会直接油门踩
到底，不要踩油门。
香菜会开车吗？
不会啊。
OK，
我会开碰碰车。
OK，
我直接开追尾。
我感受到。我们回来了。
我能用这个速度开回来，我也是很厉害。速度按一下，一瞬间大概是200。
好想要体验这种加速的感觉哦。有一个东西可以修哎，等一下，羽毛这个地方下来一下。第1集的时候他们说这里好像
维修中心。
对，有个东西可以修，好像是这个，是不是？哎，对，
我帮你开灯
啊，只要放电池进去就可以了。你们谁身上有多一颗电池？
身上有。
好，塞进去。
哎，我先拔一颗，没关系，我先拔一颗。
好像是塞一颗进去就可以修好这里。
塞一颗。
哦，有
塞了。
有哎，这个 Nova 有哎。
启用 Nova。哦，好酷哦。OK， 好。好了。
哦，就顺便就这样啊。
一个手
浪费
一颗电池。
浪费一颗电池，我要回去拿了。
对。好了，那我们一人开一台吧，可以吗？
我先回去拿电池，等我一下。
好。 来吧。
羽毛，那个你要开的在我这边。
对，你开另外一台。
好。
另外一台交给你。
哎，那维修维修工具换个电池，我来修一修。
不行。
啊！真的是哈，
为什么那么累啊？
不是啊，不是你的问题啊，很好玩的，很烂哎。
你没去到这个地方，我们不会看到立维台，所以我们还达成今天的目标了。
后面没有作假的。
对啊，真的有看到，
好好笑。
对啊，好好笑。
我们现在目的地是要去找蝌蚪屋，都好了吗？出发喽！
出发。
都抓准握好了吗 ？OK， 香菜握上去，好，出发 ，Let go。
好吧，
好，
对不起，冒险了，
出发！
今天的最后一趟冒险。Go go go！ 你们移动速度都是正常的吗？对不对？
正常。
如果不正常，他早就超过你了。
他是怎么修好的？
对啊，我好奇怎么修好的。
被压力压坏的。
这里有点
不会修好的。
这里有点热哎。
这里有点热哎，我身体在。
没事，我们现在可以抗火吗？
哦。
确实。
哦，好酷哦！我可以出去看一下这是什么东西吗？可以吗
？80几度哎，
那个
出去扫一下吧。
我们已经不是人类嘞，我们现在已经水母圈，好像洋葱圈哦，
好可爱哦。
我们来探险一下。
好饿。
高温警报。
它还是会警告，但是
就是不要太贴。我觉得如果我们连升级都没升级，可能连这边都进不了。
对啊，
有硫磺在地板上哎。
哦，所以硫磺在这个地方啊，因为这边很热。
对。
我觉得硫磺可以多采一点，毕竟我们好像第一次来到这个，
新的生态域。
对，不一样的生态域。那里有东西吗？泡泡。4个泡泡。盲虫。
是硫磺吗？突然想到，
硫磺的话有看到可以多采一点点，我们是有扫过的，没错。
这里超多，
石英多一点点。好，我们继续前进吧。
是我错觉还是氧气好像有点？
没有啊，氧气差不多。
正常啊，正常。是因为你
散热珊瑚是什么啊？它在散热哎。
散热。
警报。好，我们的船在哪？等一下，另外一艘嘞，在哪？
走这边。
哎呦，阿谦，该出发喽！
你别动，你别动。
这里有个奇怪的东西。
那个箱子我刚拿了。
没事哦，上船了吗？
我抓一下。好，可以了。
来啦，各位，继续前往蝌蚪屋。哎呦，
好，
出发。
没事，鱼在撞。
碰死了。
前面那是什么啊？那是什么啊？
哪一个？对耶，
这什么东西啊？哦，火山，什么声音？
有东西在讲。
哎呦，我闪他！
闪他大灯！
它咬你哎！我们快下去吧！
趁现在我们赶快下去。
蝌蚪屋 ，Go！
进去里面啊？
好像是
有点会耶，羽毛。
你要死啊！
不会，我还血还够。
好像这里没有入口，
也进不去。
对，
这边有门啊，这边有门。
哪里？标注一下。后面吗？
正前方。
帮忙标个点吗？
我好像标不了点哎。
这个门修不了啊。哎呦，看到了。
你说是钻进去吗？
没有，这门可以修吧？把它修好。
好，
能修吗？
试试看。
好，不能。
不行。但这边有个洞。
行了呢。
哦，不行。
哦 OK。
Let's go。阿金有在上面吗？
有，我在上面。OK。我是跟我完了，我跟错船了。
好。
没关系，我去找你就好，你不要动。
OK， 我发了。
把我，没事。
等香菜，看你上来跟我讲。
叮。
OK， 该走喽。
有，我回来了。
看一下，我们从另外一侧绕进去吧。
我们上船了吗？
上船了。
蝌蚪屋是这个地方吗？
应该在更下面。
对耶，
但这边之后也可以来看一下。
它上面是有个洞可以往下游，
好像是。现在怎么看不到蝌蚪屋的？哦，在下面看到了。
哦，还没到了。对，
那我们再往下走吗？
好。
哇，好深哦！
火焰珊瑚好帅哦，海底的。
这旁边有一个小平台，我看一下这个平台上面有什么东西。哎，阿杰你去吧。
这个是什么？
我去。
哪一个？
那个
东西，电力存储。
我好像在派出卫星哦，很好笑哎。
电力存储。
这个箱子可以拿一拿。有东西。
天
金矿，
金矿，对，
OK， 赞哦，
金矿不错不错不错，
走了走了，
要拿吗？
拿，
抓了吗？
拿了，好，有了。
OK， 哦，金锭，
哎，
下面有个废弃建筑哎，这里
在后面。
蝌蚪屋旁边有一个小的，我们先探小的吧，好不好
？OK，
好，我出去喽。高温警，
羽毛，你们等下好了往下。
对，
好，有，我看到你们，
我们在下面看一下处理器，这个听友，
等一下。
哇，这种歪歪斜斜的好不舒服哦。
对啊，
它如果扫过一样的东西的话，好像是哦，电池哦，
动力电池充电的
啊，充那个大动力电池。
再来应该会有这个东西。哎，我看到一个东西，
它好像扫到一样的东西的话，它会给你一些资源。流，
不小心哦，它很脏的感觉。
大挂架，处理器扫过。
这里有这个蝌蚪号操作指南。
OK， 哦，通风面孔，
要我怎么加速的吗
？OK， 好，我先进去了。阿谦，你要进来了吗？
好，我回去了，
我在旁边。哎，我去接你。
那好像
来了，
我扫完了。
OK，
到，
我们去另外一边，
大洞的。
这上面写什么？哦，蝌蚪屋。
蝌蚪屋。哎，有蝌蚪号哎，
哪里？哦，坏掉的，还是怕那个？还是怕我们没有扫到？对，
啊，这边又有。
没错。好了，我们
蝌蚪屋，
进来吧，
来吧。
里面有一个配方卡，打开喽。
好，
按圆形
房间，
很漂亮哎。
之后盖的时候可以把它变更漂亮一点。还有什么东西？至少我们现在不用上前到那么上面。
哦，哎呦，下面好大哦。
哎，这里可以按下去，这个按吗？
按了。
按一下看看。
密码，所以要找一下。
哎，这什么有配件哎？蝌蚪号的配件。
哦，这可以装在他们身上。
改装。
啊，我懂了。我们要回去，然后用那个扫描器，然后去扫描那个东西在哪里。
扫描器可以扫这种啊？
他好像是这么说的，所以我们要回去了。
好，那我们回去试试看。
哎，扫描器需要在它附近扫，太远了。
扫描，
懂吗？我们的扫描站
还有距离限制，
它有距离。
但我香菜，为什么我看香菜手举着啊？哎，你掉到海里去了？
哪里？
对，
我看一下，
应该是卡 bug 吗？
那你
香菜
坏了，你整个坏掉了。
你要雕不住。
香菜，你可以跳起来看看吗？
欢迎。
OK， 很正常。
因为它很正常，
它在水里的感觉哦。
然后
对啊，它在水里的感觉。
它在水里感觉，它手会举得高高的。
对，好啦，我觉得我们下一集来盖一个全新的基地好了，好不好？
好啊。
这集我们现在目前貌似能够做的事情不多，对吧？
而且我在想，说不定是下一个剧情会直接跟你讲在哪。
啊，你是说我们现在的那个 Nova 是不是？
对，
好了，那我们要做最后一件事情完结，我想想看要做什么事情。
我知道，给香菜开着这个船，然后再去看一次利维坦。
好啊，我们看看啊，我知道，先把身上的东西通通收好，各位，先把你们身上的东西通通收好，包包里面的东西，
下面的道具栏都要
不会，下面的道具栏不会消失。
道具栏不会消失。
哦，
对，就上面的东西会消失。好，
收好了。
好，
然后呢，要干嘛？
现在开快船的有谁？
我
不会了。
OK， 好，就只有香菜跟拿钱。那
对，
我们今天去看一下世界树，好吗？
好啊，
好吗？
可是不知道在哪，要往哪个方向？
世界树那么大，你瞎啦？
很大，你上去就看到了。
你就直接往他那边冲。
你他妈瞎！
不是，我的意思是指说，我们是要去他的哪里？
就他
上去
树顶吗？可以吗？可以飞到树顶吗？
好。
好像这个雕修
谁在开？
我要到那里。
哪里？
世界树顶，我已经瞧好位置了。
我知道，来你下来吧。
OK， 好，来，交给你。然后我们等一下一起冲啊，
还行吗？
哎，我要需要修理工具。
你先不要冲，你先找对方撞。
修好了。
好。
等下你现在血多少啊？
好了吗？
我现在满血。
好了，
应该不用修。
我不知道是不是坏的哦，我先。
没事，它是好的。
坏的。
我已经瞄准好了，你要看好哦。你有瞄准好吗？
我瞄准好了。
你确定哦？
45度，对。
好，你先不要动，我帮你看
OK
方向在哪。
我觉得有点歪，你是不是要靠右边一点点？
靠右边一点点，这样子吗？
我觉得这差不多。
好 ，OK， 好。
等一下，
东北方向。
阿青你先下来好了，我先到深一点的地方，好吗？
还是羽毛，你可以先帮我把它移到一个正常的位置。
我敲好。我们今天要冲塔。
好，
冲塔。
这里比较深，
这个位置。
先冲树。
OK， 我对准了，差不多这个位置吧，好不好 ？OK， 对准，就这样，去吧。这个角度，发射角度，
上了。
羽毛，你开过来到我旁边吧。
好。
两台一起冲，
往世界速冲。
没错。
冲啊！
攀登世界之巅，
发射角度是不是？
对，发射角度要调一下。
你把那个角度调好。OK，
好，等我一下啊。
好。
然后就 W 按下去哈。
对，就不要放了。而且我握好了。
好，
我准备好了。
你让阿成倒数。
我倒数吗？好，来喽。
对。
准备喽。
我找不到船呢，等我。
找不到船。
地板。
OK， 好。
OK。
好，来喽，准备喽。听我号令，准备3、2、1，发射！
哇！往前冲！
继续冲！
我没停，跳出那个了，
警告了！
我在空中哎 ！Holy shit！
是导致对的吗？
应该是对，有在前进。但我在空中，不用担心。
我不停。
停住了！
我们要冲到树上吗？
对。
哇，它有实体，我们要坠落了吗？
快到了！
我们在坠落吗？我靠，你们超高哎！
我们好像不了。
你还有办法？
我现在动不了。
你有办法下去？
没关系，站着，没事。
可以后退。
好，那后退一点点好了。
后退一点点。
对，
降落。
再冲一次。好，垂直往上啊！冲刺！
我们下来了。
会撞到石头。
好，我觉得我们该回去了。我听到奇怪的声音了。
我也听到奇怪的声音了。
阿谦，回去！
等一下，
好像爬树上了，
爬树哎，
爬塔，
爬树哎，
我他妈在爬塔，蝌蚪
爬起来，蝌蚪上树，
蝌蚪上树，加油！没错，
蝌蚪上树，
哇，我大只的，这是立位台，
没事，可以。
你现在可以，你速度很快，追不上你，他追不上你。
但我们现在跑给立维坦追，还是我们要去撞立维坦？
不是，我们要到塔上了，说到爬塔。
爬塔吗？哦，好。
等一下，我们要上来嘞！
它上面是
开得很好，你开得很好。
我们船进来了，
我们到世界树的中心点了。
真的假的？
好shit！
有，我们也在，好像在你怎么爬
？Holy
fuck！怎么办？
好，回家了，阿谦回家了，
回家了吗？
我觉得今天来这边已经够了，回家老家吧。
动不了了，我动不了。
你不要跟我说这句话，你要动。
冲啊！
我。
你要动。
我的船是斜的，这是正常的吗？
你要动，阿谦你要动。
等下，他很慢。等下，
他有在动吗？
正常。
我可以这样跑了吗？
你要。有。好，我们朝一个方向走。朝一个方向走。
在树里面啦。
是什么啊？
我们家在右边。OK， 我们先回去了，我们观光完了。
好，
我们先回家了。
我们感觉也快到顶了。
OK， 可以。我们要回家了。
哦，
好赞哦，
好美哦。
飞天蝌蚪啊！
我们现在飞吗？我们现在飞耶！
我们在空中，
我靠，你看那个数据下降多快！
家的位置，你找一下。
应该西南吧？我们刚来东北。
Go，回家！
一直在棒哎！
没事，
我们要回家，我们回家。哎呦 ，OK， 好，可以了。我开。
不要，你不要担心，相信我。
哎，超漂亮的。
真的，
我靠！
我怎么觉得这好像是死前才看到的东西啊？
有啦，我们要往下。
我去，等一下，
我们在很松哎，
很不舒服啦，
没一样，
舒服啦。
等一下，刚才
可以了。
到了。
我是在天上吗？是。
对，你现在在天上，你现在要垂直俯冲。 就跟那个二战飞机一样。
你都看他们，
血糖好高。
这就是刚刚。
有了，到海了！
快来哦，各位！
你要赶
快冲回去了。
你要冲过红线哦。
红线。
外地围台会追你。
西南方对不对？
对，没错。对，快到了。
慢慢来，
你进红线，你就可以下船，然后叫羽毛开了。
对，叫羽毛慢慢开了。
羽毛。
好，我开。
好舒服，好好玩。
好可怕。
来了。有吗？
有。
哇。我慢慢前进啊。
All right， 今天的深海迷航 Day 2第二天第二集差不多到这里告一段落。啪啪啪啪啪啪！照我们这个进度，没有意外的话，深海迷航应该会在4集内完结，感觉起来应该是这样子。我们现在已经有加速蝌蚪号了，还怕什么？那希望各位会喜欢深海迷航系列，如果大家喜欢的话，打到喜欢给它做下去。那我们就 Day 3再见喽，See you guys，
拜拜。
Yesterday, a brand new season of Fanatec GT World Challenge America powered by AWS commenced in grand style here in Northern California's Sonoma Raceway. Today, the verdant hillside will once again ring with the sound of race engines as 20 purebred racing machines are set to rejoin the battle in California wine country for round 2 of the championship. My name is Ryan Marine. Calvin Fish is alongside. Amanda Busick is in the pit lane. Happy Easter to you. What a complicated and technical racetrack this Sonoma Raceway is. Let's take a tour of the venue with our track preview with Colin Brown.
Hey guys, Colin Brown here, driver of the 04 CrowdStrike Racing AMG Mercedes, taking you on a lap here at Sonoma Raceway. We're actually watching a lap with my teammate George Kurtz, coming up through turn 1 here. We're up to 5th gear. Big bumps in here, really hard on the car. You've got to be really smooth with the hands, really balance the car down to 2nd gear, back to the throttle, up over the crest, tracking all the way to the left, working back to the right-hand side here, staying in 3rd gear, really smooth with the brake, light little brake, and then back to power again, up over this crest, using all the track. One of the slower corners on the track, turn 4 here, down to 2nd, back to the throttle. Coming through turn 5, this will be flat out, right on the edge, and a lot of marbles offline. Coming to the famous turn 6 carousel, up over the crest as you see, trying to get the car rotated and turned, back to throttle early because this leads onto a really long straightaway. So really important exit here, chance to breathe a little bit, and then back to a heavy brake zone here for turn 7, down to 2nd gear. Kind of a double apex here with a short burst of throttle, getting it rotated, really important to get back on the throttle early here as well. Keeping your eyes up through these S's. A couple of them are flat out, and then we get to this section where you got to really slow down, get it turned, match the timing of the brake and the turn. Little GT4 traffic here, nicely passed. We come into turn 9, real slow section here. Again, important to get on that throttle, get a good exit. Through turn 10, really famous corner, flat out here. Really nice exit. And then we come into the final corner, tight hairpin. This is a great passing opportunity in the race. George does a nice job here getting it rotated, back to throttle nice and early, gets a really good drive off, and that's a lap around Sonoma.
2.5 miles, 12 turns at Sonoma Raceway. Calvin, you're A driver, you've raced many of the great tracks in the world. What makes this one unique?
Well, it's very demanding, very challenging. It's recognized for being very low grip and superb with its elevation change, particularly through that first sector. Colin took us on board there, coming through turn 2, through turn 3. It's a wild ride, so it's all about keeping it together. Managing the tire will be a real key over this long race here today.
Tough enough with just one car on track, but especially so. 20 about to take the green here at Sonoma Raceway. Looking back at the action that transpired just a day ago. Round 1 of the championship, Jordan Pepper, K-Pax Racing led the field to green, but a spin far in the back of the field, the AM-Class car, JC Sada goes around.
Pepper was off on a march early. This is a great battle going on here between Aga Khani and Russell Ward. Aga Khani just hanging on to it, being pretty aggressive there with his move into the hairpin.
He was warned by race control for blocking for that move. No warning needed here. David Askew into the tire barrier. His day was done. And then this fantastic battle for the AM-Class lead. Triarci and AF Corsa side by side. This battle went on for laps because just as it looked like Conrad Grunwald had the job done, he goes off track and he's got to start all over again.
Yeah, it's a real treat. Here's another move down into turn 11. Looks to the inside, can't quite clear him, so this battle continued. And finally it went the way of the white Ferrari. Here we see Triarci coming off the carousel, gets a little bit wide, and Conrad pounces.
Conrad Grunwald takes that spot, goes on to the race win. Got a little assist there from Robbie Foley, who was in a battle of his own with the Giacomo Altoe-driven number 3 K-Pax Lambo.
Bodywork parts flying. Triarci goes for a bit of a ride there, but eventually the Lamborghini and the BMW do clear him.
That was a fight for position in the overall running order, in the pro running order, but at the front of the field, as it was much of the year last year, K-Pax Racing took the checkered flag. Andrea Caldarelli and Jordan Pepper dominant in race 1, but Calvin looking ahead to race 2. They've got their work cut out for them. It's not necessarily a straightforward run here today.
No, it was very dominant yesterday, but looking at the grid, they're not on the pole. It's Laura Spinelli aboard that US Racetronics number 6 AMG Mercedes who put together a stunning lap here yesterday, admittedly in wet and damp conditions. So we'll have to see what they can do in the dry. You'd have to think that the favorite is still the K-Pax team. This is their home turf. They swept the weekend here last year, looking to go 4 for 4 here today with that number 1 machine.
K-Pax based, as you say, right here at Sonoma Raceway, a pair of pro class entries as it's turned out. That was not the intention, but some late changes yesterday added some spice to the pro fight. Up to 5 cars now in the pro class, 13 in Pro-Am, and a pair in the Am category. Up and down this grid, you see the star power. This is one of those cars that got the promotion yesterday. Giacomo Altoe joined this season by the Canadian Misha Goinkberg, who's got some GT3 experience in this Lamborghini previously, and he'll rely on that to try and be up to speed and fight at the front of this field. Lamborghinis throughout the field, Zelu's fielding a pair themselves, just a snippet of what to expect in the day to come. Beautiful field of GT3 cars down in the pit lane, and standing among them here in Sonoma Raceway is our pit reporter, Amanda Busick.
Hey, Ryan, you mentioned the 20 cars that will take to Sonoma Raceway here today. Well, that is the largest single season-long GT3 field in North America. And at the top of it, Cal, as you mentioned, is Laura Spinelli. I spoke to him prior to this race, and his goal is to keep the Lambo and Andrea Condrelli right behind him. But the teammate to Laura Spinelli is Stephen Agahani, and we were talking about your day yesterday. You found a podium finish already in your first race, now here today. On the pole, when you look at Sonoma specifically, why is that a benefit?
I think in general, almost every single racetrack, every single team would prefer to have pole position, you know, rather than second place, third place, fourth place, so on and so forth. And for us, you know, the team did an outstanding job getting the car set up for Q2, and here we are sitting on top of pole, I believe by, it was 0.007 of a second. So, you know, it really goes to show how tight the competition is out here. You know, the K-Pax Lamborghini Huracan is no joke, especially out here at Sonoma, this being their home track. But, you know, we're here to prove something, we're here to win. But having pole is, it's a really good feeling. You know, Mr. Laura Spinelli himself sitting in the car, he's an outstanding driver, and I believe he's going to maximize every single bit of that.
And with that sound, engines are fired.
Great sound indeed. 20 GT3 cars ready to go. This US Racetronics team, not one that probably is all that familiar to most unless you've been following Frankly, a lot of Lamborghini Super Trofeo racing over the last few years, but they make the jump. They've done it before in GT3, but a big jump, full season in the pro category in Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS.
Yeah, they made a big statement there yesterday with both their qualifying runs, with Laura starting from the pole today. Aga Khan, he had a great qualifying run himself yesterday, showed his aggression early in that battle with Russell Ward. He wasn't to be messed with, so they're making their intentions known. They're here for the full season, and they really intend to really contend for the championship.
And the ones they'll be going through, without a doubt, K-Pax Racing had a great start to the year yesterday, Amanda.
Oh, it was a commanding lead that got that win, Ryan. And when you look at yesterday's performance, what's built on that today?
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Building on yesterday's performance, can we expect more of that here today?
Yeah, I think it's going to be really good. I think obviously Loris is on pole with Andrea side by side, Giacomo behind. A couple of good guys. So I think it's going to be a lot of action in the first stint, and then we just got to see how the strategy plays out, whether we go for the undercut, whether we stay long with Andrea. We just got to make sure we do opposite what the others do and try and maximize that possibility. So it's going to be interesting, going to be fun. I think it's a great day for racing out here in California, so let's see what happens.
Have a great race.
90 minutes, 2 drivers, 1 full service pit stop right around the halfway mark. That is the race format in Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS. There is some room in there for the strategy, and Jordan Pepper alluded to it. That could be crucial.
Yeah, he talked about the undercut, and what that means is you come in basically as soon as you can when that pit stop window opens, and it's not always the lead who gets that first opportunity. It's based on the clock. When the clock strikes that 40 minutes in, then you can come down pit lane. So if the lead is already by the pit entrance, it could be someone deeper in the pack. And with the tire degradation that we expect here, even though the Pirellis have performed really well as a new, harder, stiffer construction Pirelli P0 they're running on, really showed great pace later in the run yesterday, but there's still a drop-off. So if you come in early, get some fresh Pirelli P0s on, and with the tire warmers, you can go out and immediately run a very hard, fast lap, and that can sometimes gain you some track position.
Starting grid up on the screen, as we mentioned, on pole will be Laura Spinelli in that US Racetronics Mercedes. The reigning champion Andrea Caldarelli set to start from the outside of the front row. Other class pole sitters, Mario Farnbacher for Racer's Edge. That car had to start at the back yesterday due to an infringement pre-race. They raced their way forward, had a good result. Mario teaming with Ashton Harrison. And then in the AM class, Conrad Grunwald doing a great job. He actually qualified 11th overall, and on the AM class pole, they were the winners 1 day ago. Out on the formation laps, getting close to the start of racing activity. Race 2 of the weekend at Sonoma Raceway. These 2 formation laps, Calvin, so important for the drivers to make sure all the systems are functioning, get the tires up to temperature, up to pressure, so that you're ready to go. Keep in mind, there are tire warmers in this championship, so trying to maintain some of the heat as they come out of the blankets or out of the ovens, depending on which the teams elect to utilize. That's so important here on these 2 laps.
It really is. It's not so much about building temperatures, maintaining that temperature when they left the tire blankets, left the tire oven. So you can do that in a number of ways. You see the cars weaving around. That's really just to scrub the tires and keep them clean from some of the marbles that will lay out there. It's more done with the brake pedal. You kind of ride the brake against the throttle and just try and build heat up through the brake system. That goes through the upright, into the wheel, into the tire, and eventually build pressure and temperature at the same time.
If you were with us yesterday, you'll notice some of the cars that factored towards the front early in that race, well, they're towards the back here today, and vice versa. Keep in mind, race number 2 of the weekend, it's the pros that qualified rather than the AMs and the Pro-Am lineups for this race, and it's the pros that start, and as a consequence, there are a lot of these Pro-Am cars with enough talent and good enough teams. They can run with the pros, especially with their pro running the first stint.
Yeah, there's going to be some fireworks in this opening stint here today, because you're spot on there, Ryan, with the pros starting. Guys like Jan Halen qualified 5th fastest overall. He's going to try and duke out with some of these big guns here this afternoon. So try and maintain his class position, but also try and fight out against the overall position as well, just to give his teammate a little bit more breathing room, coming off a big victory here yesterday. But these pros are also going to go deeper into that pit stop window. Typically in the first race of the weekend, we're seeing the drivers come in early, get the AMs out, get the pros in. For this one, you want to maintain the pros in the car for as long as you can and really utilize all of the speed that they have.
3 onboard cameras for our coverage here this year in Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS. A moment ago on board with the CrowdStrike on board. Colin Brown will start that machine. That last on board was with Nick Whitmer, the ST Racing BMW, the BMW M onboard camera. And then the winners yesterday, K-Pax Racing, Andrea Caldarelli will give us a tour during the first stint. Jordan Pepper will take over this Lamborghini for the second run.
This is the only time that car's not led this weekend. So we'll see what they can do here. Right now with Spinelli, he'll be starting from the pole.
And he will. The field's starting to come into alignment. Just a few more corners left to negotiate. Lights off on the Acura NSX safety car driven by Mike Stillwagon, and he heads down to the pit lane. We are moments away from the green flag. Race 2 of the 2022 Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS season. Field of 20 GT3 cars coming to the VP Fuels acceleration zone. Loris Spinelli in the Mercedes starting on pole. He'll command this start to the race. To his flank, it is the Lamborghini, the winner yesterday of Andrea Caldarelli, who backs off a bit at the start. Great jump from Spinelli, taking a peek to the inside down, run to the pit wall. Boy, that was close. Giacomo Altoe had to back out of it. Mario Farnbacher around the outside trying to grab P3.
He does that. That's the bright red Acura NSX up to P3, gets around the green Huracan there of Altoe.
Oh, that was close for Altoe into that pit wall down the main straightaway. Now he's coming under attack from Philip Ellis. Ellis had to check up. Here comes Jan Haywen, one of the Pro-Am cars. He's been flexing his muscle early in the going.
Look at this. You see the real-time racing entry, that orange and white, the traditional colors. They're back in the mix this year. Michael Cooper now behind the wheels, sharing that car with Aaron Vogel. On board here with Colin Brown. This is the carousel. Trying to run that high line here. Getting the power down early.
Even with the tire warmers, these tires not fully up to temperature yet, side by side. Dirk Muller getting his first stint. He had his car had his crash yesterday, so Dirk didn't get a chance to drive after Askew's mistake. Now he's going side by side with Corey Lewis in the Zalus car.
Yeah, and Lewis there really had to get up and over the curbs there, and Colin Brown takes advantage of that little hiccup there in his acceleration coming off turn 7.
Field mostly single file now, heading down to the chicane for the first time. Three classes all mixed together. In fact, one of the Pro Class cars is right in the middle of that fight. That's Robbie Foley. Turner Motorsports, their BMW M4 GT3 that was elevated to the Pro Class just before race 1 of the weekend yesterday.
Yeah, Foley didn't have the best of qualifying runs deep in the pack amongst the Pro-Am cars, but he's had a decent start to this one.
Spinelli consolidating that lead from pole. Caldarelli slots in second. Then it's Farnbacher, Altoe, Ellis, Haywood, Cooper, Muller, Brown, and Corey Lewis, the top 10.
And this is one track when you have that pole position, you have that inside line for the sweep up the hill, you can really take advantage of it. Spinelli's taken off. We saw yesterday, Ryan, that he really had a lot of speed early in the stint, but then started to fade. So you can achieve a little bit more speed by upping those tire pressures to the start, but it could hurt you later in this run. And some of these drivers are going to be out there for nearly 50 minutes on this first stint.
Big mover on that first lap. We were on board with him for a few moments. Colin Brown, Riley Motorsports, the team this year for CrowdStrike Racing, up no fewer than 7 spots on the first lap.
Yeah, he was very much out of position, qualified 16th overall, so he knew he had to make hay during these opening laps where he can sort of like make a bundle of positions, because once this race settles down, it's going to be tough sledding.
On board now with Colin, who's chasing down Dirk Muller, Multimatic affiliated driver, who's teaming up with David Askew here this season. That's the former team for Colin Brown, DXDT Racing.
Yeah, and this car looked really strong here yesterday. Ended up finishing second in their class. Nice strong run. Colin Brown had really fast laps going as well. Seemed to be really strong late in the going. So let's see what Dirk Muller can do to try and hang on to that position.
The sights and sounds of GT3 racing echoing through the hills in Northern California. Beautiful time of year to be out here, and beautiful race cars on the track right now. Interesting to see the ST Racing car has slipped back. It's Nick Whitmer driving. He dropped a pair of spots at the start and runs at the back of the train. Big surprise there as we ride on board with the Canadian.
Yeah, they had a really nice run yesterday, finishing in the top 5 in their class. This is the first team to win with this BMW M4. Won in Mugello a few weeks ago. Early days, but this team has more experience with this chassis than anyone else who's competing with it right now.
To the front of the field, though, where the Italian Loris Spinelli leads his countryman, Andrea Caldarelli.
Boy, does he fire it in there over the hill. Breaks after the crest of the hill, really deep. Right now, the tires are good. They're in their sweet spot now. 3 laps into this run, so Caldarelli will now be trying to project what he can do. Team will start to give him the delta, give him the sector times. Track is split into 3 sectors. There'll be an ebb and a flow to that, where one manufacturer, or team, or car driver may have an advantage over another.
Dropping back, we look at Farnbacher, who had that great start. He's now coming under a ton of pressure. Giacomo Altoe, who was the man on the move late in the race yesterday, picking up where he left off. He's going on the attack.
Farnbacher really deep there, misses the apex slightly. Wasn't all over the curb like most of the drivers are trying to do there in the beginning of that chicane.
These two swap positions basically there on that first lap.
Both factory drivers, Farnbacher with HPD on the performance development. Giacomo Altoe, what a young star this Italian is. Comes from a racing family. His father, his sister raced, and also they own a track in Italy, so he's been brought up around the race circuit, and it showcases in his talent behind the wheel.
Farnbacher caught one of the bumps just a little bit wrong, sent that car into yaw, and Altoe closed in as a result. So close, just a quarter of a second between these two, Acura versus Lamborghini.
Wow, as he using all of the road there, you come up with that crest in turn 3, you can't see the exit of the road, you just fire it over the top. A total commitment there from Farnbacher.
Talks about it throughout the weekend, but this is a track the pictures just can't do it justice. Here in particular, what a dive this is downhill in turn 6.
Yeah, you're playing chicken with the throttle coming through there. You want to get on the power, but the road keeps going away from you. Just try and get to that second part of the apex. There's a double apex turn. Then that sends you down into this deep braking zone. Lots of room here to go side by side, particularly later in the run when the tires start to give up a little bit and you start to slip and slide.
This is the Florida-based Racers Edge team against K-Pax Racing in terms of the green Lamborghini, based here at Sonoma Raceway, so very much home soil for that team, although Altoe has only been here to race one time before, and that was last year.
On board with Colin Brown, deep into the brake zone. This is turn 9. Watch how much of that curve they try and eat coming through there. You need the suspension to be compliant enough to use that and not just shove you across the road when you hit that bump. Second gear through this corner. Try and keep it tight. It's a little bit wide there. You want to try right on that painted curbing on the inside. That's where the grip is. Then you fire it through here. High speed is achieved on this racetrack right here, about 143, 144 miles per hour.
Good fights throughout the field, but it is starting to tighten up at the very front. Andrea Caldarelli, CrowdStrike, fastest lap of the race the last time by, a 137.2. That was 0.2 of a second quicker than Loris Spinelli in the race-leading car, so he's got that deficit down under 1 second.
And again, there's a strategy with that. With this long run, 50 minutes potentially, you don't want to have those tire pressures starting too high. You got to let them build, get into that sweet spot. Tire management is certainly a key here. It was really a factor on Friday during the practice runs. We saw the tire performance drop off by about 4 to 5 seconds delta on the lap, but yesterday in the race, once this track had rubbered in, it was down to about 1.5 to 2 seconds, which is really a testimony to this new Pirelli P0 and how durable it is.
8 minutes into this 90-minute race, Loris Spinelli out in front, Andrea Caldarelli giving chase to the K-Pax Racing Lamborghini.
Today's coverage is brought to you by Fanatec, AWS, and CrowdStrike.
Top two flashing by. The gap now 0.8 of a second between Loris Spinelli and Andrea Caldarelli at the front of this field. Still a good fight for third overall. Mario Farnbacher in the red Acura NSX GT3 Evo 22, the new iteration of the NSX. He is the leader in the Pro-Am class. This fight behind him, right, that's not for position. That is Altoe, one of the Pro class cars who wants to clear the NSX that eventually Ashton Harrison, who you see on screen, will be taking over so he can take off in pursuit of the 2 Pro Class cars ahead. And lurking in the background, Wright Motorsports, the Porsche race winners yesterday, Jan Halen, who teams up with Charlie Luck. That's the 2nd place car in Pro-Am.
Farnbacher may be the cork in the bottle a little bit, looking at their lap times in this little quartet. Jan Halen has basically got a buffer there to get to the lead for the class in Pro-Am. So Farnbacher about 4/10 off the pace of these following cars potentially. So, but he's a savvy driver. He wants to keep them there. They're almost like wingmen for him in protecting that Pro-Am lead from Jan Halen right now.
Visually there, you can see the gap from the front to this train. Headed up by Farnbacher. Here is the look at the leaders with Laura Spinelli out in front. It was 0.8 of a second the last time
He's
by.
in deep. He got in really deep there.
Caldarelli trying to pick up a little bit of ground on the race leader. Here they come around turn 12 to complete lap number 6. And again, slight edge, but ever so slight to Caldarelli.
Look, you have to fight the car up there through the bumps, climbing that turn. You pick up grip coming up there, so you bleed the speed off gradually, crest the hill. This is turn 3 coming in here. Watch the elevation change here. You can see it from the onboard. Can't see the exit right there, up and over the hill. Edge of the road can catch you out in a heartbeat. Trying to hit your marks there. Spinelli really pushing hard here. He's not quite carving the corners, missing his apexes just slightly.
That matte black coloring on that Lamborghini. We talked about it as Darth Vader-like as it's looming in the rearview mirrors of the car it's chasing. That cannot be anything but a sinister sight for Loris Spinelli, who continues to lead from pole for US Racetronics. Top 2 cars, both from the Pro Class, separated by just under 1 second. 11 minutes gone by. Race 2 of the weekend for Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS. Mercedes leading Lamborghini. The scrap at the front of the field has not slackened one bit. Once again, Caldarelli, a more aggressive turn-in. Very early into the hairpin there. Does it work for him though, Cal?
Well, Spinelli likes to open up the radius a little bit on the entry there. It looks like Caldarelli is using the ABS, sort of like plowing it down to the inside of the corner and using the threshold braking a little bit better. So for Spinelli to do that, he's having to release the brake pressure, but I really feel like Caldarelli's car is starting to come into its own. So I think the tire pressures are in their sweet spot. I think Spinelli started off really quick there, pushing things. May have gone a bit more aggressive to try and maintain that track position early and just try and hang on. But yesterday we saw a similar situation in that battle they had with Philip Ellis. Put the pressure on Ellis and then just faded a little bit later in the stint.
They fall back to 3rd overall, but the leader in Pro-Am, once again, like you said, maybe the cork in the bottle here, Mario Farnbacher in the NSX from Racer's Edge. For the moment, he's been able to keep Giacomo Altoe at bay.
Yes, Altoe looks to be being pretty patient right now. He's not got too aggressive, hasn't forced the issue. Once this race settled in, you get to a corner like the carousel so hard with these GT3 machines with the downforce that's created by these big splitters and the dive planes on the front. You get that aero wash a little bit through these high-speed corners, and even though you may be able to fire it through there a little bit quicker, you're losing that performance because of the car directly in front of you.
What a cool win it was yesterday for the Porsche. Jan Halen and Charlie Luck, Wright Motorsports, the team. Reigning Pro-Am champion team, and Jan Halen formed half of that championship driver lineup last year alongside Fred Pordat. But Charlie Luck stepping up. He was a champion in his own right in GT America last year, and on debut, a class win.
Well, someone who's on debut here is Mario Farnbacher. He'd never seen this track before, which I found to be quite a surprise. So for he and Ashton Harrison, both of those drivers aboard the 93 Racers Edge Acura, learning Sonoma for the very first time, and it's a tricky place. I really find this first sector very hard to nail in terms of finding the line, committing to these elevated turns like this one, turn 2.
Is there another section of racetrack somewhere in the world that compares to it, or does this one stand alone?
Well, I think we go to the Ozarks shortly, right? I think that's got a similar vein of character.
I think everyone is anxious to see what that looks like. A mini Nürburgring is the description most often heard about this brand new track. Coming up in May, we'll be making the trip there. First pro race weekend at a brand new circuit. Hope you join us for that. But now the focus is here, and Farnbacher slips just a little bit wide. Altoay kept it tight, kept that fresh air on the front of that car, able to keep the downforce on it. He's as close as he's been.
The Farnbacher washing out wide early in the carousel allows Altoay to kind of tuck that Lamborghini Huracan inside there and get a little bit of air to those front dive planes and aid with the assist in terms of the downforce.
Amazing how much curb he was using there too in turn 7. That's an aggressive curb angle, and he was all up on it.
Yeah, you really have to dial that into your setup here. Sometimes you'd love the car to be a little bit stiffer, more platform, so you can have that quick change of direction, have really sharp front end, but that's going to hurt you when you try and ride the curbs or the big bumps around the circle.
Fall back and check out Bill Oberlin here, keeping Conrad Grunwald at bay. Conrad is the leader in the AM class. He and JC Sada were the team to beat in AM yesterday, but it took some doing. Great battle in the AM class, as we saw in our highlights earlier in the show.
Oberlin running there in the 14th position overall, 9th in Pro-Am. He and Chandler Hull on debut together. Bimmerwell's debut in this championship, first time running a GT3 car. Great podium run here yesterday. They had to be absolutely ecstatic because this is a late program for this car. They had another car that they tested with the VI had a big testing accident. The thing was written off. Supply has been an issue with these BMWs early in the season. So James Clay elected to give up his entry, switch to GT4 competition, and allow Chandler Hull and Bill Oberlin's program to continue.
Oberlin and Grunwald currently 14th and 15th overall, but in different classes. Back on board, Colin Brown, 5th in Pro-Am, 9th overall, trying to chase down Dirk Muller.
You would expect between two Mercedes, they look to be very evenly matched here. Mueller has a ton of experience with Mercedes. He's run at the Nürburgring many times. He's been a Ferrari, Porsche, Ford, you name it. He's been a factory driver for them. Very distinguished career, most recently here in North America, around with Chip Ganassi Racing and the Ford GT program. Here's a move by Altoay, gets to the inside of Farnbacher. Here comes Ellis, he's going to take advantage of this.
Oh yeah, Philip Ellis loved what he saw. He's to the inside of Altoay. It's Halen to the inside of Farnbacher. He gives him a bit of a hip check. We might see some more hip checking. Yes, we do. Into the hairpin. Ellis tries to keep it pinched down inside of Altoay. He picks up 2 spots in one go. Altoay now seeing through the red mist. He's going on the counterattack.
Wow, that was just some awesome racing right there. And Jan Halen makes the move around Farnbacher as well. So Farnbacher was elbowed out of the way a little bit there by Altoay.
And that's for class position. That's the Pro-Am lead swapping hands. Put Halen to P1. Farnbacher now drops to P2.
And that was not what he wanted to see happen. He wanted to try and maintain that overall position, but the last thing he wanted to see was Jan Halen suddenly getting by him.
Philip Ellis had to love that. The easiest 2 places you're going to make up.
Let's see how it develops. Altoay from a long way back. Farnbacher tries to defend, squeezes him a little bit. They get in there. Altoay hasn't slowed down enough. They both take to the grass there, and Ellis just gets a big run coming off of turn 9.
To my eye, I'm not sure Altoay was going to make that corner. I wonder what the stewards will think.
Yeah, tough to correct it, right? They'd have to drop him back 2 positions to put Mario back in front, so a tough call for the stewards right now.
Well, after all of that, it's still Spinelli over Caldarelli, but only by 0.3 of a second. Ellis now runs 3rd overall and in Pro. Drop Altoay back to 4th. Jan Halen, 5th overall, leading in Pro-Am. Race Vision, powered by AWS. Turn 11. That is the tight hairpin, the second to last corner. Top speeds in the hairpin, well, they're not all that fast, but Philip Ellis is doing it as well as anyone.
Yeah, that Mercedes is really well suited to the majority of the racetracks that we compete on. It's just a really well-rounded car, does everything well, brakes, compliant over the bumps, and has good mechanical grip in that low-speed corner.
Altoay trying to recover after dropping a couple of spots. He now runs 4th for K-Pax Racing. Still, early stages in race 2 of the weekend. Spinelli and Caldarelli at the front of the field. The fight, though, now is for the final step of the podium. in pro and also overall, for what that's worth. Philip Ellis has it. Giacomo Altoe would like to take it away.
Yeah, and since they've been released from Farnbacher, kind of trying to keep these cars at bay, the lap time has suddenly shot down. They're running in the 139 range, only a few tenths off the leaders on that last lap. So there's a lot of pace in these two cars that are now giving chase.
Curious to see, too, what John Halen can do. It looks like he's put a bit of a gap between himself and Farnbacher in that fight for the Pro-Am lead. Meanwhile, we go back on board with the second place running Andrea Caldarelli as he continues to stalk Loris Spinelli.
See, you have to use a little bit of brake through turn 8 just to settle it down through the high-speed S's there. This is turn 9 exit. Turn 10 just winding up through the gears. Pretty easy flat. You have to adjust the line a little bit as the tire deck kicks in later into the stint. Hard braking here. Second gear. You want to be right down where you see Caldarelli placing his car. That's where the grip is coming off there. Traction, power down is then the next key.
You can tell this car's been fast because of the graphic at the bottom of the screen, and he still holds that CrowdStrike fastest lap of the race. Takes a look up the inside into turn 1, but the door is shut in his face.
There's a rodeo ride up there through turn 1. High speed, fastest part of the racetrack, and the biggest bumps as well.
This is the highest point elevation-wise on the circuit, cresting the hill at 3A. Now downhill they come into 4. A brave soul might be able to make an overtake there. We've seen a few of them this weekend, but it's a rare thing. And then that never-ending carousel right here, turn 6.
Yeah, this is a good one. Road just continues to fall away as Jordan Pepper looks on to see the march from his teammate trying to get to the lead of this race. Might be a little bit tougher sledding for Jordan Pepper and his teammate Andrea Caldarelli here today, but nonetheless, he's smiling.
He's up for it. He embraces the challenge. Big thumbs up from the South African, who was so impressive in qualifying. Qualifying happened in the rain in the morning yesterday, and he went faster in the wetter session than anybody did in the drier session that followed.
That was super impressive, just immediately out of the box. He was some 6-7 seconds quicker than anyone on the racetrack for those first few laps, ultimately claiming the pole in his session by 3.6 seconds. Just a monster performance by Jordan Pepper.
To use his words to our own Amanda Busick, not bad for a guy who comes from a country where it doesn't rain all that much. He's been a quick study, coming to Europe and seeing his career blossom there. Now turning into an excellent GT driver on North American shores. He'll be taking over in just a few moments, but now it's Caldarelli giving chase. 1 hour, 8.5 minutes to go, and the fight at the front is as fierce as it's been since the drop of the green. Loris Spinelli had a lead of 1.5 seconds. Well, that is gone. On board now with Andrea Caldarelli, Lamborghini factory driver, chasing down his compatriot Spinelli in the Mercedes.
Yeah, Spinelli's done a really nice job. I don't think his car is working quite as well as Andrea's right now, but he's holding on to that position. Hasn't made the big mistake, hasn't opened up the door. Here's a battle, forward position overall. Conrad Grunwald leading Am, gets around Bill Oberlin. Brian Sellers tries to go with him.
What a feather in the cap for the M-Class driver, Conrad Grunwald, to get around the likes of Bill Oberlin.
Yeah, Oberlin doesn't look happy with his car right now. Again, it's early days for Bimmer World campaigning this GT3 machine. Had a podium run here yesterday. Oberlin looks like he's just hanging on.
Grunwald has been so impressive. This is how we got it done. He came from a long way back and somehow was able to make it work.
Yeah, it's almost like Bill was willing to let him go, just take the pressure off a little bit. Feels that the BMW maybe cannot fight, recognizes he's not for a class position.
Same cannot be said, though, for the Mercedes just behind him. That's Brian Sellers, now driving for DXDT Racing. Scott Smithson, his co-driver, who I thought was very impressive on the streets of St. Petersburg in the GT America race. Now slotting in here in GT World Challenge America, former touring car competitor making the step to GT3.
Yeah, I don't think it was the weekend that both Brian and Smithson were looking for entering this campaign, but I think got a ton of potential. Brian's one of the best, coming off a huge GT3 win on the streets of Long Beach just 1 week ago here in the state of California. And I think bringing that experience level to this squad. He's coached Scott Smithson before in TCR. So they know each other well. The chemistry is already there, and I think as Smithson starts to learn the ropes a little bit and get some racecraft, they can do great things together this year.
On board once again. Colin Brown, the Texan, now living in North Carolina, chasing Dirk Muller, who in turn is chasing Michael Cooper, who has come back to these two after a very good start. And the trend I'm seeing, Calvin, is that both NSX machines, both Farnbacher and Cooper, seem to be backing up somewhat as the run goes on.
I think the car's a little bit more difficult to drive around this racetrack. Certainly Real Time have had success here. Back in 2019, Dane Cameron and Mike Headland had a win and another podium run here on this Sonoma circuit. So there's some data to work from. Obviously, they're now working with the here, but great to see Real Time back. There's a real battle for who's going to be the top dog amongst the NSX ranks here this weekend between Real Time and Racer's Edge.
Back to this fight for the overall lead. All credit to Loris Spinelli. He has one of the best GT3 pilots in the world, putting the pressure on, and Spinelli has yet to crack.
Now, and there you see that slight difference in entry point there to that turn 11 hairpin. Seems to be pretty even. Doesn't look like either line is given a massive advantage, but certainly Caldarelli's car looks to be hooked up. He's able to tighten his lines. Spinelli's having to use a bit more of the road. Up the hill there, you see the different approach. Caldarelli more in the middle of the road. And also when you're following up through some of these elevation climbs, it's really hard with the car in front. You lose your sight line completely underneath that big rear wing when you're that tight to the competition like Caldarelli is. So you have to play it a little bit more cautiously.
1 hour, 4 minutes to go. We've talked about Mario Farnbacher dropping off a little bit in recent laps, and Amanda is standing by with Ashton Harrison, Mario's teammate.
There are 3 women competing in the Fanatec GT World Challenge Series this season, and Ashton Harrison is one of those. And I saw your disappointment when Mario got pushed off the track there. What were your thoughts when you saw that?
A lot, obviously. It's a bummer because it is. We were in a really great spot at the time. I do believe in Mario. He'll drive it back up. He's a great guy and is a great teammate, and I have faith in him. It's the start of a 90-minute race. We have some time, so I think that we'll be in a good spot at the end of the race.
I talked to you ahead of the weekend, and you said it's your first time here racing at Sonoma. How comfortable are you with the turns around this place so far?
Well, considering that we've had different weather every single day of the week, I've been learning a lot about the Acura NSX, and it's a great platform, and I feel like we do really well in the rain, and we do just as good in the dry. So I've been able to get my laps in, and I'm looking forward to the AM side. I think that we're going to have a good battle.
She's been making a rapid ascent up the sports car racing ladder. Started off doing some MX-5 Cup racing a few years back. Became the first female driver to win a Super Trofeo World Final race. She won her LB Cup Class 1 of the races in 2019. And has done a lot of Super Trofeo racing, but making the jump to GT3 as a graduate of the HPD GT3 Academy in recent years. The fight at the front, though, continues to be between Loris Spinelli and Andrea Caldarelli, who is in hot pursuit of the Mercedes in Northern California wine country.
Today's coverage is brought to you by Pirelli, Rebellion, and VP Racing Fuels.
Coming to the 1 hour to go mark in just a few minutes. Philip Ellis, a relatively quiet run, barring that brief moment of excitement in which he picked up 2 spots just a few laps ago, running a solid 3rd, not just in the pro class, but also overall. And Russell Ward will be next aboard this machine.
And this Winwood Racing Group, relatively early in their development as a team. Great support from the Ward family, both Russell and his father Bryce. Keen races as now we see that battle for the lead. Caldarelli gets into the back of Spinelli, nearly turns him as they accelerate off that turn 11 hairpin. This is getting tighter and tighter. Caldarelli wants by and wants to try and create a gap for his teammate to deal with a bit later in this race.
It's an interesting bit of calculus, though, that goes into it, because Caldarelli so late on the brakes, able to close in. It looks like he does have the edge right now. What I was going to say, though, is Spinelli's co-driver, Stephen Agakani, very fast, but does not have the same experience level as, say, Jordan Pepper, who will be taking over for Andrea Caldarelli. And so how hard do you push here in stint 1, thinking that there's a decent chance that Jordan Pepper will have a bit of an edge in stint 2?
I agree, and I think if the roles were reversed and if Caldarelli didn't have a stronger driver than the counterpart in the other car, maybe he'd be even more aggressive right now. But even so, he's a racer. He wants the lead. It's really the first time we've seen this car being led here at Sonoma in quite some time. So he doesn't like sitting there, and he's able to roll a little bit more apex speed, it seems, than the Mercedes at this late stage of the tire run.
And I'll say this, Stephen Agakani has been very impressive this weekend, so there's no guarantee that Jordan Pepper will have the edge. You just look at their respective resumes and you think that could be an outcome, but I'll tell you what, Stephen has been on the pace from the word go.
He really has been super impressive, and here you see Spinelli again, just kind of slipping and sliding. He's not really carving the perfect line around this racetrack. But he's not making it wide enough, that gap, for Caldarelli to fill and maybe get that lead right now. This is where the Lamborghini is really strong, just really able to roll that inside line there, maintain the grip, gets off there, almost gets to his flank, but he's still on the outside as you approach that high-speed sweep up the hill.
Keep in mind, Spinelli's been using the wider approach. Does that leave the door cracked open enough for Caldarelli to take a peek up the inside in 1? Not this time, but he is as close as he has been, climbing the hill through 3 and 3A. The fight for the lead is on with 1 hour to go. Loris Spinelli doing everything in his power to keep the Lamborghini factory ace Andrea Caldarelli at bay with less than 1 hour remaining. Andrea Caldarelli as close as he has been over the course of the first 30 minutes. Loris Spinelli doing everything in his power to keep the Lamborghini at bay, but Calvin, that's becoming more and more difficult, it would appear, by the lap.
Yeah, it looks like Caldarelli is getting more anxious here to try and grab that lead before the pit stop window opens, getting ever closer to the tail end of this US Racetronics AMG Mercedes in front of him. Spinelli's actually doing an excellent job here. I don't think his car is as fast, but he's maintaining that lead just by positioning that car in exactly the right spot and not succumbing to the pressure from behind.
Deeper in the pack, something must have happened to Corey Lewis on that last lap in the Zalus car. He dropped 3 spots. Dial, Foley, and Beretta all made up positions on Corey Lewis, who's now down to 8th in Pro-Am, 13th overall.
Down in the turn 11 brake zone. Watch this Lamborghini, able to hug the inside, right down on the curb there. Almost touches the rear end of the Mercedes. A couple of laps ago, they did have a little touch coming off that corner. Keeping it clean, big respect between these two Italians.
Let's talk pit strategy here. For Thomas Blom calling the strategy for Andrea Caldarelli. What can you do from the timing box to leapfrog potentially and get yourself out in front into clean air?
Well, you may want to do the opposite to what the 6 car does. So you got to feel that they're going to keep Spinelli in as long as possible. You see Corey Lewis, you mentioned that he'd dropped down the order a lap or so ago. Maybe he's had another off there.
I think he's got a right rear tire down.
Yeah, so maybe he got tagged, or maybe he's cut down that sidewall, potentially. All hypothetical at this stage, trying to put the pieces together.
Tough to see that. He and Jeff Burton, new tandem working together, new team for Jeff. So many years with Reardon Racing, now with the Zalus team. Sister Zalus car right there. Addison Snow at the controls. Jason Harwood already a winner today. He won his first career GT America race earlier this morning.
Yeah, did a really solid job in grabbing that win. It's going to give him a ton of confidence, and he's had track time today, so he'll be up to speed relatively quickly. Here is our Pro-Am leader, Jan Halen, aboard that Wright Motorsports, number 45. He and his teammate coming off championship seasons. Quite unique. It's son-in-law driving and father-in-law as we see Alice go for a ride through turn 9.
Well, we talked about it at the start. Tire degradation is a huge storyline at this racetrack, and it looks like a number of these cars are just trying to hang on.
The Stewards will be a little bit wary of that. That's the one corner that they will call track limit. So if you fire it through there and you don't slow down any, theoretically, even though you're dirtying up your tires a little bit, you could gain an advantage.
Caldarelli again, just taking that peek to the inside. Can't get alongside, clobbering those curbs, just doing anything in his power to get a slightly different line, get that air to the front of the car, get the downforce working for him, climbing the hill at 3 and 3A once again.
K-Pex have really got this car working well. I know their engineer has not felt in the best health this weekend. I think he was engineering from his hotel room yesterday, according to Jordan Pepper, after the race yesterday. But nonetheless, the car is extremely good, as you'd expect around here. This is their home circuit. Do the majority of their testing on these grounds here at Sonoma. That Lamborghini Huracan is looking really strong late in this stint. Getting close to that pit stop window opening at the 15-minute mark to go. That's when it opens, and within the next 10 minutes, you have to hit pit lane from that point forward.
Caldarelli has so much racing in the family. His father was a racer in Italy. His brother-in-law has been Antonio Liuzzi, former F1 driver. Andrea himself had a sniff at F1, had a couple of tests, including one where he was technically maybe a bit underage. It had to be conducted in complete secrecy. That's how highly he was thought of, and has found a marvelous career for himself in sports car racing.
This battle is intense. Spinelli has just been super here today in terms of withstanding that pressure. Hasn't cracked yet. If he does allow this Huracan to get to the lead, I wonder if they would then elect to keep Andrea out there a little bit longer. As he sits in the second position, they may do that undercut Jordan Pepper alluded to in his pre-race interview with Amanda.
We'll get to Amanda in just a moment. We will check in with her as the battle continues to rage at the front of the field. Amanda, quickly to you.
As you take a look at Stephen Agahani right here, I was watching him getting ready as we are creeping into those driver changes here. I just hypothetically threw out to him what it would be like if he goes into this race with Jordan Pepper behind him. Jordan Pepper was born in 1996. You're looking at a guy that was born in 2003, so it could simply come down to just sheer experience. But I was talking to Stephen about it, and he said, it's not going to be fun, but it might be challenging. With long-term goals for Stephen, he just wants to be out here gaining seat time and having fun as a race car driver.
About to have some fun, quite possibly from the lead of the race, if Laura Spinelli can hang on coming into the pit sequence. 54 minutes to go. Spinelli continues to lead Andrea Caldarelli.
Today's coverage is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers, Motul, Stay Frosty, 511.
Continues to be a great fight at the front of the field, Calvin. You're looking closely at timing and scoring. What have you noticed?
Well, I noticed that Philip Ellis is on a charge right now. He's got that position 3 on the racetrack, and he's closing in a hurry, taking a second to a second and a half out of that lead right now. So that may force the issue for Caldarelli. He'll be aware of that. He'll be able to see him in that rear view facing camera and also getting that information from his team. So Spinelli definitely holding up Caldarelli a little bit late in the stage, and that's allowing both the teammate of Altoia, who sits fourth, and Philip Ellis, aboard the number 33 Winwood Racing Mercedes, to close in on this lead battle. By the time that pit stop window opens, we could have 4 cars within a second or so.
Change the position further back. Dirk Muller made the move on Michael Cooper for the final podium spot in Pro-Am, and now we look out the windshield of Colin Brown's Mercedes, and you see Michael Cooper just trying to hang on late in this stint in his real-time racing Acura.
Yeah, you'd have to think they're going to probably run Michael a little bit deeper into this pit stop window, so he may need to be in that car for at least another 10 minutes or so to try and hang on to the car.
To Michael, he said, you know, we're always willing to roll the dice on tire strategy. Not sure what they elected to do, but sometimes one of the stints will be done on sticker tires, one will be done on scuffs, and he said he's willing to take the scuffs if that's what helps his co-driver Aaron Vogel. So see if she might be able to mount a charge when she gets behind the wheel in just a bit. For now, look at this. Caldarelli, he can get close, but Spinelli doesn't give him an opening.
He doesn't. It's going to be 2 more laps. Looking at the time on the board, it'll be 2 more laps before these leaders can dive into pit lane. How close will Philip Ellis be potentially by that stage of the race? Charlie Luck getting some last-minute instructions there from the Wright Motorsports crew. Ellis is flying. Altoay in his wake there as well.
And that last lap was a full second faster than the race leader. So yes, no question about it. Windward Racing's got a setup for the long run. He is coming, suited and booted. That is Jordan Pepper. He'll be taking a part of the fight here shortly. Laura Spinelli continuing to lead the way. Andrea Caldarelli right behind, but the man on the move for Windward Racing, the Swiss Philip Ellis right now, third place, but a second a lap quicker than the top two cars.
Yeah, this is really compressing this top 3 or 4 here. Spinelli has really thwarted Caldarelli's potential during the first half of this race. With the championship still early days, the last thing Caldarelli wanted to do was risk. He knows that he's got a really strong teammate who should be the strongest driver in the second half of this race, so he's had to be super patient here, using every ounce of experience to not be rash and make an unwise choice in trying to make a move. There you see the time on the board, so someone deeper in the pack may take this early opportunity to duck to pit lane. These leaders will have that opportunity on the next lap. What will K-Pax do? I would have to feel if the number 6 car stays out, Caldarelli may die for pit lane.
And Altoay's pretty quick too. In the second K-Pax Lamborghini, he's quicker than the top 2 and is starting to reel them in. 5 seconds away from the pit window opening. We'll keep an eye on those in the middle of the pack, maybe looking to dive in and steal a march on those in the front. Pit window is open. The leaders will have that chance the next time around, as you say, Calvin. Caldarelli continuing to look, but Spinelli gives him no chance to make a move.
The problem if he doesn't come, then he's going to have to defend from Ellis. So he's kind of the meat and the sandwich of this lead trio right now is Caldarelli. Key will be, what does the 6 car do? We know that Avicani has good pace, but Spinelli has the track position. I would assume we're trying to maintain it. But then if the 1 car comes, you'd have to think that the 6 car would have to follow him in on the next lap. Otherwise, with Pepper on fresh tires, he's going to be a monster on the opening lap.
On board, second place car, K-Pax Racing. Andrea Caldarelli. Does he make the dive to pit lane? Does Spinelli head him off at the pass and come in himself? How about Windward? What will they do with the DTM man, Philip Ellis?
I think Windward may stay out. That would be my call. Altoay cuts across the grass there in turn 9.
He's been pushing. It might be an in-lap for him. Here we go. Top 2 come in. Second 2 stay out. Interesting. So now it comes down to these race teams to have clean pit stops here, Calvin.
Yeah, and the key is going to be trying to eat into that 1 second joker. The minimum time on pit lane total is 87 seconds. That's from pit in to pit out, including the service. 4 new Pirelli P0s will go on these cars, driver change, and then it's all about executing, releasing the car in the nick of time so you not run afoul of that. It's a drive-through penalty if you're too long or too short on pit lane. But there's a 1 second joker. You need up to 1 second shy of that number only once per weekend. I do not believe either of those 2 leaders used it up yesterday.
As expected, most of the Pro-Am field, if not all, will stay out. They'll try to maximize the drive times of the pros in the lineups. Meanwhile, top 2 in the pits, K-Pax Racing, driver change, tire change, and VP Racing fuel going in. Now it's that orchestrated ballet, the pit stop of GT3 Racing.
You can see their 4 mechanics allowed to work on the car. There's 2 tire guys, 1 gun. Good tire change here is probably right around the 20-second mark, so you've got plenty of time to work with. Just cool efficiency here. No panic, no muss, no fuss.
Fuel is done, driver change and tire change complete. The car sitting stationary, that is a good sign. That means they've done their service in plenty of time, and now they release so as not to run afoul of the minimum time on the pit lane.
And there you see it.
K-Pax to the front.
Yeah, just a little bit tighter on their release time. They take a half a second out, so their stop was 86.5. That's underneath the 87-second minimum, but using up that joker compared to Spinelli's, which was some 3 seconds slower. So just a little bit of lack of experience there with the US Racetronics team, I would have to feel, being a bit more conservative with that stop time, and that has cost them that track position.
Goes to show just how important that pit lane execution is, and How many times have we said it, Calvin? The K-Pax Racing team wins the battle on pit road, jumps a spot or two. That has been par for the course for the last few seasons.
Now the key is going to be this. The undercut versus the overcut. Oh, problems for the 6 team. Got a loose wheel or something? Seems like something's amiss with that right front, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. That's Stephen Agakani in the erstwhile race-winning car, leading car.
The tire was cut down.
It is. And what happened here? It happened in the middle of the carousel.
Oh, that is a heartbreaker for that team. Brilliant performance here yesterday. Now he's got to try and limp this car back to pit lane without getting too much damage on it.
It's not much salve on the wound, but what a great job by Agakani to save that car.
Don't see any damage up front. It's very bizarre that this early in the run, unless he just rode one of the curbs, there we see some, that could have just come from a curb with the wheel bit, with the tire being down, where he's run over one of the curbs. Now we see Altuve on and off. He's done that several times today. He may be feeling there's an advantage in doing that. The stewards will definitely be looking at sector time as Ellis. Dominoes are falling now. Ellis, Altuve to pit lane. Overcut for these guys versus the undercut for the others.
Well, they will pick up the spot on the US Racetronics car due to its issues, but yes, now we see where do they shake out compared to the overall leader, or the car that will be the overall leader once the sequence comes through, the K-Pax Racing car of Pepper and Caldarelli. Meanwhile, here we go. This is Pro-Am. Jan Halen still driving, going as deep into the window as he can before he turns it over to his teammate and father-in-law, Charlie Luck.
Yeah, we expected to see that. Going to try and keep your pros in as long as you can. Here comes Altuve. Good opening stint there. Use that off-course excursion, I think, effectively, particularly on your in-lap. It's hard to monitor that for the race stewards. Why not just effectively shortcut the circuit a little bit? Don't have to worry about damaging your tires or anything. You're coming into pit lane anyway for a fresh set.
Two teams that have plenty of experience with pit stops in Windward and in K-Pax. Here comes the Pepper-driven Lamborghini. He goes wide in the hairpin.
Yeah, he's not got the tires up to temp just yet. Runs really wide through there, so I expected a monster lap for Pepper. That's not going to be the case. As he's gradually getting in the sweet spots, you'd expect the 33 car. Beats the 3 car out of pit lane. Russell Ward now behind the wheel of that Mercedes. Misha Goldberg behind the wheel of the number 3 bright green yellow Huracan.
And crucially, Pepper flies through, so even with that miscue, you can move K-Pax Racing to the front of the field. Ran the opening stint in 2nd place, but when this all cycles through, it's going to be Jordan Pepper leading Russell Ward, and then Misha Goldberg now driving this number 3 car.
Yeah, so effectively the undercut works. So what that means is Pepper's outlaps, even though they weren't completely efficient, still a little bit quicker than Philip Ellis's in-lap on well-worn Pirelli tires.
Pro-Am, Jan Halen out in front. He'll do at least one more lap. Be tight to do 2. Farnbacher 2nd, Moeller up to 3rd in class. And yes, as expected, everybody staying out as long as possible. Just about everyone, actually, we should say. ST Racing has gone ahead and made the switch. Samantha Tan now driving after Nick Whitmer started that car.
And Halen here, he'll be in this lap. I think he's got enough time to play with doing another one, and you don't want to cut it too close in case you have a problem on that in lap. That would be a drive-through penalty if you missed that even by a second. There's no buffer on getting a pit lane like you have with the pit stop execution. You have to be on pit lane by 50 minutes into this race.
Dirk Moeller 3rd in Pro-Am. Michael Dinan on fresh tires. One of the pro class cars for Turner Motorsport right behind. He's just been installed in this car and couldn't get around Dirk. That will stymie his chances of a good outlap.
Yeah, basically he's a lap down on Dirk at this stage of the game. Then Mueller's going to lose all of that, or that Carl lose all of that time on pit lane with the switch over to David Askew.
But a good visualization of the difference between fresh tires and tires that have gone the better part of an hour.
Well, you look like a hero, that is for sure. I mean, it's a different ball game completely. And you got those fresh sticky tires on there and doing their job versus someone who's trying to hang on for a long 50-minute stint.
Riley Valley Motorsports releases George Kurtz, now driving the CrowdStrike-sponsored Mercedes. Here comes Muller into the pit lane. David Askew, who had the crash yesterday, set to start, and the Pro-Am leader in the pits.
Just great execution here. What a day it was for these two drivers celebrating their first race as co-drivers. Jan Helen married Charlie Luck's daughter last November, so family ties there. Just a wonderful story, and got the big win here yesterday.
For Jan and the team looking to defend the Pro-Am Championship, this might be their competition for a lot of this season. Racer's Edge, how good have they been over the last few years? A couple of championships in different classes. Totally new driver lineup, though, here this year, but both drivers the team knows well from the HPD GT3 Academy, which Racer's Edge helps to run.
Yeah, one as a student. Oh no, this is Scott Smithson off the road. Not sure if this is his out lap.
Not sure either if he can get out. I think it is his out lap. I saw that car in the pits when we were on board with Colin Brown a few moments ago. Good pit stop for the Racer's Edge team. Now they just wait for the right time. They release Ashton Harrison.
She's been doing a very, very solid job. Has got a ton of seat time in this car recently. Got the secret 12-hour in a pro class, and was only about a second and a half off the ultimate pace for this stage of her career. That is really good driving. Has taken it all in. Spends a lot of time with Wayne Taylor Racing, being embedded in their race team. Just learning the ropes, learning how the drivers debrief, what sort of information is important, how the engineers then digest that information. All part of the Honda and Acura family.
I saw a funny quote from her to that effect about she's been part of the Wayne Taylor family for a while from her Super Trofeo driving, and so she's been able to sit in some of their debriefs and things like that, and then she realized at Sebring, oh, I'm taking part in this debrief. I'm not just listening, so I'm actually a big part of what's going on. And sounds like she really enjoyed that experience. Expect to see big things out of her as her career continues to progress. Jordan Pepper knifing through lap traffic out in front.
Today's coverage is brought to you by Acura, BMW M, and Ferrari.
Pit stops have cycled through here at Sonoma Raceway. Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS, round 2 of the championship that runs through October, culminating in the Indianapolis 8-hour, part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli. That's the one long endurance race on the schedule. The rest, these 90-minute almost a sprint. You got the pit stop in the middle, 2 drivers. It's been the format of the championship for the last few years. Jordan Pepper, K-Pax Racing, they have been the masters of this format going back to their Bentley days.
They really have, and it's a formidable lineup when you take the organization, K-Pax as a whole, with their engineering squad, the resources that they have to work with. Great car with the Lamborghini Huracan that they now know for the second year. They were great last year. Now they've got that notebook every track they go to. Admittedly, this is their home circuit, but even so, every track they go to, they're going to get stronger and stronger.
Sounds like a problem with the wheel that caused the tire to go down.
Looks like something's machined the wheel, so maybe something got trapped when they put the wheel on. Something was trapped in there and literally just lathed the wheel in half and caused the tire to go down.
Full course yellow, most likely. Yep, there's the culprit. Once again, Scott Smithson still stuck in the culvert there. I think he's avoided the barrier. That's the good news, but he's lost a ton of time, including at least 1 lap. So chances of victory in class for Scott, and Brian Sellers appear to have gone by the wayside. This is what happened to bring out the yellow.
Yeah, just coming down into turn 4. Just loses the rear end, tries to hang in there with it. So I think it's just cold tires, get caught out there a little bit. Admittedly, they've been in the tire warmers, but still not optimum pressures and tires, and Smithson just caught out there a little bit, unfortunately.
This will totally reset the field Should make for a fascinating final 30 minutes or so of this race, and it wipes out a lead of over 9 seconds for Jordan Pepper. Russell Ward now closes in. Misha Goikberg closes in. And the Pro-Am battle is totally fresh too, where the AMs are going to settle this in a pure fight.
Yeah, it's going to be good.
Just over 36 minutes remaining. Safety car deployed for the first time here at Sonoma. Safety car on the course for a spin. Scott Smithson went around, was stranded in the culvert, and that has forced us to go behind the safety car here with just over 36 minutes remaining. While we're under the yellow, let's check in with Amanda down in the pits.
Well, we were curious of what was happening with that front right wheel of Stephen Agakani. Had to come back into the pit right on his out lap. Well, actually, it was a split wheel, as you can see here. The team has been discussing this ever since he came back to the pit. DXDT has stopped by. Windward has stopped by. I talked to the team, said it was simply just bad luck. Maybe a stone got inside the wheel well and ended up just shearing that off. You're seeing about 3/4 of this wheel that's left. The other fourth of the half is still inside the tire.
Yeah, they're also looking at those holes in the wheel center there is where the drive pins from the hub assembly actually locate. So I'm not sure if the wheel wasn't on quite correctly, but I think Amanda's spot on in her and the team's assessment that something basically got maybe trapped between the brake caliper and the wheel, and it's like putting something on a lathe where it just spins it around and just basically cuts that very straight line through the wheel itself. Then obviously you lose the air.
Talk about misfortune, though. That's not something you see every day.
It really isn't. There's been some bizarre happenings in GT3 racing around the world in the last couple of weeks with teams that have been in great shape suddenly having problems on pit lane, and that's another one for the notebook.
Interesting, Amanda pointed out those teams that had come by, and the common denominator was they're all Mercedes teams.
Right.
I think they will be a bit relieved that it looks like this was just a fluke incident, so nothing that is likely to carry over to their cars.
Well, there wasn't. I mean, we talked about the fact they gave up quite a few seconds to the K-Pax organization, but the car was sitting stationary. It wasn't like there was a big panic around that wheel, it looked like at the time of the pit stop. So they must have assumed everything was 100% okay with the car sitting still, waiting to launch.
Well, definitely tough luck for the US Racetronics team. They find themselves well down the order with Stephen Agakani currently 18th overall, and it looks like down a lap. That's what really is going to hurt them. Top 9 cars are all still on the same lap. Michael Dinan for Turner Motorsport, the final car on the lead lap. But also misfortune for Scott Smithson to have that spin. However, what this does then is it brings everybody back together, and with the top 4 in Pro now all on the same lap and all bunched together again. The top 5 in Pro-Am are all nose to tail right now, setting up for a spicy finish.
It's anyone's game. I mean, certainly Pepper would have to be the favorite in terms of having the track position and the pace that he's demonstrated all weekend long. Ward, though, you know he'll give it one. Misha Goldberg wants to make a statement in the second K-Pax entry, sitting 3rd on the road, 3rd in class. I think the real juicy stuff could be in that Pro-Am battle, led by Charlie Luck right now, with the number 45, Wright Motorsports Porsche, and Ashton Harrison will sit right behind him, with David Askew and George Kurtz, teammates last year, no longer, so that could get spicy.
Yes, and another former teammate, Aaron Vogel, who's running in 5th with the real-time racing team right now. So 1 current and 2 former DXDT racing drivers all set to line up 3rd, 4th, and 5th in Pro-Am.
They all ran on the same team last year. They're with 3 different teams.
Right.
One including DXDT, with obviously David Askew staying with his the team that he owns and operates.
Less than 30 minutes to go. This safety car also means a little less green flag running on these tires. Does that give these drivers more of an impetus to be able to just go and go hard when the green flag drops?
I think so, and I think we saw that with Jordan Pepper yesterday when he got that lead and built it. We thought, well, he'll just keep it there at about 10 seconds, and he just kept building and building and building, so he wasn't concerned about the tire deck here.
Cleanup continues at Sonoma Raceway with 32 minutes left to go in the race. Closing in, though, on a restart. Should be a lot of fun in this sprint to the finish in race 2 of the championship season. not sure I've ever seen a car end up there before.
Yeah, it's early in that corner to lose it. Normally you're spinning off to the outside and maybe firing it back across. It's just a slow, lazy spin there with the tyres not quite up to temp, and car just got in yaw, and Scott unfortunately couldn't quite catch it. So he'll be bitterly disappointed, but he's a really talented young driver. I think Brian is excited to be co-driving with him this year. He really feels they can get some strong runs, get on the podium this year, if not more. So they'll bounce back, they'll regroup, but certainly not the start to their campaign that they were intending.
Think about the challenge that has been the start to his GT3 career. His first GT3 start was on the streets of St. Pete in GT America, where he did a nice job, but that's a tough track to get your sea legs. Then you come here, one of the tightest, most technical circuits in North American road racing, and it doesn't let up, does it? I mean, you look at the schedule this season, there's no free passes. All these tracks have their challenge.
They really do. We go to some tremendous venues on the calendar this year, including our next event at the Ozarks International Raceway. Be great to get there with J.R. Pasick and the whole group there, what they've put together. Excited to see it. I know a lot of the drivers are excited to see it for the first time. I believe Jan Halen has been there, so I think he gave it the thumbs up. But a lot of these teams intend to test between now and then, because we understand it's one of those tracks that really takes a lot of getting used to. Lots of blind elevation, high speed, even more. You have elevation change in here, but it's relatively low speed, right? You get there, it's high speed sweeps. And they have a great caution light set up where they're high up so you can see it and be alerted if there's problems on the other side. So it's going to be a roller coaster ride for sure.
I think there's a few onboard laps floating around on the internet you can check out for yourself. Just look at the track map. That tells you all you need to know. Amazingly complex place, and I think it'll be a thrill for all involved. It sounds like it's just a roller coaster ride. Good news for Scott Smithson. The car is out of the ditch where he found himself, but again, well down the order, currently shown 20th of the 20 cars. Oh, it's still, the remaining time will be good for him just to get some extra seat time, get some effectively testing done as he gets used to his new GT3 platform. New to him, that's for sure, coming from the touring car ranks as he has in recent years. Less than a half an hour remaining in this 90-minute affair. Race 2 of the weekend here at Sonoma Raceway for Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS. Top 3 cars are all from the Pro class, and it will be Jordan Pepper, Russell Ward, and Misha Goinkberg set to battle it out. Then you drop back and find Charlie Luck leading the way in Pro-Am, a race winner yesterday, looking to back that up and sweep the weekend. But Ashton Harrison, David Askew, George Kurtz, Aaron Vogel, they all have different ideas, and we'll see that play out once we go back to green. Now, though, down once again to the pit lane, and Amanda Busey. Looks like Amanda might be having a few issues with her equipment, but we'll be checking in with her again here shortly. Tell you what, I can't wait to see how the Pro-Am battle plays out. Let's try it one more time with Amanda in the pits.
Well, we've been talking about the father-in-law and son-in-law duo of Jan Halen and Charlie Luck. Well, this is the common denominator here, the wife and daughter, and we've talked about their experience. What's this like for you to see it unfold?
It's been really fun seeing them able to race together. I originally met Jan when my dad started racing with Wright Motorsports, and so to see both of them out here and to be together as a family, I feel like we're all cheering him on and everything, and all of our cousins and friends and family, they all think it's so fun, so it's been a really great experience so far.
When they got the win yesterday, how special was that for you?
It was really special. I was super happy for my dad. He just loves this so much, and you know, I've been around Jan throughout his racing career, and so it's been really exciting for my dad, so it's been great.
Thank you, Margaret. And Jan, as we were talking a little bit, we have a little bit of a safety car, so I want to ask you, I heard you've seen a preview of Ozarks International. What can you tell us about the track?
It's very challenging, to say the least. Very high speed, little runoff, high risk. It's a place that, yeah, I don't know. We've had a few team meetings about this, and I think we need to take a very different approach to this one and just try to survive and not come away with too much damage. But it'll be interesting to see how it goes with, you know, with all the cars on track. When we were testing, it was a private test day with just the one car, and even that showed to be challenging. So,
thank you.
Interesting tidbits there on the upcoming trip to the new Ozarks International Raceway. Now, though, green flag flies here over Sonoma Raceway. Once again, Jordan Pepper leading the way, right behind Russell Ward. No, that's actually a lapped car, excuse me. That's one of the M-Class cars.
Water's really wide. Misha Goldberg may be able to take advantage there. You saw the gray and blue number 33 car, Russell Wide, really wide there through turn 2. Couldn't get the grip on the front end.
Looked like that was Charlie Scardino. He just wanted to get out of the way, but that caused a huge backup. Good news for Pepper. He's able to sprint ahead. Ward's able to gather it back in, and Misha Goldberg, like you called, Cal, he's looking for P2.
Yeah, Misha's had a ton of success over the last few years in prototypes and in GT3 competition. He knows this Lamborghini Huracan well with a different team that he's run at in various championships, so don't expect him to be shy and forcing the issue here.
Race control issuing a drive-through penalty to car 94. That's Chandler Hull in the Bimmer World car started by Bill Oberlin. Pit stop violation, so he'll have to make a call to the pit lane. Oh, this is tight stuff. Aaron Vogel in the NSX. Working with Stephen Agakani around her. George Kurtz up ahead. It gets tight quick here in Sonoma.
Yeah, unfortunately for Agakani with that milled wheel and slow trip to pit lane, he's gone down a lap. He's got a fast race car. Got to try and fight hard and see if he can get back on that lead lap somehow, but it's going to be really, really difficult sledding here. It's just damage limitation at this point.
In the pro class, it's not an overall class, it's a pro class, so these passes for overall position do not pay any more points at the end of the race. That's different than it has been in some years in the past. Not last year, though, as we see Chandler Hull make that call to the pit lane to serve the drive-through penalty.
I wonder if they were in early. I remember him releasing from his pit box when some of the leaders were coming in, so I wonder if they just got a little bit wrong in their calculation as to when pit lane exactly opened. They were deeper in the pack, so they had the opportunity of jumping in as one of the first cars, so...
The big mover on the restart was Michael Dinan. He picked up 3 positions overall. He still has 2 Pro-Am cars to clear before he gets to the top 3 in Pro. Another big mover, Samantha Tan, up 3 spots on that restart. She's now 7th in Pro-Am, 11th overall.
Yes, he's having a really strong weekend. Super impressed with her. She's gaining confidence every single year. She has Nick Johnson, who's an excellent sports car driver himself. A lot of experience been working with her both on the mental, the physical side, and just the coaching side when she's behind the wheel. And he's been very impressed with her progress. Says she's now showing big improvements in lap times. We just got to get it a little bit more consistent. But we have a big plan. We want to get to Le Mans in the next 4 or 5 years. And they certainly have the resources and the ability as a team to do just that.
Pepper has built a big lead early. Russell Ward now with some breathing room over Misha Goldberg. So we drop back to Pro-Am, and that's where the fight is. With Charlie Luck leading Ashton Harrison by just over a second. You go a little bit further back, that's where you find this car, George Kurtz, right now trying to run down his former team boss, former teammate, David Askew.
Ashton Harrison there going through that turn 11 hairpin. Just seems to be very poised. She doesn't seem to be overwhelmed by the new hotbed of competition that she's been thrown into. Seems to take it all in her stride, and I think that's just a testimony to the experiences that she's been privy to with being with some of the big teams in big race moments and understanding what the pressure is all about, and then feeling that yourself. It's obviously different from the sidelines to being in the heat of the battle and in the kitchen itself, but she's doing everything very, very well.
She's got Michael Dinan closing in now. Dinan again running 4th in the pro class for Turner. Needs to get by Harrison, needs to get by Luck if he's going to be able to threaten Misha Goldberg. That is Dinan in the Liqui BMW M4 GT3. First weekend in GT World Challenge America competition for the new M4.
Yeah, he and Misha were basically bumped back up to the pro class just before the green flag here yesterday, so they've had to absorb that, digest that, and just move forward with the program. Thought they were going to be in Pro-Am for the year, but looking at their performances throughout the course of this weekend, the decision was made that they would now be moved to the pro class, just like Michael was in last year. But he's got a different machine underneath him this year as Ashton is trying to make room for him. This is just getting a little bit awkward there. They're trying to play nice, but losing a lot of lap time by doing so.
It's costing both of them time to their respective class leaders. Now here comes Dynan around the outside of Harrison, makes the move. Jason Harwood right behind him, the Zalus Lamborghini. That is not for position. He is down a lap, running in the 16th spot as it stands. But everyone's all jumbled up after that full course yellow.
I think things will settle in now. Dynan should be a little bit quicker, so hopefully he can take off and chase down the rest of the pack. Allow Ashton to just get into her rhythm, and then we'll be able to see if she has the pace to maybe chase down Charlie Luck for this Pro-Am class win here today.
You were mentioning how impressive Samantha Tan has been. She's clicked off 2 more spots on the last 2 laps combined. So one spot each lap over the last 2, passing Justin Wetherill, then passing Aaron Vogel. So now Samantha's up to 5th in Pro-Am.
Yeah, Kurtz has caught the tail end of Askew right now, but it's allowing Samantha Tan to get ever closer. This is about 3.5 seconds down the road, so certainly within striking distance for Samantha as she negotiates this very tricky downhill. Turn 6 carousel turn. Using every inch of the road there on the exit. You grab 4th gear just as you're exiting that corner. Up to 5th. Hard on the brakes. Turn 7. Change of surface right there as well.
It's the AM class leader, JC Sada, I believe, out her windshield. Here's another fight between a couple of cars. Just Wetherill, I believe, getting a little bit loose there and dropping a spot up in the front. Here comes Samantha Tan, ST Racing. Beautiful Van Gogh inspired livery, getting closer and closer, trying to run down George Kurtz, who currently holds P4.
Today's coverage is brought to you by Lamborghini, Lexus, and Mercedes AMG.
Jordan Pepper continuing to lead for K-Pax Racing. 7.8 seconds the advantage. Here, though, is the scrap for the 3rd spot. George Kurtz for Riley Motorsports. David Askew for DXDT Racing. A pair of Mercedes AMG GT3 Evos on just about even footing, but George Kurtz has had the edge over the last few laps.
Yeah, he has, and I do not doubt that George is going to send it at some point between now and the checkered flag here this afternoon. Here's Dynan. He now gets around Charlie Luck, so now allows that battle for the Pro-Am lead to have no buffer in between. There you see Charlie Luck aboard that Porsche, second car on frame right now, and Ashton Harrison, that bright red Acura, giving chase.
Shouldn't be more than about 3 seconds between Dynan and Goikhberg up the road. So that is the pursuit of the final step of the podium, if I'm reading that right.
Spot on, I think. So certainly Dynan has some pace in that Turner Motorsports BMW. Trying to put it to use here. He doesn't have a ton of time to work with, but he may have enough an advantage to certainly get close to Goikhberg before the checkered.
There we go, fight is on. We've got George Kurtz working over David Askew, coming towards the hairpin. Askew guards the inside, Kurtz working the long way around.
This is fun. 2 guys who know each other extremely well. Shared the same team, the same transporter for a couple of years, and now they're fighting out on the racetrack.
The out-of-class Ferrari was possibly playing into how that was going to play out, but don't sleep on Samantha Tan, who is closing in on these two. The more they battle, the closer Samantha gets.
Yeah, this is going to put the pressure on George to try and make a move here, so he's got to go after it right now, otherwise Samantha's going to be right on his tail and putting pressure on him.
3rd, 4th, and 5th in Pro-Am. That's what's at stake here. Running with the 5th place car, Samantha Tan, the BMW onboard camera out the windshield. The 2 Mercedes she's chasing. George Kurtz in 4th, David Askew in 3rd.
How fun is this to see Samantha's rise in terms of her speed through the last couple of seasons? She's always been very savvy, kept it clean. Just needed that little bit more aggression, and I think Nick Johnson's worked with her to find that.
Shaping up to be a tremendous battle for the final 16 minutes. Third, fourth, and fifth in Pro-Am, all in the same camera shot, roaring their way through the chicane. More of this still to come. 16 and a half minutes to go. George Kurtz has closed on the back of David Askew, and in turn, Samantha Tan has closed on the pair of Mercedes. Third, fourth, fifth, up for grabs.
Ball with Samantha there. Looked like he's dropped back a little bit from this battle. She was a lot tighter than this. Kurtz trying to figure out a solution to this problem he has right in front of him. His ex-teammate filling the road in a pretty much identical car, running with different teams now. CrowdStrike Racing with Riley Motorsports, the number 04.
Race Vision powered by AWS. Corner speeds at the carousel. Turn 6, and it's all Mercedes affair. How about that?
That's wild, isn't it? It showcases how that car is suited through that particular corner. Can roll a lot of mid-corner speed, can attack up and over the rise. Good on the lap, as we've seen also today, with Spinelli leading, a win with Mercedes, with Philip Ellis, and obviously Russell Ward as well now behind the wheel has showcased a lot of lap time as well. So it's not just certain sectors of this racetrack, also performs well in terms of the speed over the whole lap.
Watch and listen as George Kurtz continues to hunt David Askew.
Not a gambling man, but I'll put money on George is going to fire it down the inside here sooner or later.
He's been busy. Lots of racing programs for George Kurtz already in 2022. He raced in the 24 Hours of Dubai, finished on the podium in class there. Big program here in SRO America. Wouldn't be surprised to see him over in Europe for a few more races.
His fourth race of the weekend here. Finished second in this championship yesterday, then had a win yesterday in the GT America. Excuse me, second yesterday, right?
Yes, that's right. Jason Dascalos won.
Flag being waved. Hard to make way though up this hill. High-speed sector of the racetrack. Turn 1, about 140, 142 miles an hour.
Jeff Burton on the receiving end of that blue flag, an advisory flag, letting him know cars on another lap coming up quicker. Oh, that was close.
George is feeling it. I think his car is rolling a bit more mid-corner speed than David is right now, but he can't do anything with it.
I'll say this, it's a robust defense from David Askew. He has not cracked under pressure one bit.
He hasn't.
This is where he had his crash yesterday.
Been proactive though, he really hasn't had to adjust his line too much, get too defensive, as we see Colin Brown watching on with the squad.
What are they going to do with Jeff Burton's lap Lamborghini? Jeff hog in the middle of the road just a little bit. Balks Askew.
This is where it can get a little bit messy for George. He's got to try and figure out what's going to happen here, and he's got Samantha Tanner suddenly close back in as well, so he can't just open up the radius to a corner and just try and fire up coming off the corner. He's got to be careful he doesn't open up the door. Jeff does the right thing here. Let this battle by. Nice job there by Jeff Burton.
Now Samantha Tan will want to make that same move so she can get back to that pair of Mercedes. Inside the final 15 minutes, and steps on the podium up for grabs. Burton trying to get out of the way, but oh.
That nearly got a little bit ugly.
Yes.
Trying to do the right thing and almost did the wrong thing.
It definitely hurt Samantha too. She dropped off quite a bit. She's been quick. She's reeled these two in before. Can she do it one more time? And then what can she do when she gets there? She was tremendous on that restart, Calvin. Picked up a couple spots on the initial lap, and then each of the next two, one more spot. Moving forward, now running in the 5th position.
Well, that's just the progression in her driving and her confidence level, as we said. ST Racing have been bouncing around the globe in terms of debuting this brand new BMW M4 chassis. They're the first to receive it. had some problems initially. There's been quite a few updates since it was initially launched and rolled off the production line. Car 22 was delivered just last week to the Bimmer World team. But by doing so, she's got a lot of seat time, a lot of experience in that car. Now they're going to be very focused more on the North American Championships here versus running a little bit further afield.
This is the overall leader. Haven't talked much about Jordan Pepper. His co-driver, Andrea Caldarelli, in the first stint set the fastest lap of the race, and no one has touched that CrowdStrike fastest lap ever since. A 1:37.2. What a lap.
Yeah, and I think for Pepper, and you know, early in the race yesterday, he's trying to build a cushion, right? We thought he might try and go into maintenance mode, but he didn't, just get increasing that lead. We didn't see a yellow, and then suddenly Caldarelli just extended that up to the end of the race. But today, slightly different. When you're finishing, you certainly want to have something in the tank in case there is a yellow late in the going. You want to have some tires left, so I'm not sure the strategy in terms of scuffed tires versus new tires going on. Pepper's run as well. That could be a factor in terms of him not running the same sort of lap time that his teammate cut early in this race.
Ashton Harrison continuing her pursuit of Charlie Luck. A nice solid day for Ashton. Mario had that big move at the start of the race, jumped up to third, and the great battle with Giacomo Altoe. Ultimately, a little bit of contact got him pushed wide, and he dropped a pair of spots, and that, in a sec, seemed to drop off a little more than some of the other cars did, at least today here at Sonoma. But since jumping in, Ashton Harrison has done what she can just to keep Charlie Luck honest. He's not driving away, that's for sure, and one little slip-up will bring Ashton right back into the equation with less than 10 minutes to go at Sonoma Raceway.
Today's coverage is brought to you by Porsche, Optima Batteries, and Skip Barber Racing School.
Problems on the track. That's Jeff Burton for Zalus Motorsports, who is slow. We understand that there might have been a moment as well for David Askew. We'll keep an eye out for that. But for now, it's Jeff Burton who seems to be in the biggest problem, or set of problems. Here is Askew, and yeah,
he's dropped way back. So I wonder if he went for a ride and Burton was following closely. Remember, he just let he and George Kurtz by. They were in close proximity. Let's take a look here. Oh, that was tight there. George Kurtz right behind him. That's exiting turn 7.
Yeah, look at that. That's what George was looking at out the windshield. Oof. That
tight moment.
Promotes George up to third, though. So the final step of the podium right now to the Riley Motorsports driver. But Samantha Tan is there, so that fight is not done quite yet. That, though, that mistake cost David Askew 4 positions. He's now back to 7th in Pro-Am.
Yeah, it's going to be a disappointment. He's just got to try and settle back down. 8 minutes on the board, try and cut through some of those positions, try and get back up into the top 5. Gives George free rein ahead. Let's see what he can do up against Samantha Tan, who's still right there, shadowing him. And I think the battle up front is getting tight as well for the Pro-Am lead between Luck and Harrison.
How cool is this? George has been driving GT3 cars at this level for several seasons. Samantha Tan has done some GT3 racing in the last few years, but is still pretty new to it. Certainly is in this championship. That's Nick Whitmer. He's a happy guy, co-driver, started this car, looking on. It's awesome to see just how quickly she's gotten up to speed.
It really is. Top 5 finish yesterday. We're ecstatic with that, and more to come today, potentially.
CrowdStrike Racing, Mercedes, ST Racing, right there at the BMW. That is the fight for the final step of the podium. Meanwhile, it's hotting up at the front of Pro-Am. So much going on here in Sonoma. spin for David Askew has seen him plummet down the order from 3rd in Pro-Am down to 7th. He's been able to continue on. Meanwhile, Ashton Harrison has run down Charlie Luck with under 7 minutes to go. This is for the Pro-Am win.
It is game on right now. Charlie Luck's going to feel pressure like he hasn't seen before in this race here today. Gets a little bit wide there through turn 9. Is the handling going away a little bit on that Porsche? Ashton looks to be very composed here. Car is handling well. Can she get that accurate to the front here in the last 6 minutes of this race?
She just holding back, saving something in reserve to go on a last-minute charge. That's what it looks like from the outside, at least, as she has closed down a gap that was multiple seconds wide. Coming to the line, that's the team looking on. A lot of stress in the pit lane.
Mario there in the background. Farnbach, she fires it in there. Nowhere to go with that move. But she's certainly letting her intentions known there to Charlie Luck. Filling that rear view facing camera of his and the side view mirrors at the same time.
Jordan Pepper continues to lead overall, nearly 20 seconds over Russell Ward. Misha Goikberg runs 3rd. Michael Dinan has started to reel him in. It's 3.5 seconds between the two, and Dinan has been the quicker of the pair, but Goikberg has responded with good laps over the last couple. So this is the best fight we have for the lead in Pro-Am, which also is 5th and 6th overall.
A little mistake there by Ashton. Just picked up the throttle a little bit early, washed out wide, got in the grey, couldn't get the power down, so got to settle back in again. Still got some time to play with, but she's got to go on the attack here.
Graduate of the HPD GT3 Academy, made her debut in Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS, as part of the Indianapolis 8-hour last year. She teamed with Mario Farnbacher. The U.S. portion paid points at the 3-hour mark, and she and Mario were out front, not just in class, but overall. And in so doing, she became the first female driver to win overall in a GT3 car in SRO American competition.
Dinan is on the charge. A little edge, not a lot, just about a kilometer or so in terms of the trap speed compared to the Lamborghini, so they're pretty evenly matched. And on the lap time there, yeah, just a 10th. So he's eaten into that gap to Misha Goikberg, but Goikberg's done a tremendous job of handling that pressure. Admittedly, not right there, but knowing that he's getting closer. It's been a good charge, though, by Michael Dinan.
It has. Remember, when they restarted, he was well down the order. He had a bunch of Pro-Am cars he had to get through to even be in a position to chase down the rest of the cars in his class. He was able to get through that traffic and turned in some good laps. But Goikberg has managed the gap beautifully ever since. It got down to about 3 seconds, and it stayed there.
See how bumpy it is there into the brake zone for turn 7. Then you see the change in surfaces there. That light gray supposedly doesn't generate much grip. Then power down off of turn 7A, up through the S's, flat out, and then a little brake here. Settle the front back down, and then back to power to finish off these S's on the run down to turn 9.
Just 3.5 minutes left. That's all that separates Jordan Pepper, Andrea Caldarelli, and K-Pax Racing from another sweep of the weekend on home turf here at Sonoma. They did that very same thing 1 year ago. They've been equally dominant in the second year of this package.
Yeah, it's not the dominant margin they showed yesterday, but still tough to beat. Caldarelli was held at bay by Spinelli there in the opening stanza. Great job by the number 16 US Racetronics. Then unfortunately that wheel kind of milled and cut down there on the opening lap for Agakani, so their day was ruined with that one, but certainly showcased their potential for a new team in this championship.
Traffic for the race leader to work through. With luck, solidify that race lead. And last time by, Harrison was just a little bit quicker, but we're talking tenths of a second.
Well, the key with her experience, when you get this close, you can only take baby chunks. You can't just suddenly go into the corner a lot deeper than you've never done before, or pick up the throttle half a second earlier. It's all about just small increments and just trying to inch in and just close that gap here with not a lot of time remaining.
Especially so this deep into a tire run.
yeah, the margins are even smaller. Then you can't take big advantage of the grip level that's given to you. Just keep it nice and tidy. See if Charlie will crack here a little bit, make a mistake, and allow you to get really close and potentially make a move.
Change for 5th in Pro-Am. Ziad Gondor around Aaron Vogel. It's 9th and 10th overall, 5th and 6th in the Pro-Am class. Z-Hog, as he's known, giving that TR3 Lamborghini a nice run.
Charlie's done a really great job. I think he just went from strength to strength last year with the experience of the Wright Motorsports team. The affiliation that he has with them, it feels like a family, feels like a home. He's got a son-in-law on board. This will be a fun year for that whole group.
Fun start to the year for this group, too. Of course, Conrad Grunwald, J.C. Sada out in front of the AM class, and they got a reprieve by virtue of the safety car following when and where it did. It split them from the Triarci AM class car by a lap, effectively. So not a huge fight, unlike what we saw yesterday, which was a battle for the ages. Just 2 cars in the class, but they were going at it hammer and tong, lap after lap.
Pepper. What a performance. What a stud he is. The K-Pax team recognized that when he ran as a Bentley driver with them. Jim Huey and the whole group said, he is our man moving forward. He is our future. And he didn't disappoint.
Fans watching in Europe, you'll get a chance to see this car, this driver lineup, plus Marco Mappelli. And this K-Pax team at the Total Energies 24 Hours of Spa this year. They've announced a return, at least for that one race, K-Pax Racing. Take the white flag with just 3 seconds left on the clock. But cool to have that European leg to their championship once again after a season overseas a few years back.
This is a big break for Ashton Harrison here because that Lamborghini, the #1 car, got back to the line before time ran out. Gives her basically a lap and a bit here to try and go attack for the lead and for the win.
Not what Charlie Luck wanted to see.
No.
If he's going to get his 2nd straight win to begin his GT World Challenge America career, he's got an extra 2.5 miles with which to earn it. Coming around turn 12, looking for the white flag. And this is the fight for the Pro-Am lead. Charlie Luck in the Porsche, Ashton Harrison in the NSX.
She's pushing hard. She really is. She's doing a great job. She's chasing it. She wants it.
All it takes is that one bobble, and she is right there, heaping all the pressure she can muster onto the veteran. Charlie Luck, a driver with experience back to the 80s. And
she's closing big time, Ryan.
Yep. Former NASCAR stock car driver, Charlie Luck. He's been in traffic before. He's going to need to use all that experience to keep the young Charger at bay and Ashton Harrison. But back to the front, on board with the race leader, Jordan Pepper coming through, turn 10 for the final time.
Quite the ride. What a performance by the home team. K-Pax delivering.
Through the hairpin, the #1 machine was #1 on timing and scoring. Through turn 12, K-Pax, Pepper, and Caldarelli sweep the weekend here in Sonoma.
Chris Ward there, Lamborghini North American program manager right there. Big support from Lamborghini with this whole effort. Darren Law on the wall looking for the 2nd car to come across the line. Misha hopefully can hold on that podium. Ashton there a little bit wide there coming off of turn 9. It's like Charlie may just have enough in hand to hang on.
A little bit of lap traffic up ahead, but Jeff Burton might be too far in front of this fight to have an effect on the outcome. Charlie Luck, Jan Halen teaming up for the first time in this championship yesterday. They got the win. They'll win again. 2 for 2 to start the season for Wright Motorsports, Jan Halen and Charlie Luck.
That was a great little battle, though. Racers Edge will be pleased to get their first podium of the year. Really strong run. That yellow certainly compressed the field and gave us a good little battle there at the end.
And your AM winners for the 2nd straight day. 2 wins to begin the 2022 campaign. Of course, Conrad Grunwald, J.C. Sada pick up the victory, their 2nd consecutive to begin the new year. Well, K-Pax Racing flexed the muscle as you would expect. This is a good track for them, a lot of testing here. This is where a track they dominated a year ago. Don't think it's going to come quite this easy, though, the rest of the season. And we saw the potential from a few of the teams. And certainly in the first half of this race, Loris Spinelli, US Racetronics, they were ready to answer the challenge.
They were, and it's a great team. They've had huge success over the last handful of years with Agakani is their main driver. But this is a big step up for them. So congratulations to the whole group on making a big impression here first time out.
Provisional race results from round 2 of the championship. Pepper and Caldarelli, your race winners overall and in the pro class. Pro cars taking the top 4 spots. Michael Dinan did get within 3.5 seconds of Misha Goikberg for the final podium step, but could not get any closer. Charlie Luck fended off Ashton Harrison for the Pro-Am win. George Kurtz completed the podium in 3rd. ST Racing, Samantha Tant, good run, up to 4th, ahead of Ziad Gondor in 5th. And the AM class winners down in 15th overall. JC Sada, Conrad Grunwald stay perfect to begin the 2022 campaign. Great field of cars, good racing throughout the weekend. A whole lot more still to come in 2022 with the trip up next to the brand new Ozarks facility in Missouri. Cars making their way down the pit lane, and we'll be hearing from our victors here shortly. That's the turn all the drivers want to make, back to the paddock area and to the podium at Sonoma Raceway. We'll be chatting with our class winners here shortly. Virtuoso performance, though, as expected from Pepper and Caldarelli.
Yeah, strong year last year, bringing the whole group together. And this year they're going to be even tough because they're just building. They know what they're doing. They've got a notebook every racetrack they go to. The chemistry is ever stronger. Pepper, they're totally fired up. There's no weak link there, but you know, I think there was enough performance shown by some of the rest of the cars in that pro class that there'll be occasion where they're going to have to fight a little bit harder for it than they did this weekend.
Amazing what K-Pax can do, and it speaks to the quality of the team. It doesn't matter what manufacturer they're associated with. Think back to their history. Porsche, Volvo, McLaren, Bentley, Lamborghini. Doesn't matter. They're always at the front.
They are. I mean, just top to tail. You got Jim Huey at the top. Team owner delivers the resources to allow the group to do their job. Thomas Blam, excellent strategist overall, big picture thinker. Tommy Sadler kind of holding the reins in terms of the mechanical performance of the race car. Darren Law, program manager. They've got all of the right pieces, excellent engineers as well. And, you know, when you deliver them a car like the Lamborghini and then 2 drivers like Pepper and Caldarelli, tough to beat.
As we've seen on display, that is Jordan Pepper taking a big sigh, big breath of air. He had his work cut out for him, even if he did have a lead, still had a job to do and was picture perfect working his way through the traffic. How about in Pro-Am, what Wright has done 1 year to the next, different driver lineup, but no change in results.
No, and Charlie Luck, it's great to get a win, but when you're the driver behind the wheel as he celebrates with his daughter there, Margaret, that's pretty cool stuff. Family will be ecstatic with that one.
As Amanda alluded to, so much family for the Lucks and the Halens on site here this weekend to celebrate 2 big wins in the Pro-Am class. Wright Motorsports back on top as they've been so often over the years. Victory Lane is a happy place. Let's go there. That's where Amanda is standing by.
And Andrea Caldarelli is making his way to us right now. But Jordan, you had some big moments here this week, and I want to go back to qualifying and those wet conditions. Just absolutely stellar performance for you. Now getting the checkered flag here today. How do you rate this opening weekend for yourself?
Yeah, it was a good weekend. I think the car was seriously good, so the team did an incredible job to give us a great car, Lamborghini support throughout the winter. I think we quite shown that we made a good big step, and the wet was awesome, probably one of my best qualifyings ever. It was really good fun, and then the races were pretty cool as well, you know. So Andrea had a crazy fight. There was a good battle there. Him and Loris went into the distance, and then they got caught, and it was a good battle. So made for some good entertainment, and luckily he handed me the car with perfect strategy. We jumped the field, and then it was just easy for me to bring it home. So shout out to every single crew member from K-Pax, Andrea, of course, for doing a stellar job, and yeah, let's just keep the momentum going.
I'm going to go from that straight to you, Andrea. Jordan was talking about the battle that you had with Loris. It's not often we see you in those kind of situations. What can you gain from that?
I mean, yeah, it was good fun. Before the race, I said I really would like to have some fun today, and it did happen. So, yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it was a fair battle. We didn't try to take too many risks. We knew it's the second race of the year, so there was no sense to be crazy and do something stupid. But it was good fun, and then we knew that we had to do a good strategy at the pit stop, and the guys did an amazing job at the pit stop and with the timing. And yeah, thanks to all the team, Lamborghini Squadra Corsa for the support, K-Pax Racing, you know, all the guys at the workshop, and also to Seb, our engineer that was not here with us today, but this weekend goes to him, definitely.
Congratulations.
I'll echo those sentiments. It certainly was fun to watch that battle at the front of this race with Loris Spinelli and Andrea Caldarelli, two excellent GT drivers showing their quality in that fantastic duel in the first stint of the race. Let's check in with Amanda once again. Pro-Am winners are standing by.
Well, the guys were talking about, while you did get the win yesterday, this is the first time that you brought it home seeing the checkered flag. A big weekend for you, Charlie, racing in GT4. You attempted pit stops for the first time this weekend, and I would say you did well. What will you take from this one?
Yeah, well, you know, people think that pit stops aren't a big deal, like you just hop in and hop out. Well, yesterday, obviously, I started, so I was coming out easier. Going in, there's a ton of stuff between belts and timers and all these complexities. So, frankly, I was anxious about it, and you don't want to get penalized because we're dealing with half a second, 0.2 of a second in terms of time. So it was a phenomenal weekend, I'm telling you. And I have Jan to thank. Come here, Jan. So this guy taught me how to do fast pit stops and a million details to make great pit stops. So I owe a ton to this guy.
And that's your father-in-law, Jan. What are you most looking forward to this season?
Well, I mean, we ended on a good note last year, and we're just going to try and do it all over, you know, this season. But did not expect the result here this weekend. So for us, this is two big wins because we clearly didn't have the ultimate pace. So it's just, you know, testament to the team and Charlie, everybody in the team doing a great job this weekend to pull off 2 wins when the speed wasn't there. So great job.
Nice job.
2 big, broad smiles on their faces, and why not a sweep of the weekend? I don't think they swept a weekend last year, if memory serves.
Yeah,
check that.
They won 3 races on the year. I think you're spot on. I do not think they swept a weekend. So, but super consistent. It was 9 podiums for the year or something. So.
Yes. 7 podiums last year, 3 wins. Did not sweep any weekends, but it was a rare thing to see them off the podiums last year. Quickly back down to Victory Circle.
Well, JC Sada and Conrad, they ended up getting the win here today, but it wasn't without adversity. JC got back only 3 tires. You had problems with the front left. How'd you do it?
Well, it was the rear left, actually. It was an old used tires because we had a leak in the first one and in the new tire. And so it was sketchy out there, but we made it. It's like the old saying, you go to war with the weapons you have, not the weapons you wish you had, right? But I also want to recognize this phenomenal crew right here. Where's the rest of you guys? Where did they go?
Congratulations to the Ferrari team.
We did not have a car.
Yeah, that's a remarkable job by the AF Corsa crew, doing a great job to get that car ready to go. They had an engine change earlier in the weekend that they had to work through, dealing with the misfire. The backup car suffered some damage in the testing that they were doing earlier in the week, and they fought through all of that and picked up a pair of wins, showed some really strong pace as well, especially with Conrad Grunwald behind the wheel. AF Corsa, fantastic team. You expect nothing less from an outfit of that caliber. Wrapping up all of the Victory Circle activities here at Sonoma. 2 rounds of the championship complete, and now we turn the focus to the future and a trip to Ozarks International. Not sure what to expect, except maybe there's a decent chance Andrea Caldarelli, Jordan Pepper can put up the CrowdStrike fastest lap again. That certainly will be their goal.
Yeah, they're certainly the favorites wherever we go this year in terms of their speed that they've demonstrated over the last year or so, and they're the target that everyone has to go chase. But going to a new circuit, fresh for everyone. That's an even playing field. Jan Halen alluded to the fact he's tested there. He said it's going to be quite the challenge trying to keep it clean. And different strategy may be going in, being conservative, just trying to survive, but it'll be a wild ride. I can't wait to get there.
It's not every day that you go to a track that is a blank canvas for everyone.
That's right. I mean, typically someone has an advantage, has been there in some form of competition. That is not the case with this new circuit. Admittedly, a lot of teams are going to try and get there between now and then to do some testing. Jan Halen has done a day's testing already, so he's a little bit ahead of the curve, but we'll have to wait and see when we get there for ourselves.
Highlights from race 2 of the weekend. Laura Spinelli grabbed pole by just a fraction of a second, and he used it to take the lead early on. Deeper in the pack, though, 3 wide up the hill.
Yeah, big move by Colin Brown, made up a bunch of positions on this opening lap.
I think it was something like 7 spots on 1 lap alone. A great day for him, George Kurtz, and the Riley Motorsports team. Throughout the field, the fighting was fierce. Michael Cooper very aggressive in the early going around the outside in the real-time car. How about this fight, though? Farnbacher and Altaway.
Yeah, Altaway gets in super deep. This allows Philip Ellis to get the runner side by side coming off that chicane. And then a little bit later in the going, this is Grunwald inside of Bill Aublin aboard that Bimmerworld BMW M4.
That's Am on Pro-Am, giving a sense for just how strong that Am pairing was. Big moment in the pit stops there, or at least so it appeared, with the U.S. Racetronics team losing the lead. Turned out not to matter too much. They had a wheel issue that knocked them effectively out of contention. That brought out a full course yellow. Now we go to the restart. Scary moment there at the front. Scary moment further back as well. Coming around the corner, though, for the final time. This was K-Pax Racing completing the sweep of the weekend. Caldarelli, Pepper, Lamborghini, and K-Pax get the job done. Pro-Am to Wright Motorsports and AF Corsa winners here in Sonoma in the Am class. Thanks for joining us. Sonoma Raceway, the site of the first 2 races of the Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS Championship. Those of you on the stream, thanks for sticking with us. We'll have podium celebrations coming up, well, right now, as it turns out. Am class up on the rostrum. We'll turn it over to PA announcer Robbie Montanolo.
Nice and high, big smiles. Our Am podium finishers. All right, now we'll do our hat dance to the VP Racing caps, please. Then we'll grab those trophies. You can grab the flag there, Conrad. That's good. You're a winner, buddy. All right, one more photo with the VP Racing Fuels signage. Thank you to our official fuel partner. And now, back to the Pirelli caps. And of course, one last time for the weekend here for our Am podium finishers. It's the champagne celebration. A round of applause for Onofrio Triarci and Charlie Scardina, Jean-Claude Sada, and Conrad Grunwald.
We talked about the fact, Calvin, that we expect the fight in pro to pick up as the year goes along. I think we saw something too out of this Triarci Competizione team. Charlie Scardina in particular, but Onofrio Triarci too. In race 1, they were on the pace.
Yeah, Triarci was really impressive there at the end yesterday. Finally had to succumb to the pressure, but really great performance. I think they got all of the ingredients there in terms of the resources, great team, great engineering. You know, I think Scardina certainly has the credentials in terms of his background. Admittedly, had that big gap in his career, but he's the real deal. We saw that at Sebring last year in terms of his pace. So I think that team is going to give the AF Corsa team a run for their money this year.
And they have the advantage of a second car. It's a Pro-Am car, Justin Weatherall and Ryan Dial, but they have 2 cars out there, identical Ferrari chassis, gathering data. AF Corsa has a wealth of experience with this chassis, so if they're going to go head-to-head with a team of that caliber, they'll need any advantage they can get, and that is something they do have in their back pocket.
They do. I think the advantage for the AF Corsa crew with Grunwald and Sada is that they've been in the majority of the circuits. It's new for everyone, as we've talked about this weekend, about going to the Ozarks next. But they have that notebook. They have the track knowledge. I'm not sure how many of the circuits we visit this year that Scardina and Triazzi have actually been to. So it's going to be a steep learning curve for them, but I think they're going to spring a surprise here and there.
Pro-Am podium being introduced once again to PA announcer Robbie Montanola.
And 2 for 2 this weekend in Pro-Am. Driving for Wright Motorsports in a Porsche, Jan Halen and Charlie Luck. Awesome job to all of our drivers. Grab those trophies, everyone. Not yet, Jan, not yet, not yet. That's next, that's stage 2. All right, hold those trophies up nice and high and big smiles. Wonderful. Now, Jan, you can pick up the VP Racing Fuel cap and flags for Jan and Charlie. All right, grab those trophies once again. And the flags. Jan, you can grab your flag now, and Charlie. This is the time for that. Big round of applause again for our Pro-Am podium finishers. And now it's time to put the Pirelli caps back on and then spray the champagne. Round of applause. George Kurtz, Colin Braun, Ashton Harrison and Mario Farnbacher, and Jan Halen and Charlie Luck take victory once again.
I'll need to see the Riley Motorsports partnership already paying dividends for George Kurtz and Colin Brown. And then to see, once again, the rapid development of Ashton Harrison. She's not been at this all that long.
Right.
But has proven to be right there on the pace. And she was giving Charlie everything he could handle.
She was a great day for her, but I think equally strong performance by Samantha Tan, 2 top 5 finishes, and Erin Vogel had pace this weekend as well. So different female competitors in our group this year, but they're all equally talented, it seems, and they're going to put on quite the show.
I expect to see each and every one of them factor in at one point or another over the course of the year. Sonoma Raceway lying dormant now for a little while until its next event. Always a great stop and a popular one in the SRO America paddock. A few moments ago saw the sheep on the hills overlooking the racetrack. That's the lawn crew. That's the maintenance crew here at Sonoma. Instead of burning the fossil fuels with lawn mowers or the tractors, they got the sheep out there doing the job.
I think I called them woolly goats, didn't I?
You did.
Yesterday.
Yeah. Is that what they call them in England?
I'm not sure.
It's been a while since you were a resident, I suppose.
For the Windward Racing team.
To the pro class podium. We'll lay out and let you enjoy the podium celebrations.
And 2 for 2 for the Sonoma squad of K-Pax Racing and Lamborghini. Your winners, Jordan Pepper and Andrea Caldarelli. Awesome job to all of our podium finishers here in pro. Grab the trophies, everyone. Big smiles. Wonderful job. All right, now it's time for the VP Racing Fuel hats. And Jordan and Andrea, don't forget the flags. Grab the trophies once again. And big smiles once again for our photographers here. Well done again to the pro podium. And now, put the Pirelli caps back on, and then spray the champagne. A round of applause for Misha Goifer, Jacques Larantoy, Russell Ward, and Philip Ellis Jordan Pepper and Andrea Caldarelli.
It's interesting for the Altoe Goikberg combination. This is not the podium they thought they were going to be on when the weekend started.
No.
Well done to our pro
We got
podium
a couple of the
finishers.
teams moved up to the Pro class late in the going this weekend. So congratulations to the 3 team in terms of getting that Pro podium run. The 96 car is going to be there, I feel, on occasion as well, if not on the top step with Michael Dinan and Robbie Foley, 2 excellent drivers. Got that win last year, and we're knocking on the doors a few more times. And they got a new steed as well with that M4 chassis, is showing a lot of pace so far in the early days.
Yeah, excited to see what the M4 can do. This has traditionally not been the best of hunting grounds for BMW products. A little bit better for them with the M4 here today than it was a year ago with the M6. Well, that's a wrap for us here this weekend from Sonoma. Thanks so much for joining us. A happy Easter to you. So long from Northern California.
Você já imaginou viver a Indy 500 de verdade? Não pela televisão, mas lá, dentro do maior espetáculo da velocidade do planeta. Com o GP Experience, você embarca com o time do Grande Prêmio para Indianápolis e acompanha de pertinho a busca histórica pelo 5º título de Hélio Castro Neves. Pacotes completos com aéreo, hospedagem e experiências exclusivas no Templo da Velocidade. Garanta agora mesmo o seu lugar neste grid histórico. É produto novo, exclusivo do Grande Prêmio. GP Experience, você dentro do maior espetáculo da Terra.
Welcome to Austin, Texas for the Cielo Vision GT World Texas, powered by Samsung. We've left Sonoma Raceway behind and we've headed south to COTA, the Circuit of the Americas, for race number 2 on the GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS Season. It's a venue that takes a little bit here and a little bit there from some of the most famous circuits in the world, seamlessly blended together to create a truly international destination. Nearly all the biggest race series in the world have competed here, including yours truly, which means this place is on every driver's bucket list. And our broadcast team of Calvin Fish and Ryan Marine are ready to tell you all about this track.
Thanks so much, Amanda. The season got started last month in
Torcedores Grande Prêmio, sejam todos muito bem-vindos e vamos nessa, vamos juntos a partir de agora. Chegando para você o GT World Challenge América, segunda etapa do campeonato em 2026. Depois que tivemos a etapa de abertura em Sonoma, lá no finalzinho do mês de março, e que consagrou a equipe JMF Motorsport, o carro da Mercedes, colocando aqui frente a frente grandes pilotos e grandes equipes, grandes montadoras na América. Aqui o pessoal da transmissão ao vivo destacando os pontos importantes da pista, destacando tudo que esse circuito traz de desafio, tudo que esse circuito traz de importante e todas as nuances que envolvem tudo o que aconteceu e tudo o que vai acontecer. Aí você tá vendo um resumo do que aconteceu na etapa de abertura lá em Sonoma. A JMF Motorsport inaugurou a nova era das corridas de 3 horas desse campeonato com uma vitória controlada na classificação geral. E na classe Pro, largou na pole com o carro 34 e a vitória representa um marco para a dupla Mikael Stephens e Michael Grenier, que está no seu segundo ano na categoria e já venceu na estreia do campeonato já do ano passado também em Sonoma. E a vitória representou um marco também para a dupla e para a equipe. E também subiu ao lugar mais alto do pódio em Sonoma no ano passado, na estreia deles na categoria. Esse ano, porém, a vitória veio nesse novo formato de 3 horas, que vai ser o padrão de todas as corridas, exceto as 8 horas de Indianápolis, que encerram a temporada em outubro no Indianapolis Motor Speedway. A vitória expressiva foi um triunfo praticamente de ponta a ponta do carro 34. Stephens largou na frente, perdeu a liderança brevemente no final da primeira hora, antes de recuperar e parar nos boxes para entregar o carro para o Grenier pouco antes da metade da prova. E o Grenier liderou todas as voltas do seu stint, resistiu à pressão de mais de um adversário para conquistar uma vitória apertada, porém segura, pela margem de pouco menos de 1 segundo. Stephens e Grenier registraram o melhor tempo combinado para a pole position geral e da divisão Pro naquela oportunidade, enquanto seus novos companheiros de equipe, o Jason Daskalos e o Logan Hannafin, conquistaram a pole position da Pro AM com um sólido terceiro tempo no geral, a bordo do Mercedes 27. A boa sorte do carro 27 na classificação, infelizmente, não se manteve na corrida. 2 penalidades relacionadas a pit stop na primeira hora fizeram com que o Daskalos e o Hannafin perdessem a chance da vitória e terminassem em 9º lugar na Pro AM. A TR3 Racing, equipe cliente da Mercedes, também enfrentou um problema logo no início, depois de um incidente nas primeiras voltas da corrida, que frustrou um fim de semana que de outra forma seria bem competitivo. E uma parada nos boxes para reparos deixou o Mercedes 9 lá atrás, mas a equipe dos pilotos, o Brayton Williams e o Will Bumber, perseveraram bastante, se assim a gente pode dizer, até o fim da prova. A categoria Pro AM proporcionou uma das histórias mais dramáticas da corrida, com grandes recuperações que moldaram o resultado final. O Jason Daskalos liderou o início da prova com o Mercedes 27, chegando a ocupar uma impressionante 3ª posição geral durante a primeira hora. Atrás dele, problemas atingiram os 2 carros da BMW. O 14 da Riley, pilotado pelo Slade Stewart, que foi forçado a abandonar depois de um incidente, enquanto o BMW 99 da Random Valdos, do Derek De Boer, retornou aos boxes para reparos. Graças à bandeira amarela, o De Boer conseguiu voltar à pista no final do pelotão sem perder volta, preparando aí o terreno para uma impressionante recuperação. O Todd Coleman, por sua vez, conseguiu completar um stint duplo, enquanto se mantinha em 2º lugar na classe. E à medida em que as estratégias de pit stop começavam a divergir, o De Boer chegou a assumir brevemente a liderança geral da prova em uma sequência digamos que alternativa, ressaltando a imprevisibilidade do novo formato de 3 horas. Só que aí na segunda hora, o John Haley assumiu a liderança da Pro AM com um Porsche 28, mas a arrancada acabou sendo interrompida por uma penalidade por irregularidade no pit stop. Isso abriu caminho para a GMG Racing, onde o Tom Sargent substituiu o Kyle Washington no Porsche 32 e imediatamente começou a perseguir o Haley pela liderança e por um lugar no pódio geral. E aí a última hora pertenceu ao Sargent, que também ganhou o prêmio de piloto que mais ganhou posições na categoria Super Fuel. E aqui vimos um finalzinho, né, de apresentação aqui da banda, né? Estamos no Texas, um estado de muita representação mexicana junto com Los Angeles. São 2 estados que fazem ali fronteira com o México e que tem uma presença hispânica muito forte, uma das terras mais consagradas aqui dos Estados Unidos e também do automobilismo. E pra gente fechar Sonoma, depois, porque primeiro tem o hino americano.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Aí o Che Austin cantando o hino nacional dos Estados Unidos, um ex-participante do The Voice nos Estados Unidos, nascido no Havaí, lá na cidade de Honolulu, e que lançou seu último álbum lá em 2017, I Belong to You. Só pra gente fechar sobre a etapa passada de Sonoma, o que aconteceu na categoria AM, a F-Corse apresentou um desempenho limpo e controlado, se assim a gente pode dizer, para conquistar a vitória com o carro 163 do Jay Schrademan e do Osvaldo Negri. A dupla passou boa parte da corrida mantendo o 16º lugar na classificação geral, evitando problemas, executando aí o novo formato de 3 horas como necessário, em uma classe onde a consistência se mostrou bastante crucial, e ao final da corrida o Negri aproveitou e cruzou na primeira posição. Aqui vemos o Circuito das Américas. A primeira passagem pela curva número 1, curva bem fechada, onde muito enrosco acontece. E aí vem a sequência britânica, se assim a gente pode dizer, né? Das curvas 3 até a curva 7. Ali uma sequência, ó, esquerda, direita, lembrando bastante ali o circuito de Silverstone. Aí partimos para a curva 7, que fecha essa sequência. Aí vem as curvas 8 e 9 ali, ó. Uma puxada para a direita e em reaceleração plena você faz aqui a jogada para a esquerda. E aí tome de potência. Você faz toda a potência, faz a descida aqui na curva 10 e aí parte para a curva 11, que é a curva mais fechada desse traçado e que nos traz a longa reta oposta, onde muitas brigas vão acontecer hoje, eu tenho certeza absoluta. Aí tome de potência, traciona, potência máxima e aí é tirar tudo do motor, é tirar tudo do carro. O Mercedes vai dando uma boa acelerada, deixou o Porsche aqui para trás. Aí vem uma freada muito brusca, muito forte para a curva número 12, que é o melhor ponto de ultrapassagem aqui da pista. Curva fechada aqui à esquerda. O Apex bastante complicado, aí depois uma jogada aqui para o lado direito. Curva número 13. Curva 14 em aceleração e aí vem a curva número 15, ó, uma aproximação bem aberta e aí você fecha direitinho tracionando. E aí vem a reaceleração para as curvas 16, 17 e 18, que lembram muito aquela curva 8 de Istambul e volta no ano que vem ao calendário da Fórmula 1. Agora são duas curvas em 90 graus, as duas para o lado esquerdo. A primeira é a curva 19. Você traz ali para fora da zebra, não tem aquela história de track limits. E aí a última puxada para o lado esquerdo, onde você completa 3,4 milhas e assim completa a volta no Circuito das Américas. Michael Grenier e Michael Stephens conquistaram a pole position, 2 minutos 4 segundos 360 na média. Líderes gerais e da classe Pro superando o 16 da Ferrari, pilotado pelo Frederic Chandroff, e o Matias Pérez Companc por meio segundo de vantagem. O BMW 29 da Turner larga em terceiro, graças a uma volta rápida do Robbie Foley no finalzinho do Q2, que deixou o Ford Mustang número 6 da Dolehite, de Alex Sedwig e Cameron Lawrence, na quarta posição. O Porsche da Macan larga em quinto com todos os 5 carros da classe Pro entre os 5 primeiros colocados. A JMF também conquistou a pole na Pro-Am, com Lorcan Hannafin e Jason Daskalos, à frente do 32 da GMG Racing, vencedor da classe em Sonoma, que ficou na segunda colocação. O Porsche 28 se classificou em terceiro, enquanto a pole position da AM ficou com a Ferrari 163 do Osvaldo Negri. O início da sessão foi atrasado em alguns minutos devido a um cachorro na pista. Olha aí o clima de Libertadores. E o Q2 foi interrompido com uma bandeira vermelha 6 minutos do fim, quando esse mesmo canino voltou para a pista. Que beleza. A sessão foi retomada ali com menos de 3 minutos, o que permitiu uma volta rápida para os competidores, o que apresentou várias melhorias, principalmente para o BMW do Robbie Foley. E aqui a gente tá vendo como que os campeonatos do GT World Challenge começaram pelo mundo. Vimos Phillip Island, o começo do GT World Challenge Austrália. Agora estamos vendo Sepang na Malásia, que marcou o início do GT World Challenge Ásia. E agora vamos com as imagens de Paul Ricard na França, corrida de 6 horas que marcou o início do GT World Challenge Europa. Inclusive teve a presença de Lance Stroll e Max Verstappen também estava lá, mas apenas como chefe de equipe, e foi uma prova sensacional, decidida nos últimos 10 minutos com uma senhora ultrapassagem de Nick Tim para conquistar a vitória com a Aston Martin. Com isso, todos os campeonatos de GT já começaram. Agora é a hora da segunda etapa. É a hora de continuar o Campeonato das Américas. Vamos nessa, vamos juntos, pedindo o seu like aqui na transmissão, pedindo a sua participação no chat, o seu Pix, o seu Superchat. Vamos juntos e vamos nessa a partir de agora aqui no Grande Prêmio. Eu sou o Matheus Pinheiro e tenho aqui ao meu lado o Gustavo Almeida para os comentários. Muito boa tarde, Gustavo. Uma classificação aqui que coloca uma tendência. A JMF continua sendo a equipe a ser batida, e as outras equipes estão tentando correr atrás dela. Tudo bem, Gustavo? Seja muito bem-vindo.
Boa tarde, Matheus Pinheiro. Boa tarde a todos que estão nos acompanhando na GPTV, enquanto você observa a classificação do Campeonato Global de Montadoras do GT World Challenge, que tem a Mercedes na frente. É um campeonato que leva em consideração os resultados de todas as etapas de todos os campeonatos do GT World Challenge e... Perdão. E nesse aqui não é diferente. A Mercedes também está muito forte aqui. A equipe, principalmente com a equipe JMF Motorsports, que é a atual vice-campeã da classe Pro, que está em busca do seu título, no seu segundo ano aí na categoria. E a gente também tem a JMF correndo na Pro-Am, onde eles conquistaram a pole, mas não estão liderando o campeonato e estão buscando essa liderança com um trio interessantíssimo formado pelo jovem Lorcan Hannafin e o Jason Daskalos. A gente teve um desempenho muito bom da Ferrari nos treinos livres voltados para a simulação de corrida, e a gente tem que ficar de olho neles, principalmente a Ferrari da classe Pro-Am, que a gente tem a presença do Riccardo Agostini, a equipe que está retornando à categoria, a equipe Triarzi, depois de um período de 3 anos, quase 3 anos fora do GT World Challenge América, e ficar de olho também na Ferrari, que é a vice-líder da classe Pro, da F-Corse USA, do Matias Pérez Companc, que está largando em segundo e que divide o carro com Frederic Chandorf. Teremos uma prova que promete ser muito interessante, com formato novo, em que 3 paradas passarão a ser obrigatórias, as 3 têm que ter reabastecimento, o tempo máximo de stint, que era de 50 minutos, passou para 65. Então, teremos esse novo formato aí que vai ser um teste para todas as equipes. Aí a gente vendo os carros indo para as voltas de apresentação, são mais de uma volta de apresentação no GT World Challenge América, assim como em praticamente todas as categorias de automobilismo norte-americano, e aí a gente vendo os pole positions. Vamos lembrar
Muito
que
bem, você tá vendo aí
não existe...
a JMF Motorsport largando na frente, JMF Motorsport largando na pole da Pro AM e a F-Corse USA na pole da AM. Desculpa te interromper, Gustavo, mas eu precisava fazer isso pra saber se o meu som tava saindo, mas está saindo, graças a Deus. Apenas deixei mudo aqui de forma sem querer. Pode continuar, perdão.
Eu suspeitei desde o princípio. Mas acontece. Só continuando rapidinho, os 3 pitstops podem ser feitos durante o safety car, mas assim que o safety car entra, o box fecha. E só depois de umas 2, 3 voltas que eles abrem o box de novo.